Chapter 22. 1st of Latan, 427 AA. Anagar, the Tor Leon. Tiragnate Eduardo Caidi Gerardi was in a fine mood when the hooves of his well-shod horse crossed the threshold of the gates to the Tor Leon proper. The streets that wound up to the plateau had emptied of gawking merchants and common clansmen. His sword's blood showed his leisurely paces. Even the seraphs knew the quality of his mount when they saw it, and they made haste not to cross his path. Sword's blood had cost a great deal, and many a lesser man had balked at the price, preferring, no doubt, to spend it on seraphs, fields, and the collection of diminutive women that were so common in lesser harems. Not so Eduardo. He was a man whose life consisted of riding and swordplay, and he owned no less than the best. He brought no wife with him to the Tor, and at the last moment an unfortunate outburst on the part of the one sister whose common sense and elegance he was not embarrassed by meant that he came, unattended by the more graceful sex, to the festival of the sun. Which was well enough. He did not intend to leave so empty-handed. Oh, it had been 3 years. 3 years since he had first seen the Serra d'Ora di Murano. Young then, at 13 years, she was beautiful beyond compare now, and he had been the first clansman of note to appreciate just how much that beauty would grow over time. Other women had been offered to him, the daughters of greater men. But Serra d'Ora had about her that perfect combination of silence, grace, and quiet wit that was so elusive. Sword's blood had called to him from the moment he had laid eyes on the horse. The Serra's call was no less strong, but the ability to satisfy the impulse not so simple. No man in Anagar could have appreciated Sword's blood, and therefore no other man would pay the price. But while no man could appreciate D'Ora as he had, and would, many a man with a desire they did not realize was lesser could afford what her father, the widened Sendari di Murano, desired: influence, power, connection. She had, in the end, been claimed by the Kai Leon as his wife. The Widen was apologetic but committed. No one refused the request of the Tor's heir. Eduardo had attended the ceremony of joining under the lady's sky. The stars had been cloud-strewn, the shadows dark. It had been, to his satisfaction, a grim evening, although the Widen lights and spells had done their work at alleviating the natural darkness. The waters of the Tor had never tasted so bitter as when they were raised, in celebratory welcome, to the Kai Leon and the woman who bore the title of wife. His wife. A year had passed. Serra d'Ora, flawless that evening, grew more perfect, and to his abiding joy, she bore the Kai Leon no children. There was no marring of her form, although that form was too seldom seen. And that had been fortunate indeed. Had there been a child, all opportunity would be lost. A mother did not easily surrender her kin or forget the memory of their death. When General Alesso di Morente, Par di Morente, had first approached him, he had played the game of politics and power. And Eduardo had joined him with a decorous interest, a partial willingness. They spoke in the silence of two men, in the privacy of a room empty of even the most trusted of Tyran, and they did not speak for long. But Tiragnate Eduardo di Gerardi already knew what his price would be. He asked for the part of the Averdan lands which bordered his own, fully expecting the general to balk. He did, but not overmuch. There was room to negotiate, which both men desired. 3 days, 4, no word. A brief and pleasant salutation was all that either man exchanged for the better part of 2 weeks. He remembered very little of the finer details that had been arranged in the end. Save this, he was granted 2/3 of all that he had asked. But as he sat, blade against the sheen of perfect silk in his lap, he stared down at the flat, wooden circle that waited his mark. The sun circles, as they were called, were the binding marks of men of the clans. The clansmen committed little to words, but much to the sight of the sun. He raised his blade, turning it slowly by the hilt that it might catch the Lord's light and send it skittering along the marked wooden surface. Alesso di Morente had already made his cut in the wood's face, and waited only the crosscut that would be the final gesture of commitment. And Eduardo hesitated. "There is one other thing that I desire, Alesso." Alesso di Morente was not a patient man, but he'd learned, over time, that waiting had its value. "It is not," the general said, "the accepted practice to add demands to negotiations once they have been concluded. Our swords are drawn." "I'm aware of that," Eduardo replied. "But the lands were a political matter, and this is a personal one of lesser import." Alesso waited, and Eduardo was amused to see the cool black of his eyes, the absolute stillness in his kneeling stance. Between them, the smooth, cut surface of the flat wooden disc lay, waiting the crossed blade strokes of the men who had made their oaths. Only when each side of the bargain had been fulfilled would the disc be destroyed, given to fire, that the Lord might bear witness that obligations had been fulfilled, and honor satisfied. The silence stretched. Eduardo realized, with some annoyance, that Alesso had no intention of breaking it. And General Alesso di Morente was, of the two, not the ranking man. He was general, Eduardo was tiragnate. Eduardo had merely to speak, and the tiragar would have this man's head, and worse, on the poles that lay evenly spaced on the roadside that led to the Tor Leon. But still, he had played his game, and Alesso was correct. men did not usually interrupt this final avowal with requests, however trivial. He nodded. Alesso returned that nod. Sarah Lara Kai de Leon's wife. What of her? You will, no doubt, destroy the harem and the children in it. The general did not reply. The answer was obvious. She has borne, and bears, no children. A nod. What she did not bear for the Kai of a doomed line, she will bear for me. I want her. She is not mine, Alesso replied evenly, to barter away. Nor is Averta. Silence. Tiragnate Eduardo de Gherardi frowned slightly. He had hoped to be able to hide his desire, or at least to cloak it more appropriately. Without speaking, he lowered his sword to his knees. His meaning, he hoped, was clear. It surprised the general. Angered him slightly, although Alesso de Morant was not a difficult man to anger. Nor a wise one, unless one had power and position. Eduardo had both. And the fact that the general did not immediately capitulate told him one of the many things he desired to know, that Wyden Sendari Par di Murano was one of the conspirators. Later meetings would confirm this. I will confer with my confederates, the general said at last. Although I will say this, you are not the only man to ask. He smiled. Eduardo did not. I warn you, he said softly, that I am not to be toyed with. It was a personal request, Alesso replied softly. Sword's blood, was the answer, is my personal horse. Answer enough. 2 weeks later, Alesso de Morant returned. He agreed to the conditions set out by the Tiragnate, and together they placed the wooden medallions, one for the clan of Gherardi, and one for the general, on the stone block. Alesso de Morant made the first cut on each, which was appropriate. Tiragnate Eduardo de Gherardi made the crosscut, sealing their oaths, and binding them together by those oaths in the eyes of the Lord of the Sun. The waiting had been hard. And fruitful. Asterisk. Wyden Sendari di Murano was worried. Habit kept the worry from his face, but the lines etched around the corners of his eyes had grown deeper these past few days. The wind scoured him. It was not over yet, and they both knew it. Now was not the time to take undue risks. Yet he hesitated to correct the general who had been a friend most of his adult life. Hesitated, in fact, to expose the subject to the sun's harsh light. Which was not the same, of course, as refusing to think about it at all. And it was dusk. The sun's light was lessening by measured degree. Tiragnate Eduardo de Gherardi arrived this afternoon. A seraph, the Wydens and not the general's, bent briefly over his empty cup, filling it in a single fluid motion. Fiona's choices were almost without flaw, and this lovely young girl, a serving girl, to be sure, and not an ornament to a powerful man's harem, but graceful and delicate nonetheless, brought him a measure of quiet as she saw to their needs without once interrupting their discourse. I heard, Alesso replied, staring moodily out into the perfect green of well-watered and tended wilderness. That Eduardo had arrived late meant little. He did arrive, and his name and title were worth the price that he demanded in payment. Or it had been. Alesso. The pavilion of the dusk exposed the sun's fall to the eyes of those who were privileged enough to sit upon its platform. Tonight, the privileged numbered 2, Alesso and Sendari. He looks well, the older man continued. And sword's blood was the only topic of certain interest for 2 hours after the stallion was stabled, but Alesso shrugged. Sendari almost allowed himself to be put off. Almost. Have you heard that he has entered himself as a combatant for the Lord's trial? Yes. He paused, setting the evening cup aside on the panels of simple wood beneath their cushions. Sendari. Not yet, Sendari replied simply. Perhaps. If we had the sword, we could proceed with less caution. It is not ours. Do not be so certain. Wyden Sendari di Murano turned a pale shade of grey in the lamplight and the moonlight of the coming night. The lady's thoughts were upon him early, and he could not shake their darkness, or his apprehension. They failed, he said simply, choosing 2 syllables that might not carry the tremor in his voice. Alesso said nothing, but gazed out again into the woods. The crickets were already singing in a multitude of different voices. Did they carry the word of the wind? Sendari thought he felt its chill. As they sat in uncomfortable silence, Alesso de Morant lifted his chin. Your seraph, he told his oldest friend. What of her? Send her away. Not a request. Not a demand. Sendari knew Alesso well enough to take the warning as the offering it was. Aleya. He motioned quickly. A fold of his robes brushed the edge of his evening cup, unbalancing it. Before he reacted, she did, catching it and saving its contents. The waters of the Tor were highly prized. He smiled, although the smile was empty of even a trace of his usual warmth. Taking the cup from her hands, he bid her depart. Take the small lamp, he added. Fiona and Morano would not be pleased if the darkness robbed her of this particular seraph. Nor would she had been costly. They sat together, in silence, a woman's unmentioned name between them. And then Sendari saw what Alesso's sharper eyes had seen first, a shadow that moved counter to the other shadows that evening produced. Alesso de Morent stiffened, but he did not bow, nor did he arm himself. He had chosen to retreat to the pavilion without escort of any type, but he was capable enough with the sword that he wore when he chose to unsheath it. The shadow resolved into the heavily cloaked form of a man with a slightly awkward gait. Not a seraph. No one who had come to the Tor for this festival would deign to bring such an obviously damaged man, although many clans maintained those who had suffered injuries in their service otherwise. And not a seraph, Sendari thought, by the fine cut of the cloth that he did wear, although that cloth only revealed itself as the distance between the moving man and the seated ones grew smaller. The stranger bowed, and he bowed low, pulling back the hood of his cloak. They faced a man of deceptive height. His hair was pale in the moonlight, gold with a hint of copper highlights that might well have been reflection of their lamps had their lamps carried an orange flame. His skin was smooth and perfect and white, his lips neither too thin nor too full. In all, when his limp was not so obvious, he was not uncomely, or he would not have been, save for his eyes. They were utterly black. General Alesso de Morent, the visitor said, bowing slightly awkwardly. The general nodded, affecting a geniality of expression that did not reach his eyes or the tone of his voice. Lord Isladar. He lifted the evening cup on the platform at his side, and said, "Would you care to join us?" The demon's smile was a brief flash of acknowledgement of both Alesso's title and the threat that was so gracefully offered it might have been mistaken for hospitality. By a foolish man, and Isladar was neither, the waters of the Tor Leon were such that they did not suffer the touch of the kin. "I have come to offer the apologies of the Shining Court," he said. He made no move to join the two who sat upon the platform. "Apologies, We are aware that we have left your court in disarray. The internal politics of the Shining Court should never have reached this far, and I believe I have some personal responsibility in that regard." "I see." Of all the Alasakari summoned creatures that he had met, this one fascinated the Wyden most. For the creatures were not, once you disregarded their appearance, so different from clansmen who were confident in their own power. They did not show their weakness, they did not trust each other, and they attempted to expand their holdings. All save this one. He apologized with diffidence. When expedient, he made no display of either his power or his ruthlessness, and he did not choose to belittle his subordinates when the occasion was appropriate. At least, Sendari amended, he had not done so while Alesso, he or any of the human members of the Shining Court were present. Secrets were always dangerous. "There is one other matter." Isladar bowed again, a bad sign. "Yes, At the personal request of a member of your entourage. Lord Etridian chose to venture into the heart of our enemy's territory." Sendari frowned slightly, and glanced at Alesso. The general was now quite stiff, although the muscles of his face still held the rictus of its former geniality. There, he attempted to kill Ser Vaildan Kai de Leon. And? He failed. "I see." No movement of muscle, no falling of shoulders, no relaxing of jaw. Alesso had expected this. Perhaps. But it was a foolish risk on the part of Lord Etridian, for he chose to present himself to the assembled gathering of the crowns, their heirs, the presiding rulers of the 3 churches, the Magi and the 10. He what? A fair brow rose slightly at the tone that colored the single word. Sendari thought he saw a slight quirk of upward movement in the perfect mouth. He could not be certain that it was not a trick of the light, and he dared no majory here. The kin were sensitive to its use and prone to overreact to a spell of any nature. He waited beneath the floor of the great chamber of the crowns. They had gathered, in assembly, to pass judgment upon the Anagarian hostages. Alesso did not like to be reminded of failure, and the hostages had been both an expensive and bloody exercise that had borne no fruit at all. He did not understand the northerners, it irked him. He thought they might not go to war over the deaths of their non-kin, but to let them lie, unanswered, when reprisal was obvious and accessible, but was a sign of weakness of spirit that he did not, fathom. And the judgment they passed? Isladar raised a fair brow at the tone of the voice. King Riemolin chose to spare the life of Ser Vaildan de Leon, in recognition of the fact that the crimes against the hostages were not committed by his clan. That was always a possibility, the Wyden said softly. Ser Vaildan, the demon continued, refused the offer. He what? He came, he said, as a leader, and as a leader, he refused to allow those who put their faith and trust in his ability to face an end that he would not. This story, the general said, his eyes narrowed, goes no further. He did not look to the Wyden, but Sendari knew an order when he heard it. He did not bridle. Because he knew that those clansmen with no understanding of the subtleties of politics would find much in this brief tale to admire in a boy thought too weak of blood to be worthy of anything more than the life of a northern hostage. Wise, Isladar said. But I stray. It appears that at least one Tyr was present in the great chamber. Both men stiffened. And he? Tyr Agnate Ramiro di Calesta. Alesso's lips whitened at the name. I see. He gave his brother to the northerners, Sendari said softly, although it was not a defense of that most dangerous of men. And we did not think to apprise him of the situation. Lord Atridian attacked when the Kayestan lord entered the room. Unfortunately, he failed. Failed? He is one of your much vaunted kin lords. There have always been reasons why we wished the Dominion to start this war, Isladar replied coldly. Lord Atridian's attack against the priests of the enemy was successful. His attack against the boy was not. Why? The internal politics of the kin of the Shining Court has a very long and very unfortunate reach. He frowned. I am permitted to tell you that he was stopped, not by the humans, or the half-gods who play at humanity, but by a member of the Shining Court. Both players felt it was safe to expose themselves to the scrutiny of the gathered assembly. It was clear, from his icy expression, that Lord Isladar did not concur. Nor did Sendari. The foreign kings will no doubt infer that the Anagarian court consorts with demons. No, Alesso, Sendari lifted his evening cup and touched his lips to its rim. They will infer that the Alasakari are at work in the Dominion. That they control it. The two men exchanged a long glance that said much. Alasakari, demons, would it make a difference? The Esalianese had already been threatened once by the kin, and it had been a close thing, by all Anagarian accounts, and a darker one than the Dominion had ever faced. The crowns had once turned a blind eye to the affairs of their southern neighbors, and during that time, the followers of the Lord of Night had grown in strength and numbers, seeding the land with creatures that were best remembered as tales to frighten children. But after the events of 16 years past, neither Alesso nor Sendari believed that the crowns would turn so blind an eye again. Of course, neither Alesso nor Sendari had believed that the northerners would be so weak of blood and resolved that the hostage's fate would not already be sealed. We are not in position to go to war against the Empire, the general said coolly. Obviously, Lord Atridian was unaware of this. Isladar made no reply. He was not a creature to belabor the obvious. He bowed. Until the festival of the sun, he said quietly. When, the general said softly, will your kin be ready to place themselves at the disposal of my army as, you no doubt remember, we agreed? Isladar's expression was impossible to read. After, he said, the festival. But. Of the moon. 6 months. In the darkness, the two men Saturday. Thank you, Sendari said. For the Seraph? The Wyden nodded. Isladar, the night had taken, and it was of no particular comfort to wish the creature in hell, as that was its domain. What, he thought, was a fate appropriate to such a one? A question for the philosophers among the Wyden. You did not think to tell me. Alesso shrugged. I thought, old friend. But I intended to take the risk, I did not see a reason to argue about it. The darkness hid the general's face, but it did not hide the anger beneath the facade of civilized words. Failure. Complete failure. Sendari swallowed the words that he wished to speak. He knew what the response would be, and the time for argument had passed. He understood why Alesso di Morent thought it worth the risk to ask again for the intervention of the lords of that court. He could not wield the sun sword while Veildan lived. And perhaps, although Sendari would never speak the thought aloud, he might never be able to wield it. For both Morent and Morano sought power by means that were forbidden the clans when Leon cast down the Alasakari, burning in a brilliant light the last of the shadows the Lord of Night had cast upon the land. It is a sword, he said softly. Old friend, Alesso said, giving warning, it is the sword. You chose the Wyden's path, and while you understand much, you do not understand all. The clansmen will see the sun sword in the Swordhaven, and not in my grasp. Their whispered doubts will be carried by the wind across the Dominion. He rose. Men of honor will follow me because they have no one else to follow. But they will know that I am not the Lord's chosen. And they will know it until the last of the Leon heirs is dead, and the sun sword is finally free to seek a stronger master. Sendari shrugged. We were prepared for this. I thought we were, he added silently. But we are not prepared for the intervention of the Northerners. And it may be that we can avoid such intervention. Alesso stood. I have sent for the captain of the Tyran. I believe that it will be clear whose overzealous orders caused the deaths of the imperial hostages. He rose. I will give the orders, he added. Sendari thought he caught a flash of teeth in the darkness. And I will be glad to be rid of him. When? We will send riders in haste. He paused. Sendari, do you think that we might borrow the services of the Sera Teresa? I will send my Tyran as her personal escort. Sandari's smile was sharp and cold. I'm afraid, he said, that you will have to make that request of Adano. He is the Kai. The Wyden lifted the waters of the Tor as if to drink them. He froze there a moment, staring. He will not leave Lamberto, Sandari said. And I do not believe that it would be wise to send a writer to him. Granted. The general rose, displeased. Sandari was also displeased. He did not rise. Only when Alesso retreated into the shadows of the ladies' night did Sandari accept the fact that they had not discussed the disposition of his daughter. Sara Teresa di Murano sat quietly in the heat of the midday sun, a pearl-handled fan, the gift of a northern poet, delicately closed in her lap. Silk, the color of sunlight on water, fell artfully down the gentle slope of that lap, and as she lifted the fan, it cast a half-circle shadow. Sara Fiona and Murano sat beside the older woman, self-consciously arranging and rearranging the fall of delicate, dark curls. She had chosen to wear a sari of dark, rich colors, and gold trailed the curves of her neck and the swell of her breasts. She was younger than Sara Teresa, and in her prime, she was, of the two, more delicate in feature and figure, and she was aware of the fact that the sun had not yet etched its lines in the contours of her face. But Sara Teresa made her feel much younger than her age, which was awkward. It would also be enraging, although of course there would be no outward sign of that particular feeling, but she could not be certain that the Sara did not have this effect by mere presence alone, rather than by intent. And why, Fiona thought with displeasure, should she feel awkward? She was, after all, Sandari's Sara, and the Sara Teresa a mere sister who had never, in the end, been deemed suitable by any of the clansmen who were in a position to make the offer for her. Ah, look, Fiona, Sara Teresa said, drawing the younger woman's attention. The pavilion of restful repose was situated beneath the growth of aged trees, and at its proper time, the trees cast full shade upon those who sought it. But the women were granted its use during the late hour of the day, when the sun had passed the point where the trees' greenery provided complete cover. They had not petitioned for its use because of the natural shade, however much they might notice the late noon lack. The pavilion of restful repose was also situated on a rise which overlooked the main road that led to the waters of the Tor Leon and to the men who ruled it. From this vantage, one could command a clear view of the dignitaries who came to the festival without being too forward or vulgar in self-display. Fiona cast a quick glance to her left, but she could not see Sara Diora, and did not know whether that young woman had also been prompted by Sara Teresa. Sara Diora played the northern harp very gently when the breeze was strong enough to keep the notes from carrying too loudly to the ears of the men who walked or rode below. The seraphes filled their goblets. The breezes were cool enough this day that they need not lift and wave their heavy fans in poor mimicry of the gentle wind. But they were quiet, to a man, and graceful. Only Diora chose not to have a seraph present, although, Fiona thought, that was the correct choice. As a wife returned to her father's clan, she had no seraphs but those that he chose to lend her. Of course Sandari chose to be far too liberal, but Diora did not seek to take advantage of his almost embarrassing affection, and for this one thing, Fiona was grateful. She wondered if Diora knew who her husband-to-be was. With Diora it was so hard to tell. Although the women in Sandari's harem were fond of the girl and truly treated her like the only valuable child in the ensemble, much to Fiona's annoyance, Diora herself was not very open, not even when the curtains were drawn and no men were listening or watching. Or perhaps, Fiona thought, without too much resentment, she has only shuddered to me. She found herself rearranging the hair at the nape of her neck yet again and forced her hands down as the banner of the clan Lorenza came fully into view. Although many of the members of clan Lorenza chose to wear the colors and the crest of their birth, only one man was allowed the legal unfurling of banners in the Tor Leon. Fiona knew at once that the Tiragnate, what was his name? Ah, yes, Giovanni Kai di Lorenza, was present. At the head of the procession were Tyran, four abreast. They rode stallions that seemed built more for raiding than riding, but the horses themselves seemed, if not friendly, then at least well controlled by their riders. They were of a color a deep brown with black boots and mane, and Fiona suspected that these colors were not natural. Behind the horse Tyran walked 2 rows of 8 men abreast. They carried swords and shields, and wore helms that gleamed in the mid-afternoon sun. They walked in step, and their colors were perfectly clean, without even the patina of dust from the road to mar their presentation. Behind these men came Cerdan, and the Cerdan bore palanquins with drawn curtains. No doubt, the Sara Maria and Lorenza and her retinue. The Tiragnate's wife had died several years past, and he had never seen fit to marry again, although he was still surrounded by the comforts of his harem. No, this woman was the wife of Ser Hector Kai di Lorenza, the man who would, in scant years, if Fiona was any judge of character, be Tiragnate. Hector was a pleasant sight, a handsome man, with broad shoulders and an easy, obvious command of both men and beasts. His hair was dark, and his eyes darker. He had his father's height, but he used it to its full advantage. That was a man of the clans. Fiona craned forward slightly as the procession continued, searching for sight of him. Yes. There he was, at his father's sword arm, his horse reined in so that there was half a body length between father and son. He had not changed at all since the last time she'd seen him, although distance often corrected the less capricious passages of time, and she took a half-breath in spite of herself, feeling a certain envy for Sarah Maria and Lorenza. Then, aware that Teresa might certainly hear and interpret that sound, she glanced away to the man who theoretically held the power of the Terrian Averta. The Tiragnate was an older man, too old, in Fiona's opinion, to be Tyr, although he indeed retained the title and its privilege, but too strong to give in to death. His hair was a pale grey with hints of the color it had once been, and although she could not see his eyes, she knew that they were green. It was one of the striking things about him. He rode with dignity and some bearing, but his gaze wandered from side to side, almost as if he were seeking something. It was said that he was doddering and suggestible. There was, in Fiona's view, no truth to the former accusation, the latter was left open. What was not, and had never been, in doubt was the extreme pride and affection that he felt for his sons. All men knew that sons were necessary, but between father and son there was sometimes an older man's envy and caution of another man's youthful prowess, and a younger man's impatience with the hard-won wisdom of years, and his desire for power stripped of those limitations. Hector had been very much the younger man of that dangerous combination, but Girani had never been the older. To the Tiragnate's left was a younger man, with a perfect chin, a sharp eye, and hair the color of a cloudy night. He did not wear hat or helm, which was foolish, and he sat astride his great mount with a particular stiffness. But Aleph di Lorenza could do very little that deprived him of the graceful presence and beauty that he had been born to. In fact, with the exception of Ser Maro de Gherardi, there was no more beautiful man in the courts of the clans. But where Maro was carefully neutral toward his cousin, the Tiragnate, Aleph was devoted. Hector had the ability to bind, with loyalty, the clansmen around him. Aleph proved himself to be no exception. As she studied the lines of his face, the center of the procession stopped, horses awkwardly held back by the reins of the Tiragnate. Fiona froze as those green eyes looked up the slope. They skirted her shaded face, her perfect hair, and fell upon the woman who sat at her side. "What, is that not Tyr I see?" His full, deep voice carried against the wind. Sarah Teresa laughed, and the laughter was almost sown, it sounded so right. She lifted her hand, and the sweep of colored silk that was one of many forms of modesty a woman might choose caught the light as she brought it to cover her mouth and chin. The Tiragnate spoke a word or two to his Kai. Hector frowned but made no reply. Satisfied, although Fiona privately thought the son somewhat ill-mannered in his coolness, the older man shouted ahead to the Tyrant. The force of his voice carried the command. They stopped at once, in a near-even line, and Fiona realized that only a very foolish man or woman could believe all that was said about this man's supposed dotage. What, she thought, did he want with Sarah Teresa? She dared a sideways glance at the Sarah Teresa. The older woman's lips were turned up in a half-smile that spoke of a shared past. It was a brief smile, and Fiona was not certain that it reached her eyes. With Teresa, it was hard to tell. Her face was the most expressive mask that Fiona had ever seen. And Fiona was herself no ill-trained concubine. "Natir," the Tiragnate said, his voice still booming as his strides cut the distance between them. She waited calmly, and then turned and whispered a word, behind the scant protection of her pretty fan, to the girl who sat to her left. Sarah Diora di Marano began to play. Fiona had thought, until the sound of the notes filled the air with a resonant clarity, that Diora had been playing all afternoon, but the sound that came from the harp now was no mere idle pleasantry, no waft of notes carried airborne by careless breeze. There was will behind it, and heart, and a turn of strings phrase that only a master could have executed so eloquently. Even the Tiragnate seemed surprised by the quality of the wordless song that she played. He froze completely when she began to sing. Fiona froze as well. She was certain, as she listened, that the winds themselves halted their passage a moment. Why, she thought, has Sendari never commanded his daughter to sing for us? For any of his guests? Pique at the fact that it was Teresa, and not Fiona, under whose guidance the girl now lived, rose and asserted its dominant place, breaking the sweet quality of the younger woman's spell. But upon the face of Tiragnate Girani Kai di Lorenza there was no such pique. Nothing rose to replace the quiet hush the wake of the young Sarah's song left. He was a man, but even so, Fiona thought she caught a glimmering at the edges of his eyes. For a moment, he looked his age, his lashes, frosted white, swept down over green, bright eyes. "The sun," the old man said, as he bowed directly to the Sarah Teresa, "is in my eyes." And so, the Sarah replied, "You will tell me that I have not aged at all, that the wind has worn no lines, the sun no common freckles, across my skin, that I am all that you remember." Fiona was surprised, the older man, less so. His laughter started the wind again as noise returned to the hill. "You are," Ser Girani said, "more than I remember. My memory holds no such vibrancy, and no such ready wit." He bowed again. "But please, if you find my request not too bold, I would be honored by an introduction to the two ladies who wait so perfectly to either side." "You are always bold," the Sarah replied, but we would be disappointed with less, because you are first among clansmen. He laughed again, well pleased. This, Tiragnate, is the Sarah Fiona and Murano. She graces Wyden Sendari di Murano's harem and his life with her perfect companionship. Sarah Fiona blushed perfectly and bowed her head, aware as she did that her hair caught the edges of sunlight and gleamed a moment like living silk. Aware also that his interest in her was perfunctory at best, but not annoyed by it. Too great an interest would be an insult to a married woman's husband. And this, Sarah Teresa said, turning her fan, her gaze, and the Tiragnate's attention, to her niece, is the Sarah Diora di Murano. Giovanni raised a peppered brow a moment, and then it fell as his eyes narrowed. He had never developed a courtly mask. Di Murano, he asked. Di Murano. The clansman bowed to Diora, and held that bow a fraction of a second longer than politeness or rank, for she had no true rank, demanded. It has been many a year, he told her, attempting the smile of a paternal relative, and you were not so tall, so fair, or so strong a voice then. I did not recognize you. But now I understand why you. The Sarah Teresa's perfect smile froze in place a moment, the half-sentence hung in the air like the edge of a blade poised to strike. He is going to refer to the dead Tyr, Fiona thought, paling completely. She averted her gaze. Why you are called, the Tiragnate continued, smoothing over awkward silence, the flower of the Dominion. The Sarah Diora said nothing, but lowered her head very prettily. Her fingers touched the harp's strings again. And I would very much be honored, the older man continued, if, with your father's permission, I might hear the music you bring to a proper, southern instrument. The northern harp is pretty enough, but it does not carry the weight of our history. The honor, the Sarah Teresa replied, very properly, would be ours. Ser Giovanni looked from the older woman to the younger. Natir, he said at last, as Diora's wordless song opened a space for conversation, at this moment I have two desires. And you will remember that you are in the company of women, with no certain in evidence. Fiona felt a certain shock or envy at the older woman's boldness, for she was almost familiar in her term of address. He laughed. Could I forget, when you are among that company? His laughter left a smile across both of their faces, genuine smiles, if momentary ones. What was I saying before your impertinent interruption? Ah, yes, that I have two desires, dot. And those, she asked, in a most innocent tone. That your Kai, what was his name, Adano? As you know well, Tiragnate. He is the Torregar Adano Kai di Murano, and he serves the Tiragnate Mario di Lamberto. Yes, that does sound familiar. In fact, it sounds like the name of the man who thrice refused the offer of a tear for the hand of an unmarried sister. The Tiragnate smile was a grim one, if genuine. It softened slightly. I would change that, in a moment, if I could. My first desire, Natir, has changed very little in the last 2 decades. You would be a wife worthy of the title, of the clan, and of the Terrian. Even now. Especially now. She sat very still and said nothing at all, but her face was raised to catch both sunlight and the green light of his gaze. She flinched from neither. And then, slowly, she raised the fan in her lap until it touched the tip of her nose. My second desire, and a more attainable one, that your niece, the Sarah Diora, might grow from being the flower of the Dominion to the lady of the festival. Ah, Ser Giovanni, you are kind, and you flatter. To be named the lady of the festival is the highest honor that a woman can achieve among the clansmen. I fear that there are many, many women who will be held up as worthy of that attention. Yes, the Tiragnate said. But when she sings, there is not a clansman alive who will not desire to have that voice raised in praise of the Lord of the Sun. The Lord himself must have guided me to this hillock in this meeting. It is his will. It is the will, Sarah Teresa replied, of a man of power. Teresa. Sarah Teresa lifted her chin and turned her face slowly to meet the gaze of the one man who was allowed to enter, unannounced, into the heart of her chambers. Sendari. I do not know what game you are playing, but you will cease at once, but... As you command, she replied smoothly. Giving, as usual, nothing. Sendari was weary and angry and aware that neither of these two could directly be laid at Teresa's lap. Alesso, he had chosen to avoid for the day. They were uneasy with the unspoken, and unable to put into words the difficulties that were growing between them. Or so he felt. To come, from the day's contemplation and study, to the side of his wife, to hear from her stilted but genuine praise of his daughter's voice, a voice which, she said, in her least pleasing tones, could have served the Wyden's cause, had it been but made known, was difficult enough. To forbid Fiona to speak further of it, for his own peace, had been grating. But to hear, after forbidding further speech, that the Tiragnate Giovanni Kai di Lorenza believed that he had the right to propose that his daughter, his Diora, be put up on a platform with some ridiculous title, so that the whole of the clans might see and hear her, that had been far, far worse. He had slept alone that night, and had barely managed to contain his anger. He still had no desire to be confronted with the presence of his disobedient wife. "Teresa," he said, the single word sharp enough to be a curse. "Sendari? What occurred yesterday afternoon?" Ser Girani was riding with his tyrant and his family. He happened upon us while we were making use of the pavilion of restful repose. "And that is all?" He heard Diora singing, she continued, and he knew that she knew what Fiona had said. And he felt that she would be the perfect lady of the sun. "And he said this to you, rather than to me?" "The choice," was her grave reply, "is not yours alone to make, Sendari. You know as well as I that there will be a lady of the festival, you know, as well as I, that it is a singular honor to be so chosen, and you know, better than I, that this festival, more than any other, the choice that is made, the lady who is presented, will be critical." "There is no tear," Teresa said. What she did not say loomed large between them, that the choosing of the woman, the unmarried woman, who would bear the title and the privilege of the Lady of the Sun, had been the prerogative of the Tiragar. "There will be no sun sword," the Sarah continued, although the set expression of Sendari's face served as a warning. "You cannot afford to have a festival in which there is no lady, or worse, there is a lady who is poorly chosen, whether she be politically wise or no." She bowed her head to her knees. "Forgive my boldness, brother." There was, of course, no contrition whatever in her voice. "She will not be put on display again. She is the flower of the Dominion. She is the woman that the Tyr himself chose as the worthy wife to the man who would have ruled the Dominion. She is alive, he is not. But think, the flower of the Dominion is in blossom, and that is the implication that you might make clear. The Kai of the Leon clan was not man enough to hold her, to own her." "Teresa. I will not continue, brother. You know the truth of the words I speak better than I, and I once again beg your forgiveness, if you find it in your heart to grant it, for my boldness." Sendari felt cold, although the day was hot, even given the season. "I will send her home," he thought, and then realized belatedly that home in the Terrian of Mancorvo was long lost. The war had already started. "What is your game, Teresa?" "I play no game, Sendari." He knew the truth when he heard it, he knew that she spoke truth. And that was the trap with his lovely sister, she chose to speak as much of the truth as she could, whenever she could, and always to her own ends. Sara Diora di Marano sat behind the closed silk of perfectly made screens. The sun was low, the morning young, it was cool, or as cool as it would be during the daylight hours. This year, the sun's fire was hot. The northern harp lay, untouched, on a cushion by her lap. The samisen lay against her folded knees. Her fingers, moving in small, contained circles, touched neither. Instead, they traced a familiar path, 3 paths each golden. She spoke 3 names, or rather, her lips formed the syllables, she did not allow a breath to escape them. It was hard, she realized that it would be harder still. And she pressed those circles into the flesh of her smooth, perfect palms as if they were talismans against her weakness. She did not remember the large, friendly man who called Sarah Teresa Natir with such impunity. She did not recognize anything about him but the strains of his voice, and even these were changed enough by time that they only felt familiar. Voices were always the first thing that made an impression with her, they were always the last thing that left her memory. She liked him. She had not thought to like him. A sound caught her attention, her hands fell at once to her lap, and rested there gracefully, as if the lap was the only proper place for a woman's hands. "Not Dio? Ona Teresa. Your father has requested that you do not venture out today. He fears for the sun's heat." "Yes, Ona Teresa. But, Diora, please. Remember who you are, and who you will be after this festival's passage. Dress appropriately. If you need aid, I will send Ramdan to help you." The younger woman nodded her acquiescence without turning to look over her shoulder. She waited a moment and then nodded quietly to herself. Only Sarah Teresa could move so quietly that the screens themselves barely whispered the sound of her passage. She chose silks the color of the evening sky, with golden fires and a white border to take away the depth of darkness. These were not the colors of the open day, not a young woman's colors, but as a woman returned to her father's clan, Diora was not in a situation for which they were acceptable. Her hair, she left long, although with the help of Ramdan she added white flowers down the left side of her face, pinning them carefully against strands of hair stiffened for just that purpose. A woman of the clans, an unmarried woman, did not travel without certain. There were no certain at her disposal, given her father's request. And because she was the obedient daughter and the perfectly trained wife, she waited. Radan Fredero Kai Elsol was a tired man, and a lonely one. His hair, this past month, had lost the black sheen of shadow that spoke of youth, grey had appeared in the darkness during which the clan Leon had been lost to the dominion of Anagar, and it had been growing steadily paler as the season progressed. He knew that the Radan in the ranks beneath him whispered about it when his back was turned, and tried his best not to be bothered by the words they did not speak to his face. Because the words that were spoken were infinitely worse. It is not right, he thought, as he bowed his head to one knee and held it there for just as long, for longer, if truth be told, than he had ever done with the Tir Leon, the man whose bloodline had rid the dominion of the taint of darkness. But right or not, he bowed, it was the way of the Lord. Alesso di Morant had strength and power, the fact that he stood, while Fredero knelt, was proof enough of that. In the absence of the Leon clan, you are the voice of the Lord of the Sun. Alesso made the fact sound as flimsy and inconsequential as his actions over these last 2 weeks had made it. For this alone, Fredero would not forgive. He rose at the almost imperceptible and impatient dip of the general's chin. Permission. I am aware of that singular honor, the Radan replied neutrally. Yet you have done very little to prepare yourself for the festival. You are aware, General, that the festival of the sun requires that the hidden devotions be performed by all of the Radan. Alesso di Morant shrugged. We have lost 2 men to the fires, and as passage between the Tyrians has been restricted for the moment, there have been no Radan to replace them. The Kai clapped his hands twice, sharply, and the temple servitors came at once to do his bidding. Here, in the Tor Leon, the Seraphs did not wait upon the Radan, no slave, no indentured man, was considered fit to serve these most exalted of the Lord's servants. The servitors carried weapons, and engraved upon the hilt of each sword and dagger was the symbol of the ascendant sun, although the rays were an indistinguishable halo around the golden disc itself. Their weapons were sheathed, and would remain so, unless the Kai El Sol commanded otherwise. He did not, but instead nodded as the servitors lifted a decanter. Alesso di Morant accepted the hospitality of the Lord, taking the water that was so carefully poured into glasscut in just such a way that the light shone brilliantly through the liquid. I am aware, he replied, his lips still glistening, that you have had a difficult season. His tone was perfectly neutral, and his gaze was unblinking. But I am confident that you will rise to the occasion. Fredero waved the armed men to one side. These servitors were loyal to the Radan Kai El Sol, or at least, that was the theory. With Seraphs, ensuring loyalty was a much easier process. But although the servitors were clansmen of little note, they were still clansmen, and they harbored ambitions. Fredero stopped himself from running a hand through his hair. He had never felt so weary. This year, he thought, and felt the keen edge of a cold wind. He wondered if it were fancy, or if the chill were a premonition, the shadow cast by the sun's light, that spoke of things not yet seen, not yet past. His death. And if it came to pass? Then he would face it as a servant of the Lord, and he would die on his feet. Or a lifetime of service would mean nothing, in the end, he would be sent to the whirlwind, with the rest of the weak and the undeserving. Which of the many things that the festival requires brings you to us? A thing of minor consequence. Ah. Not the sun sword, then. Name it. As you are the representatives of the Lord for this festival season, it falls upon you to make the choice of the woman who will be the Lord's consort for the 3 days, but... Had he been facing any man but the General Alesso di Morant, Fredero would have been outraged. He was outraged now, but swallowed the anger, burying it before it had a chance to reach his face. No woman, no matter how politically powerful her clan was, could be considered a matter of such urgency that the Kai El Sol could be pulled from his chambers with impunity before morning contemplations had been completed. You have candidates whom you wish us to consider for this honor. Indeed. And they are? There is only one, but she is the recommended choice of the 2 Tiragnati who have come to honor the Lord's festival and his commandment by coming to the Tor Leon this year. I see. Fredero struggled to contain his anger, failed. He was well aware that General Alesso di Morant knew, as fact, that the clan which had birthed him was no less a clan than Lamberto. Before he took the test and made the vow under the burning eyes of the Lord, he had been called Fredero Par di Lamberto, the 4th son of 4 steady sons. The younger brother of Tiragnate Mario di Lamberto, the only Tir to openly rebuff the general. He was also well aware of the fact that the general, as all the clansmen, knew full well that men of honor could serve only one master, and that master, for the Radan, was not blood but the will of the Lord. To step upon the path, to become Radan, they disavowed their birth, and the responsibilities, if not the affection, that birth burdened them with. When they lifted sword and girded themselves again, they were El Sol. Bound by word to the Lord himself and to no other. The implication was a slap in the face, worse. It called into question the honor of the vow taken. The dark lashes that framed the general's eyes narrowed. The Kai El Sol said nothing. They stayed thus a moment, weighing, and then the general chose to speak. The woman to be so honored is the Sera Diora di Murano. If he had hoped to shock, Fredero gratified him, his eyes widened involuntarily as the name sank roots in memory. Those roots did not have far to go. The Kai Leon's delicate, perfect wife. Widow, he corrected himself grimly. I trust that the recommendation will meet with your approval, and look forward to hearing from you before the sun reaches full height today. *****. Chapter 23. The widened Sendari was beside himself, although the emotion that disturbed him in the isolated chambers in which he honed and sharpened his craft was not easily named. His legs ached, he had been kneeling in the posture for almost 2 hours, if the sands were not thickened by the odd humidity of the day. The screens were closed and guarded from without by his most trusted surgeon. He was used to the total privacy that doors provided, but if one lived within the Tour Lion, one could not insist upon changing the architecture on a whim, be it even a widens. Flames leaped up, breaking contact with the black iron of the brazier that barely contained them. They shone against the floor, a passing orange glow that could, if unleashed, turn hardwood into ash in mere seconds. He was master here. The fires fought him, but there was no contest. His hold over this element was unquestioned and unquestionable. And always, when he sat in the quiet, partly darkened rooms in which he was master of the elements, it was the things that he could not control without doubt, the things over which his study, his speciality, his authority held little sway, which came to haunt him. Diora. She was ice and shadow. There lay, across her perfect face, no hint of the child that she had once been. Even upon the eve of her marriage to the Kylian, she had shown him a glimpse of that younger self, a wisp of youth's impulsiveness and double-edged innocence. What did it mean? Oh, he writhed, asking the question, because he was a man to whom answers, or the getting of them, had become a force of nature, an obsessive desire. And because when he thought on it, and he attempted to dismiss it as women's affairs, things beneath his notice, he turned again to Alora. Alora's brief life. Her death. Her love. He lifted his hands, clapped twice, guttering the flames that struggled against his command. Where are they, Teresa? Where are what, my brother? The rings. She wore rings, the first night. The first night? Damn her. Damn Alora. Let them both flee to the winds of the afterlife, and cling together, as they once had. The night that the clan Leon perished. She said something, and he realized that he was close to the edge. The desire to strike her was visceral. And he could, it was his right. But to start was to start. He did not know where the end to that drama lay. Did not know if, truly, his anger did not lie in another decade, with another woman. Did she know his daughter as well as she had known his wife? Did Diora show her more, tell her more, let her see the vulnerability that he was certain lay somewhere beneath the facade she presented him whenever they came to be together? He had left the Sarah with her seraphs, he had walked the grounds of the Tour Lion, seeing nothing but the too sharp sparkle of sunlight from the lake's waters, a sparkle not unlike the glint of lamplight over gold, over bands of gold, and had finally retreated to his circle of contemplation, there to immerse himself in the art which had made him a man of note and power among the clansmen. She is her mother's daughter. And in this room, without even seraphs for company, widened Sendari di Murano acknowledged the fact that he was both afraid for his lovely daughter, and afraid of her, and he could not say which of the two was worse. Fredero Kai El Sol left his circle of contemplation a much calmer man. Rising, he gathered his robes about him, fitting them with the broad golden sash of his office. He carefully lifted his scabbard from its resting place, and girded himself. The mighty among the clansmen were attended by seraphs, the mighty among the Radin knew that men relied upon their own devices and their own strength, and were so judged by God. They could, he thought, with a hint of wryness, be counted upon to dress themselves decently. He left his chambers, and as the servitors quietly pulled the screens wide, a breeze gusted in, carrying with it the scent of the rushes and the lilies that took their life from the waters of the Tour Lion. For a moment, he was the Kai El Sol, the man upon whose broad shoulders the worship of the Lord of the Sun rested. The servitors bowed with a deep and perfect respect, and he judged that respect genuine. The Radin had survived darker days than these. But those days, he knew, were the days before the coming of the clan Leon. What waited now that that clan had passed? Peace was such a fragile thing. Kai El Sol, the four-par El Sol await you. Thank you. It was Maracas who had summoned the Radin, it was his right, as par, and it did not surprise the Kai El Sol. Maracas was most sensitive to the needs of the followers of the church, and if the rest of the par and the Kai felt that Maracas' attention strayed at times too close to the lady's dominion, he was still much respected and honored among the Radin. Perhaps not as greatly feared as the rest, but that, too, was not surprising, although he was broad of shoulder and chest, and at least as tall as the Kai. No, his was that rare demeanor among men of power, that of a gentleman. But the Kai El Sol knew that when the need was great, Maracas par El Sol could be counted upon both to wield a sword and to finish a battle. If he did not insist that lesser men live on their knees, he did not live on his. A difficult balance to maintain. But there were other reasons that he was indulged in a way that not even the Kai could be said to be indulged, other reasons why his excursions into the affairs of the common clansmen and the seraphs caused most to glance in the other direction. He had a touch of the lady's blood about him, both an unpredictable wildness and a strength. The lady's hands. He was a healer born. Not even the greater clansmen knew this secret. Maracas had grayed early, a frosty patina over hair as black as the burning rocks, although the bronze of his sun-warmed skin did not give way easily to other signs of age. He was, and insisted upon remaining, clean-shaven, although at times it had proved inconvenient. His eyes were brown, although they were neither dark enough to be mysterious nor light enough to be interesting, and if they had a haunted air about them, no one was foolish enough to wonder aloud what they'd seen. The Kai El Sol was always pleased to see Maracas. Or almost always pleased. He felt the smile that had come, unbidden, to his lips freeze and die there as he met the eyes of the man who was a mere 3 years his elder. Maracas, he said, his tone light. It is not the custom. Kai, Maracas replied, lifting a hand and begging, with his expression, for indulgence. I must ask you to trust me. This is a matter of urgency. And this, Pedro Par El Sol said, is a private meeting. You know the signs, Rat-An. You have given them in surety. Pedro was younger than either the Kai or Maracas, but he was easily a match for his eiders. Smooth-tongued and soft of voice, he was good with a sword, and had never once faltered in the test of fires. He was handsome, in the way that men in their prime are. He was attractive because his arrogance permeated every aspect of his life in such a manner that it spoke of sure power. Maracas nodded grimly. I must ask, he said gravely, that you trust me. He paused, glanced once at the woman, the unadorned woman, who sat, beneath the cloth of a poor silk sari in a too heavy veil, and then sighed. Sliding his hands to his side, he removed the sword that he carried, and laid it to rest at the center of the circle around which the 5 men sat. Before the Lord, he said, I will renounce all claim to honor and light if I endanger the Rat-An by my boldness. Pedro frowned, but nodded gracefully in the Kai's direction. Neither of the other 2 Rat-An, the oldest, Samadar, or the youngest, Samuel, spoke a word. The woman did not remove her veils. She sat, with her chin bowed almost to her chest, as if aware, and how could she be otherwise, that her presence was an affront to the men who had been judged the most worthy of all those who served the Lord. Or at least it seemed so for a moment. Her movements dashed that happy and reasonable illusion, although it took the Kai El Sol a moment before he realized why the lift of her hands, and their odd, supple dance through the air, seemed familiar to him. They were not the gestures of an exotic dancer, they were similar in feel and in texture to the concentration and contemplations of the Widen. Women were not allowed to bear the sword of knowledge, although it had never been said that women were incapable of taking the test and surviving it. For they learned, it was said, when they learned the arts, in the service of the lady. He was almost too shocked to react. The world's strangeness, the threat and the sacrilege inherent in it, washed away the peace that the contemplations had, momentarily, given him. Had he thought the offered sword theatrical? That amusement passed. Had Maracas laid his head upon the table, divorced from neck and body, it might not have been enough to make this tolerable. And yet, he waited. She spoke 3 words, her hands sliding through the air as if the air were liquid, and at that, a heavy one. And then she nodded, although she did not lift the veil from her hidden face. Maracas inclined his head in reply, and she seemed to melt into the shadows, slight though they were, at his back. Forgive me, Kai, he said, his voice shaking slightly. Forgive me, brothers. But I did not undertake this lightly, nor without thought. Maracas, Samadar said, speaking for the first time this day while he stroked a platinum beard, we will perish of old age if you are allowed to continue your apologies to a length appropriate to the gravity of your offense. And I, Maracas countered, will perish at a young age if I do not at least make an attempt. We are under the eyes of the Lord, he added. I believe, the oldest of the Rat-An replied, we're aware of that. His voice was as dry as the desert plains. This visitor. I assume that she has taken pains to guard this conversation from the ears of unwanted eavesdroppers? Why, yes. Samadar inclined a head as white as his beard in the direction of the woman who sat to one side and behind the Rat-An. The lady, he said, has her place. It is not this one, but if the Lord hears this thing that must be said in such a protected silence, and the Lord deems it worthy, you will have done us a service, but... If the Lord hears, the woman replied, which was shocking, and he chooses to act, you will repay the service 1,000-fold before it is over. Be still, Rat-An Maracas Par El Sol said, with a very real anger. She subsided at once. This has much to do with the death of the Leon clan, he then continued, breaking the uncomfortable silence left in the echo of her words, speaking to his peers as if the interruption had never taken place. Or rather, as if he wished it had not, he was not so smooth an actor. If you tell us that you've discovered that the General Alesso Demerant ordered the deaths, Pedro said softly, I will lose my temper. I have, in fact, discovered just that, was Maracas' reply. If he noticed the sarcasm behind Pedro's cool words, he did not bridle. Although I believe we have all accepted that as fact long before today. Patience, Pedro, Samadar said. For nights after the burning waters and the butchered clan, 3 seraphs died. They are buried in the Tor, in an unmarked and unblessed grave. Seraphs die all the time, Petter said. Yes. But these men died because they served Demorent, and they were witness to the arrival of one of the general's allies. He leaned forward, his chest touching the ground. My brothers, the ally was one of the kin. Maracas was not a liar. It did not occur to any of his 4 companions to accuse him of being one, although each man had his own reasons for wishing they could believe otherwise. As usual, after so grave a statement, it was Petter who spoke. How did you come by this knowledge? The Kai took a breath as Radan Petter Par Elsol met his brother's unblinking gaze. There were 4 seraphs. I see. And the 4th somehow managed to escape? It was not immediately obvious to the 4 that they were to be executed for witnessing the arrival of the creature. They have served Morent for decades, or rather, had, and they have seen many things that Morent would prefer to keep hidden. Maracas frowned. The seraphs are under the Lord's dominion, but they do not serve the Lord. They have their own credo, and their own place, in this life and the next. This seraph almost did not leave, although he knew that the certain who would follow in the wake of the general's departure were meant to be his death. But he knew what the presence of the kin presaged. And in the end, he chose to end his honorable service to the general to deliver that information. It was, Maracas added, well aware that the rest of the Radan considered the time he took to speak with the seraphs an indulgence of whim at best, a sign of weakness at worst, an act of courage. The seraphs believe that, in serving truly, and in enduring the test of that service, they prove their honor and their worth. To leave, not for the sake of escape, but the sake of betrayal may cost the man everything he has ever worked for in life. But he knows the legend of Leon and the Lord, and he remembers the tales of the Lord of Night. He found, in the Tour Leon, a woman whom he believed served the interests of the lady. And she? I do not know. He lifted a hand to forestall the words that were forming on Petter's lips. It was a condition placed upon me by the woman who delivered this information, and I accepted it with honor. I will not see it broken without due cause. Very well, Maracas, the Kai said softly. But continue this story, and continue quickly. If I understand the working of the lady's spell, our privacy is guaranteed at a cost, and it would not serve our cause, or the Lord's, to waste the time we've been given. Yes, Kai El Sol. The Kai privately wished that Maracas would dispense with proper form altogether, but he did not correct the younger man's deferential dip of shoulders and chin. Not because he was afraid of being seen as a Kai who tolerated lack of respect and slovenly behavior, but because it would have wasted time. Later. The woman in question came into contact with the lady's servants, and this woman came, as a seraph, into the Tour Leon. I do not know how, and again, I have chosen to remain ignorant. She demonstrated the use of her learned talent, and then told me what I have told you. I did not wish to believe it, he continued, his eyes growing slightly unfocused as he stared into a past that his words were slowly making real for the rest of the Radan. But I could not dismiss such a claim, for it would explain much. I began to have the general watched. You did what? Again, Maracas flushed and bowed in the submissive posture, touching his head to the polished round upon which his sword lay. I could not bring this to your attention, Kai. Not without proof. Not now. He swallowed. And I am not certain that the rest of the Radan or the servitors would share our concerns. General Alesso Demorent is a popular man among those who follow the way of the sword, he has his friends among our number. He paled, and the Kai El Sol knew exactly what he would hear next. I didn't ask the Radan for aid, I did not rely upon servitors. Fredero raised a hand that was, surprisingly, steady. The gesture stemmed the flow of Petter's outrage. Samuel, the youngest, was remarkable in his restraint, his lips were lined white, but he said not a word. And 2 evenings ago, when the sun was almost gone from the sky and the lady's tenure begun, one of the kin came. The general sent away the lone seraph who served him and his compatriot. And that compatriot, The Wyden Sendari Par di Murano. Wyden, the Kai said, the tone of his voice giving insult that words alone could not convey. The creature approached after the girl left them. It was almost entirely human in appearance, but the signs were there for those who know how to look. The ensuing conversation left little room for doubt. What do you mean? First, that Alesso Demorent asked for the aid of the kin, one who was called Lord Etridian. Kin Lord, Samuel said, and he did pale. Don't interrupt, Samuel. Continue. The kin lord, if that's what it was, chose to attack the greater assembly of the northern infidels while the kings were in session. Not a man at this table would shed a tear for the loss of the northerners. In fact, Samadar's nod was a grim one that contained, for a moment, some pleasure. The enemy of an enemy was almost as good as a friend. To a foolish man. And these 5 were anything but. The creature was not supposed to attack the northerners. He was to assassinate a single Anagarian hostage. Ser Vaildan Kai de Leon. The name hit the table as if it were an axe, and although the sound of its syllables did not even leave an echo, it marked the men who heard it. Each had become accustomed enough to hiding his scars that little of their surprise showed. He failed. The Kai El Sol closed his eyes a moment. Thank you, maracas. There's more. How much more? Only one thing. Tiragnate Ramiro de Calesta was at the imperial court and in the hall when the attack occurred. Fredero heard the name and nodded neutrally, thinking that, of all men, it would have to be Ramiro de Calesta. A man who had been Lamberto's worst enemy for decades. A man who did not understand the concept of honor. The woman collapsed before they could discuss the proper response to the news that maracas brought. A sudden huff of air, like a weak gust of breeze, and she toppled, the closing punctuation to their debate. Fredero felt a pang, something akin to guilt. He knew the cost would be high, and hoped that she survived it. Because they would need her services again in the days to follow. Why, he thought, did the enemy not hide his conversation in such a way? There was no answer to the question, at least not until the woman regained consciousness, if she ever did. Still, the Lord had put the woman in his path, and would forgive him for keeping her hidden in the confines of the greater temple. The servitors would not, unfortunately. It meant a risk to himself. Because only those who were absolutely trusted, and there were very, very few, were allowed into the Kai's personal chambers, and for that reason, he had chosen to harbor this unlikely ally there. Wyden Sendari, the seraph said, in a rush of breath. The Wyden so named looked up from the open tome that stood, carefully propped, beneath a lamp's glow. He did not recognize the seraph, and knew by his hasty entrance and his clumsy posture that this was not one of his. Fiona was meticulous. If out of favor, she would not embarrass him by allowing a seraph with this lack of grace to serve his household. Nor would she choose to send any one of her hand-picked prizes into his den while he studied. It was expressly forbidden, and he had made clear, with the execution of the first such seraph, that he would not brook her disobedience in this regard. I am, he told the seraph coldly, the Wyden Sendari. Why have you chosen to interrupt me? His voice carried his mood, and his mood was a dark one. The seraph crumpled at once into a frozen heap, head and hair. The hair was particularly fine, strewn gleaming across the kneeling mats. My master bid me come at once. He says it is most urgent. Who is your master? The Wyden designate Alberto par Dioclenses. Sendari was silent for a full minute. He could sense the seraph's discomfort, but it did not amuse him. It had ceased to mean anything at all, except perhaps that Alberto was in want of a wife who could better choose the seraphs in his indenture. Tell Wyden designate Alberto par Dioclenses that the Wyden Sendari par di Murano would appreciate the honor of his company in the inner chamber. He turned and carefully closed the book. Tell him that I will leave at once. The Wyden designate was, in Sendari's opinion, born with a strong enough talent to rise quickly in the hierarchy of the Sword of Knowledge if he survived its testing. If he did not choose to undertake that test, he would be any Wyden's worthy ally, but there were spells and histories that would never be his, by right of the Swords test, to learn. He'd achieved the title of Wyden designate at Sendari's behest, and with Sendari's voice behind him, which was more than many a man in his lesser position could say. But it was less than Alberto should have been able to say. Sendari did not fully understand the younger man, because he could not see, in the younger man's study, that intensity of obsession that guided so many of the Wyden. And youth was the age of such passionate risk. Still, as Wyden designate, Alberto was allowed the use of some of the facilities which had been set aside by the tiers for the Sword of Knowledge, a scabbard, a way of sheathing that double-edged weapon. He could not descend into the deeps that lay at the heart of the building itself. No man who had not faced the test of the sword could. But the inner chamber was good enough. They could speak, there. He found Alberto, in a robe that was obviously too large, waiting in a shroud of silence that was, in itself, a commingling of awe and that terrible meekness that would, in Sendari's reluctant opinion, be his undoing. It was very hard not to snap at someone who seemed on the verge of cringing, but Sendari was a man who had developed enough self-control that he sat with grace and ease, putting unseen effort into making the younger man feel less ill at ease. The Lord knew that he could not be more ill at ease. Of course, such ease as he managed to achieve would not survive the questioning. Wyden Sendari, Alberto said, rising. The Wyden waved him back into the cushions, thinking that he had once been like this awkward man. Wondering if this man ever dreamed of being a founder, of writing his name in a bloodline for the immortality that history offered. He put the thought aside, wondering at himself. Alberto. He joined him, and seraphs came, seraphs who were, in every possible way, superior to the single seraph Alberto owned. They offered wine and sweet water and fruit. It was past the hour for the midday meal, and although neither man had taken the time to eat, for very different reasons, neither felt the desire for food. Sendari glanced around the inner chamber. At any given time, the Wyden who sought the company of their peers gathered here. They politicked, they ate, they debated, and they parted company. There was no bloodshed in any part of the edifice except that part which was hidden, and the Wyden might, if they desired it, practice a small part of their art here. For this reason, it was the safest of all places for two of the Wyden to meet and converse. "What have you discovered?" Sendari began, without preamble. "Nothing," Alberto said. "I mean, it's probably nothing, Wyden. But it was unusual, and you gave strict orders that I was to report the unusual." "Report it, then, without apology. I will not fault you for obeying the orders that I have given without attempting to second-guess my desire." "Thank you, Wyden." "It's the Rat-An," the younger man said, relaxing slightly. It couldn't be anything else, Sendari thought, and bit the acerbic words back. Alberto had been assigned the watch, the careful, magically aided watch of the Rat-An. A Wyden could not constantly listen to the Rat-An, he could not constantly see them. Not even Cordano, the man who ruled the Sword of Knowledge, had the power for such a continuous undertaking. But he could, with the aid of a carefully placed servitor or two, be called upon at just the right time. Foci had been put into place, foci crafted by Sendari himself, that might draw and hone the listening skills of a mage of power. Alberto was assigned to take messages of import from the select servitors who spied, in Alesso's service, upon the Rat-An, and to invoke the power of the foci when necessary. The Kai El Sol called a meeting with his brethren today. Sendari waited as patiently as he could. "I thought it would have something to do with the request that the general made of them early this morning." "Request?" The word was so neutral that the younger man did not realize he could get caught by it, in it. "The general went to the Kai El Sol this morning," Alberto said. "And had the Kai El Sol disturbed before he had finished the morning contemplations." "I see." The Kai El Sol was not happy. He was even less so when he discovered the trivial nature of the general's visit. He was wise enough, however, to vent his anger after the general left him. The younger man shrugged, the gesture more of a nervous twitch than an expression of nonchalance. "But he had not yet fulfilled the general's request when I left my watch and sent word to you." Alberto's voice made clear what he thought of the wisdom of that. "I see." The Wyden was quiet a moment as he considered the courses this conversation could take, and what they would reveal. Even to Alberto. He wavered, not wanting to crack the facade of perfect cooperation behind which he and Alesso often struggled, but wanting very much to know what he already suspected. As was often the case, the desire to know one, although the contest, which did not reach the lines of his face or the posture of his body at all, was fierce. "I would not have had the Kai El Sol disturbed for the sake of triviality," Sendari said softly. "Although his sword has been blunted, it still girds him. I prefer to treat the Kai El Sol with caution." This was truth, and it was further truth that Alesso himself did not consider the Rat-An a threat, although Sendari was peripherally aware that the Shining Court did so much as an unwieldy and uncooperative weapon, to be used until such legitimacy as the Festival of the Sun could still bring, was laid across his brow. There were, Sendari said, lowering his voice and changing his posture in such a way that one watching carefully might still not have understood how he suggested, by the minutiae of gesture, confederacy. "3 matters that I consider to be unworthy of the attention of the Rat-An. We discussed these, and the general retreated to consider my position." "Oh," Alberto said, as if Sendari's words were heavy with meaning and significance. "The matter that he disturbed the Kai El Sol for would bring honor to your family." "Ah," the Wyden replied, lifting a hand in a call for silence. "I believe I understand. And I do not believe that it is a matter I can, with humility, discuss further." His smile was stiff, but it was there. "The Kai El Sol has not yet acceded to this request?" "No, Wyden, but I believe it inevitable. If the Kai makes a stand, it will not be over something of this nature." "I concur." The Wyden paused, lifting his hand silently. A seraph came at once, as if bidden. He marveled, at times, that they could be so sensitive to the slightest movements of the men they served, even though he was aware that their lives depended on it. "Wine," he said softly, before the seraph could speak. The dark liquid, for it was the season for the deepest of the wines, was slightly chilled, the act of a Wyden's power, or more likely, a Wyden designate. Sendari breathed in the scent of the wine, and held it a moment in his lungs. He exhaled. "You did not call me here to discuss the temper of the Kai El Sol." "No, Wyden." "Good." Sendari's smile was humorless. "Tell me." The Council of the Five was called. "The Hand of God?" "Yes, Wyden." "And?" "The Rat-An have either discovered, and neutralized, the foci that we had placed in the chamber of the Five, or one of the Wyden was with them, and cast the spell of private speech, but..." It was clear, from the look on Alberto's face, that he thought the latter the more likely possibility of the two, and that he found it troubling. Sendari was inclined to trust the younger man's judgment in such matters, although he asked for justification of that opinion as a matter of course. "Why do you say this?" Because I heard them speaking, although they may have been outside of the periphery of the chamber when they began to do so, and then I heard nothing. Absolutely nothing. No breath, no rustle of cloth, no slapping of the table, no clink of cup. Nothing. There was no hint of what they might have been discussing? No, Wyden. I pressed the power. I am fatigued. He looked wan now, pale, as if the mission to disclose his secret had been his only source of color. I did not press too hard. Could you have breached the barrier? Alberto frowned, and when he spoke slowly. He was, of all things, a modest man, and he was uncomfortable speaking about his power. It was why so many of the Wyden had passed him over, they confused weak demeanor with inability. I believe so. But I did not wish to alert the Radan. Perhaps they chose to be cautious in this discussion, or they have not been in any of their other private sessions. I did not wish to fuel their suspicions by announcing my presence. Sendari frowned and then nodded. Very well. Did you get a sense of the power that we may be facing? Not a good one, no. It is easier to listen than it is to shield. I am aware of that, Alberto. The younger man flushed. Sendari immediately regretted the words and the irritation they conveyed. Alberto was difficult enough to put at ease. Yes, Wyden. Whoever cast that spell ceased before the Radan were finished. I caught half sentences that stopped abruptly. Then there was noise. Movement. I see. The servitors? Alberto shook his head. I haven't had a chance to speak with them, or to have them spoken with. I called you immediately. I thought you would want to know. And I do, Sendari said, smoothing all strain from the words. You did well. I will begin my own investigation along the sharpest edge of the sword. If the mage who cast that spell was Wyden, and among the Wyden here, we may be in some difficulty. If he was not, well. The Wyden smiled grimly. The Wyden have dealt with rogue magery before. He set down his cup, aware that it was now empty, although he did not remember the slow savoring of a very fine wine that should accompany such an emptiness. Alerting us to the fact before the festival may well save us from overlooking an enemy that cannot be safely overlooked. Every word was true, every word was meant. He watched as a momentary color returned to Alberto Diaclence's face, thinking that he and Teresa were not so different. That truth was only another mask, even if it was the best fit, the closest to skin and all that lay beneath. He saw the younger man's pride as if from a great distance. He rose with grace, nodded, and left the inner chamber, making his way into sunlight, heat, the world of the Torleon. There were people, clansmen of note surrounded by the Surden, Tyran, or Tauren who served them. There were seraphs carrying water, fruits, and fans with beautiful ease. The clans, both those that ruled the Tor and those that visited it, allowed only their best to publicly display their brands upon these grounds. There was color, flags and banners, their sharp clap in the breeze a reminder that the Lord's dominion held the winds. And the winds were howling, he could hear them, they grew louder with each step he took. He could not silence their voices, could not submerge, forever, his response to their mocking words. The walk across the Torleon was long and ugly, each sight was an intrusion upon the privacy that necessity demanded he make. The mood was upon his face, he saw its reflection in the hurried movements of seraphs and Surden as they averted their gaze or turned, too quickly, to the tasks that suddenly seemed to absorb the whole of their attention. Sunlight slid off the surface of gold, the darkness of rubies. He announced his presence, and his title, without speaking a word, indeed, without the desire for such an announcement. But he could not stop, could not school his face, there were names upon his lips, and if he spoke them at all, their syllables would reverberate across the waters of the Tor. And one of those names, spoken thus, would destroy him. How long had it been? How long, since his anger had been so clear, so complete? Not since he had been a young man. Not since the day she had died, in the arms of the sister that he could not quite hate, but could never forgive. He followed the path around the building, noticing only that it was thin and long. Later, perhaps, he would appreciate the sight of the Torleon at summer's height. Perhaps not. The blend of sky and tree and flower flowed past him as if they were shadows cast by the Lord's face. They had no color of their own, no smell, no texture in which the eyes might delight. There. Pulling his robes around him, he stopped and bowed, perfunctorily, before the closed screens that bore his mark and his name. And then, without speaking a word to the seraph or the wife who waited, he entered into the heart of the illusion of privacy that was his home. Radan Peter Par Elsol waited in silence on the mats of General Alesso de Moran's waiting platform. His knees were beneath him, his hands, palm down, upon his lap. He wore a sword. The Radan were, by the Lord's law, allowed the grace of a weapon anywhere in the Torleon, and not even the Tiragar himself would have insulted the Lord's service, or the Lord's chosen, by breaking that edict. This side of the Festival of the Sun, the general chose to do likewise. The servitors waited outside, in the heat of the afternoon sun. They, too, bore arms, but they bore them as guards and escorts. They were allowed into the presence of the general only if they chose to set those arms aside or if the Radan they accompanied so ordered. Radan Peter Par-el-Sol did not desire the company of servitors. No man was better aware of how easily their loyalty could be bought or broken. He left them, and they were content to remain, in the open air. Wise men avoided the counsel of the powerful when the question of power itself had become so unsettled. The general rarely kept Peter waiting, although it was his wont to annoy the Kai-el-Sol, much to Peter's private amusement. Fredero was not an easy man to like, as his arrogance was mingled with that least enjoyable of traits, self-righteousness. Although each of the Radan had taken the oaths which bound them to the Lord, birth and blood could not easily be forced into a seamless whole, and Fredero Kai-el-Sol proved himself, time and again, to be Lamberton. In all but loyalty. If not for the interference of Samadar, Peter was almost certain that Fredero would have destroyed himself, and quite possibly the Radan, by confronting the assassins of the Leon clan directly. Almost certain. Never underestimate your opponents. Years, Peter had labored within the confines of the church, honing the skills necessary to be seen as to be a leader. He could wield a sword with an ease and skill that was almost unearthly, could ride and handle beasts better than the raiding clansmen, could speak deftly without that cloying hint of subservience that often marred the speech of diplomats. He considered himself as able a judge of character as all but Samadar. And he, like any noble born, loathed the evidence of mistaken judgment. The seraph returned to the room that was serene in its simplicity, joined Peter on the mats a moment, and bowed her perfect forehead into their smooth, jade-green surface, her hair an artful cascade across downturned shoulders. Then she rose, silent, and with a gesture bid Peter follow. He did, thinking that Alesso had a perfect eye for grace and beauty, that he did not need a wife to choose these things for him. The screens were pulled wide as he approached the largest room in the grand structure which had served the Tiregar's informal needs since the founding of the Tor. It was empty, or almost empty. Alesso used the Tyran, although they served him in an unofficial capacity as volunteers, Peter thought, with a certain cynical amusement until the festival rites. There were cushions here, and a deep recess in the floor which, although empty, could be filled with water at an hour's notice. The support beams were decorated with the colors of the Lord, but even these seemed too small for the room. Or the man. He stopped at the mats, knelt in a purely perfunctory way, and then left the seraph to her duties, as he turned to his. General Alesso, he said. Radan. The general's smile was slightly sharp. I expected word earlier. Indeed, Peter said, taking the edge off his shrug with the faintest of apologetic smiles. But the hand of the Lord was to meet today, and while the matter was raised, it was one of many to be discussed and resolved. The Kai-el-Sol said you spoke of the matter as a thing of minor consequence. He felt that the meeting of the five could continue to its natural conclusion before word was sent. And he did not choose to carry that word himself? Before the Radan could frame a reply, Alesso smiled. Good, I tire of the man. Come, Peter. You are fortunate to find me here. I have business which will shortly demand my attention, but for the moment, I will take the peace that is offered. Join me. The Radan acceded gracefully to the general's request. A question, Alesso. Ask it. Why the Sera Diora di Murano? It is not the first time that she has been in so public a view, and it will remind the clans of that previous occasion, under a different lord. Bold, Peter. But the general's tone conveyed no displeasure. He waved, and two seraphs appeared from the sides of the room, walking in perfect unison to the screens, the large screens, that shielded this room from the world. The Kai-el-Sol did not object to the choice? He objected only to the manner of its presentation, as you must have expected. The Radan watched as sunlight haloed the room's west-facing wall, open now to catch a glimpse of the Tor Leon's quiet surroundings. He is used to a power that he will never again enjoy, Alesso said, lifting a hand to catch the goblet that appeared in the hands of an older seraph. And will the Radan, under your rule, never be of consequence in the Dominion again? The Radan, the general replied smoothly, as we agreed, will not be under my rule. They will be yours, you will be Kai-el-Sol. Whether you lead them wisely to power or foolishly to insignificance will be your decision. Peter said nothing, the general expected no reply. They drank the water the seraphs brought in silence. Then the younger man smiled. Alesso, he said, I noticed that you did not answer the question. How refreshingly observant. Sarcasm is unnecessary. If you do not wish to answer the question, I will abide by the decision. However, I have a request to make. Make it. That you refrain from further debasing the authority of the Kai-el-Sol. After the festival you will be free to do as we have discussed. I do not need to remind you, he added, in a tone of voice that made it clear he was about to, that we cannot afford to have the Kai-el-Sol pitted against us for this festival. That two of the Tiragnati have refused the call to the Tor Leon is bad, that the sun sword itself cannot be drawn is worse. Do not add a kai that speaks against the man who will wear the crown to that list. It is 5 days from the festival. It is 3 days to the festival, 5 to festival's height. Petter knew that Alesso knew the difference, knew as well that to the general the only moment of consequence was the moment in which the dedication of a new tier could take place, festival's height, the day during which the Lord's grip over his earthly dominion was strongest. As we've discussed, a month from the festival under these circumstances would not be enough to obtain the Lord's favor and ascertain his earthly choice. This Kai's death is not an option if you wish the legitimacy of my office. Petter smiled coolly. After the festival, it no longer matters. I see. Alesso de Morant emptied his cup, his jaw was slightly clenched. A bad sign. Petter braced himself for the cool tone that conveyed the greatest anger. This once, he braced in vain. Tiragnate Girani Kai di Lorenza came to me yesterday or the day before. He'd heard her, the general continued, his eyes unblinking, singing. He said he would see no other, be they even Lorenzen, take the title of Lady of the Festival. Tiragnate Eduardo de Gherardi was present. He seemed pleased by the choice, and concurred. I do not know the girl well, although she is the favored daughter of my oldest friend. But if she can cast such a spell over the two men whose support I most need. He shrugged. It costs me little enough to honor their choice, and it pleases them both. He smiled, and the smile added a subtle menace to the lines of his expression. Now. Tell me. The meeting. Chapter 24. There were always secrets. Between father and son, husband and wife, brothers, sisters, there were secrets and they were kept for their own precious reasons. Hatred was a secret. Power, if it was subtle, and especially if it was wielded by a woman. Anger was a secret, although sometimes in keeping it one broke other vows. Vows. Love. Memory. Do you see that, Nadio? Yes. Yes, she said, gazing intently at the light that the spider web caught and reflected. Wondering at the fineness of the woven thing, the splendor of the delicate trap. No. Closer. There. She'd looked, following the slender fingers of her aunt's perfect hands. A small fly was caught, and as it struggled, the weave stuck and clung, and the web began to shake, a foreshadowing of the death that was to follow. Can we save it, Dot? Why? If the fly is freed, it will be caught and crushed by the seraphs, better that its death serves some purpose. But it's not a clean death, Diora had said. The Sarah Teresa was silent a moment, and it was the silence of a teacher who thinks a lesson is about to be learned. No death is a clean death, Diora. But if you will, you may try. Dior watched the web a moment, and then left her aunt. When she returned, she bore a small, sharp dagger. And she came late. During her search, the spider had been drawn to its victim by struggles that the web made futile, and the fly was already cocooned in something far less forgiving than the single strand that had caught it. Diora watched the spider solemnly, watched it feed. While. It's too late. Yes. But if you'd like, you may destroy them both. The fly will feel no pain, and the spider will perish for destroying something that you have decided is worthy of saving. She'd raised her youthful hand, her shaking hand, as if the dagger's edge could crush the web and its occupants and the drama that unfolded there as they watched. And then she lowered her hand. It is not so easy as that, Sarah Teresa said. Because the web is beautiful, and because the spider has no other life, no other means of living. And the lesson? What lesson? Sarah Diora di Morano stood at the foot of the steps that led to the sun sword. The sun's height had cleared the skylight, but the sword still glittered. It would, she knew, in the darkest of nights, the only thing that guttered its fire was either of the sheaths that lay before it. At her back, the Morano Torrens stood. They were two, and they wore the full dress uniform of Adano's personal guard. Sarah Teresa had given them leave to follow the Sarah Diora, and because they had been assigned to Sarah Teresa by the clan's Kai, the Torren had no choice but to obey. Yet they did not seem to mind following the commands, gently worded and implacable, of a woman. Sarah, one of the Torren said, and she turned, folding into a deep bow as she met the gaze of Tiragnate Eduardo de Gherardi. It was a chance meeting of eyes. She lowered her face and let fall the veils about her cheeks, but not before he could see her naked face, the adornment of blush rising in either cheek. He smiled, his face, exposed, was far easier to read than hers had been. Sarah, he said, as her Torren moved to stand between them. Please, Tiragnate, she said, again lowering her face, forgive me. I did not realize how the sands had run. The pleasure in his smile was unfeigned, she recognized him, and although he expected it, he was flattered at the acknowledgement. And I, he replied, did not realize that the clansman who kept me waiting was neither unwelcome nor a man. You have given no offense, indeed, the opposite. Are you interested in history? I am the daughter of a Wyden, she said, and then she folded her hands before her and said nothing, as if the reply itself were too bold, too inappropriate. You are the daughter of Wyden Sendari Par di Murano. I know you, Sarah. I have seen you many times, each at a distance greater than I care for. She took a step back as he took a step forward, her Tauren did not follow. Instead of shifting position they changed their posture, two right hands moved, simultaneously, to the hilts of sheathed swords. The gesture made their meaning as clear as the Lord's law allowed, it was forbidden to draw swords in this chamber. This room, as her father's study and so many of his dwellings, had no screens, it had two doors, fine and old, and was made of wood and stone and magic. Diora did not think she could live in a world where doors and walls such as these were more common than screens and light and air. They seemed so heavy, life had to be escorted in, it would never find purchase without a guardian. Ah, the Tiragnate said, forgive me. I mean no insult to the Sarah. The Tauren did not speak, it was not their place. Nor did they move. I heard, he said, that you sang in the presence of the Tiragnate Girani Kai di Lorenza. I would be honored, Sarah Diora, if you would consent to sing for me. The honor, she replied, in her perfect voice, would be mine. If it pleases you, I will speak with your father. She bowed her head again, a slow nod, a graceful, flawless movement. Then she gathered her silks about her, and the Tiragnate was forced to move out of her way. To let her go. Night. Stars, clear and clean, a slowly spreading white fan across the ebony sky. The festival of the sun could seem, on a night like this, the custom of a foreign country, distant and unreal. Lamps were lit across the breadth of the Torleon, although their light was meager. Only during the two festivals was the expense of oil and wood and tallow justifiable and justified. That light would not have been welcomed. Alesso di Marin stood beneath the shadows of trees. No lamplight attended him, and no seraph, he was alone, by his choice. The only man with whom to share this night was immersed in the studies of the Swordsworn. Or, Alesso thought, in his anger. And that anger brought him back to the daughter, Sarah Diora di Murano. He was not a man to throw his life into the hands of a woman, any woman, and he had viewed with a dim contempt any man who did. Even the logical and rational Sendari had almost been destroyed by Alora N. Murano, whose life was mercifully ended, by the will of the Lord, in time for the man to become Wyden, and thence, to become a force of power in the Dominion. The Tiragnate Eduardo di Gherardi's desire for Sarah Diora had surprised him and angered him greatly. He needed Gherardi's support, and to have that support depend on the disposition of one young woman, no matter how lovely or graceful, was beyond his understanding. Had been beyond his understanding. Better, he thought, that she had died with her husband. He knew it for truth. Sendari would have grieved and railed and accepted the necessity, as he had always accepted it, as he would have accepted it that night, with power a death or two away, and the heir, his Kai no longer merely the eldest son of a younger brother, to the new clan in the safety of his brother's keeping. There would be no anger now, no coolness and distance between them. There would be no hostility from the Radan, veiled ever so politely as it might, or might not, be. There would be no pressure from Gherardi, no interest from Lorenza. And there would be no song, no perfect voice, the echoes of which haunted him beneath the lady's moon. There would be no desire, no certainty that Sarah Diora di Murano was meant to be the wife of the man who ruled the Dominion, and not merely a man who served it. She is just a woman, he thought. In the darkness, she is flesh like any other. But in the darkness, her wordless voice denied him the peace of that truth. He had climbed the summit, and he stood a few days' journey from the plateau at its height. Yet this night felt like a moon night, and on such a night as this, the plans he had made for his life had changed radically. On such a night as this, the mere general had decided that the Dominion was not too great a prize for his birth and blood. If he could fell the Tiragar and no one could deny him the accolades of that success, was the possession of something as slight as a woman to be denied him? His smile was grim. The cost. Old friend. General Alesso di Marent faced the night, and the lady, and she gave him no easy answer. It was at night that he found her. Radan Fredero Kai El Sol rarely sought the solace of the darkness, but in the darkness there was a quiet that felt almost like privacy. And besides, the woman still slept, racked with chill and fever, in his private chambers. There was no dishonor to the Lord in his actions, he knew it for truth. But it felt wrong, and while he was adept enough to hide that discomfort, a man could not hide from himself. He was certain, from the moment that he crossed the threshold to his elaborate rooms, that he was being watched. How, he could not say, nor did it particularly concern him. He was a wise man. He knew that, until the longest day, his life was secure. After that, there were no guarantees, except those that a man with a sword and a will to battle might make for himself. Lady, he thought, as the clear night air filled his chest, I am not your servant, but I would fight and die for your right to your dominion. My lord is lord of the sun, of the light. And he knows, as you, that the lord of the night was enemy to us all. The Radan were misled once, they will never again follow that road. He seldom spoke to the lady, he was not a man with a great patience for night thoughts. But she had sent her servant to him, with word of a treachery that he could not openly confront. To confront it openly would be the death of the Radan, before the Radan had their opportunity to act. Still, he was not a man to whom the inactivity of expedients came easily. He listened for the sound of a breath that was not his own, listened for movements that were not the brush of leaf against leaf, grass against grass, water lapping against the tier's personal platform at the lake's edge. Nothing came back to him except for the sense that he was watched, would be watched. Let them watch, he thought, with a cold smile. Turning, he strode with purpose toward the edifice that had been built for one purpose and one alone, to carry the sun sword. The building was small, but perfect, it was made of stone and fine, hard wood, and the Wyden that had survived the battle against the minions of the Lord of the Night had cast about it the enchantments of protection and preservation. The Tiragar had been pleased, or so history told them, to see that the only other resting place for the sword was worthy of it. But in those days, when the first Leon cleansed the lands, he had seldom set the sword aside. Lamps burned to either side of the heavy doors, and they did not gutter except as a precursor to the death of a careless servitor. Their light cheered him briefly, as did the thought that the general's spies, for he was certain that they belonged to no other, would report his movement. Let Alesso read it as the slap in the face that it was. The Radan did not follow, easily, the man who could not survive the test of the Lord. And that test was simplicity defined, draw the sword. He had seen it kill 2 men in his time, one Radan Par, and one Radan Kai. Pride in the Lord's favor was necessary. Hubris was fatal. And Fredero Kai El Sol did not suffer from that peculiar form of hubris that said, I am equal to the Lord's chosen clan. There was no key, Fredero Kai El Sol reached out and pulled the doors wide, flexing his muscles as he pitted them against their heaviness. They came slowly, but all of their resistance was weight, they did not creak or groan. There were no servitors in the inner chamber, none were needed. No thief had tried to steal the sun sword since its creation, and had they, the sword itself would intervene. Or so the doctrine said. This accepted fact, he had never seen proved. He offered his obeisance, as Kaya was simple and short. And then he crossed the threshold, and with both peace and strength, closed the doors behind him. Let them listen now. Or let them try. The chamber of the sword was also illuminated by fire, although night peered in from above. Fredero paused at the door, lifted a thin stick of sandalwood incense from the neatly kept pile, and lit it upon the fire of the closest lamp. Then he placed it carefully within the brazier and left it smoking sweetly there. It would mark his time. Kai El Sol. He froze at the voice. Not in fear, but in surprise. It was a woman's voice, here. Turning slowly, he let the lamp at his back cast a shadow, it was a long one. Wrapped in a plain, dark cloak, a slender figure stood at the foot of the stairs. Above her, burning faintly beneath the night sky, the sun sword sat, waiting. She bowed, and the movement revealed the silks of the sari beneath the drab cloak. They were an emerald green, edged in gold leaf, and they shimmered like dark liquid. Her face was shadowed by the edge of a hood, her hands were hidden in the folds of the cloak. She was not tall, but the cloth hid her dimensions. She might have been delicate, or large, young or old, bent or straight. He saw that she carried no weapon. It surprised him, although he could not say why. I am the Kai El Sol, he said sternly. And I have chosen this hour for my contemplation. She bowed her head, waiting. Do you serve the lady? She made no reply, and after a moment, he realized that that was her answer. This was impertinence. And impertinence was the least of the sins that he had discovered this day. I perform my contemplations in isolation. But if you wish to continue to view the sun sword, you may do so, only tell me the hour of your departure, and I will return then. I cannot stay, she said, for much longer. I will be missed. And she lifted her hands slowly. The folds of the cloak fell away from them, he saw that they were fine and thin and pale, not a seraph's hands, nor a common clanswoman. Pulling the hood from her face, she met his eyes, unblinking. And he could not think it bold, although it was. Sarah Diora, he said, and he bowed. He knew her well, it was under his auspices that she had been given to Ser Mara Kai de Leon. The Kai Leon. The dead. Radan Kai El Sol. It has been many weeks. And they have been long, Sarah. He left the sandalwood burning sweetly at his back, and approached her. There were no Surden, no Tyran, to stop him. Not even a seraph attended her. Have you come to contemplate the sun sword? I see it, she told him softly, raising her delicate, perfect face, every day. I watch, and I wait. One day, it will be lifted. One day, it will be drawn. I await that day, Sarah. And I, too, watch. But I have not seen you. I come, she told him, when the sun is at its height. And I, when the lady's night reigns everywhere. Everywhere but here. They were silent. What do you know? He thought, for seeing her, he could see the lady's darkness beneath her eyes, and in the depths of them. He did not ask. Moments passed, and he found that he could contemplate the sword's fire without interruption, for she did not speak, and even her breath was delicate enough that it could barely be heard. But she herself. Kai El-Sol, she said, when he turned to her and realized that he had turned to her. I have come to you, here, for help. And what might I do to aid you, Sarah Diora? It is not the wish of my father that I be granted the privilege of becoming the Lord's consort for the festival. And you wish me to convince him? No. She lowered her gaze. I wish you to convince the General Alesso de Morant that I am not the appropriate choice. He is my father's oldest friend, and I believe that there is conflict between them. I do not wish to be the source of that conflict. The Kai El-Sol said nothing, but the anger of the morning returned. As if she could see it clearly, she took a step back and turned away. Sarah, he said, more abruptly than he would have liked, it is not you that angers me. He swallowed, unwilling to unman himself, unwilling to tell her that the choice, in the end, was his only in theory. Most men would be proud, are proud to have their daughters chosen as the Lord's consort. Why do you think your father objects? She was silent a long time, and when she spoke at last, her voice was soft, although the Kai El-Sol thought he heard, for a moment, a thin edge there. Because I have already been married, she replied. Because the clansmen know who I am, and who I was, and he seeks to protect me from their curiosity. Her voice caught. I am newly returned to Murano, and I am returned under circumstance of war. He thinks that there are those who will judge me harshly and treat me less well than Sarah Lara once did. It was said. Sarah, he said, there is not a man there who will dare to treat you poorly. As the lady of the festival, you will be the Lord's consort. You will occupy the highest seat of the festival's many occasions, and while you will indeed be, in all ways, in the public view, you will be above it. For those 3 days, you are the Lord's chosen. If you speak, we will hear you, for the Lord's consort is no mere Sarah, she is the lady, come to visit the realm of the Lord's dominion at his behest. She did not speak, but brought her hands together as if in prayer. Kai El-Sol, she said, and her voice cracked. We both know that that is true only in theory. I will be at most a Sarah, at least a woman. I will be treated as a curiosity, and if I attempt to remove myself from that curiosity, I will not even have my Certain to call upon. There will be no modesty for me, and no power. What will they say? Will they whisper his name? Will they offer condolences for my loss, while they smile at what it means? Will they take it upon themselves to come close, to come far closer than any honorable clansman would otherwise dare, while I can sit and call upon no honorable defender? She bowed her head again, but not before he saw the crimson flush across her cheeks, the reddening around the rims of her eyes. He thought there might be tears, but she was a sword's blade, unyielding. I would do the honorable thing, she told him, the words stilted, if that is your desire. And yours? It is not mine. And what is your desire, Sarah Diora? That I be allowed to honor the memory of my dead until the festival of the moon. That is the custom. But Sarah Lara Kaidelion, yes, I will say his name, he cannot be spoken of for fear of the political consequences. So I must behave with haste and dishonor to serve the political ambitions of men that I never vowed, before the Lord, to serve and honor. I must be pretty and delicate and happy and perfect, I must accord his passing no mourning, and no loss. He looked at her, at the anger that was just barely contained, and he realized that she was young. It had been so easy to forget it, during her short marriage to the Kai Leon, because she had been perfectly composed, perfectly graceful, and perfectly adept at subtly easing the tension of those who surrounded her husband. He cursed General Alesso. Because he knew that the Sarah Diora was right. At heart, he was glad that she showed herself to be, after all things, not the daughter of a traitor but the widow of a great man. But having revealed just this to him, he must disappoint her, worse, he must give her to the festival, as a political sacrifice to Alesso de Morant, a man who served the enemies of the Lord. To do otherwise risked the Radan, and he could not, now that he knew the truth of the general's allies, commit such a rash act. The dominion was his responsibility. Sarah, he said, although he could not, quite, meet her eyes, you have proved, more than proved, that you are indeed worthy of the choice that we have made. The Lord could find no more fitting consort in the Torleon, and I think, very few so honorable. You have said that you must stand without Certain for the length of the festival, and in this you are correct. But you will have attendants, as you choose, and they will be the handmaidens of the Lord's consort. And you will have, if not the certain, the Radan. He paused, and then, before he could falter, he looked at her, met the darkness of her unblinking eyes. I promise it, beneath the light of God. You will have the Radan, and I will be among them. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Moonlight. The lady's face turned just so, the sky a clear and perfect darkness. The Sarah Teresa turned from the open air, seeing the flight of insects against the screens the seraphs had drawn. A candle burned at her side, and it burned quite low. She could have called for lamps, but did not. Waiting, she touched the strings of a quiet harp. And then she smiled. Nadio, she said, in a voice that the wind carried across the tor to the ears of her niece. Ona Teresa, the girl replied, as if the distance between them did not exist in the darkness. Is it done? Yes. And? The Radan Kai Elsol will serve me, was the cool reply, in the place of Murano Cerdan, for the festival. And the other? Silence. Then, I did not think it wise to ask this eve. I will return to my chambers, summon the seraphs away. Be cautious, Nadio. We are not the only ones who listen. The Sarah Teresa rose, lifting the candle and shielding it from the huff of scant wind. Because her almost daughter could not see her face, she let it express what she felt, where no one but the lady stood witness. Be careful, she said, but this time, although her speech was clear, it was unembroidered by the power of their mutual curse. Your father was not yet decided which course of action to follow. 3rd of Latan, 42-7 AA Esalian, Avrolalan Aramarilas. The politics of the situation is fairly simple, Berdan Dinavar said. He holds the Torleon, and he holds the loyalty of roughly 2/3 of the army, the 2/3 that are mobilized and ready to obey his command. The church? It was difficult to be spoken to so bluntly by this particular commander. Berdan Dinavar had studied the customs of the Imperials for much of his adult life, the military customs, of course, and yet his knowledge did not make his reactions any easier to control. The Caliker was not a graceful woman, nor a delicate one. She walked like a man, spoke like a man, demanded and assumed a man's respect. And from the scars that lined her face pale now, at the touch of the Lord's grace she had the right to both. She was no imperial officer, come to the field without a sense of what she asked her people to face. She was a warrior, and she had proved it to those who needed proof, the men who served her. And the women. He knew it. He had faced her knowledge and skill in the wars over a decade past, although she was not the anvil against which his sword had been forged. No, that general, defeated, now ruled in the Torleon. Such were the ironies of life. The Caliker and Alesso Demerant had clashed in the Averdan valleys, and although she had narrowly escaped the massacre there, the victory had been granted to the northerners. A costly victory, both to Averda and Mancorvo. Ramiro di Calesta adapted. Mario di Lamberto was, well, Lamberton. Damn it. What had she said? The church. The Radans serve him. They have no reason not to. But they won't like it, not if Fredero Kai Elsol proves true to his birth. The Caliker raised a brow. Explain. He's Lamberton. Ramiro di Calesta grimaced. What the general is trying so eloquently to say is that the Lambertans will often take a misguided stand, and cling blindly to it in the name of so-called honor. He raised a hand as Berdan Dinavar opened his mouth. Not here. The general did not bridle. So he has the army in the Radan, for the time being. And he has the kin. The word brought a shadow to her face, but the shadow sharpened, rather than softened, the lines of her jaw, the slits of her eyes. The Baralia, a man not unlike Alesso Demerant, leaned across the table to look at the map that had been laid out. His face was thin, and his nose pronounced, but war had been kinder to him than it had to the Caliker. Berdan suspected it was because the Baralia chose to govern his men in a fashion that was more traditional in the north than the Caliker's personal style of leadership, which meant that he did not often face the naked blade. With no disrespect, he said coolly, Mancorvo's loss was both inevitable and a blow. Lamberto is a widely respected clan, both within and without the Terrian. Be that as it may, Ramiro di Calesta said coolly, let me merely say that the clan Murano was of the Terrian of Mancorvo. I believe that Torregara Dano Kai di Murano remains in Mancorvo, was Berdan's neutral reply. I do not know if he has disowned his par or not. Certainly, if the Wyden is proven to be heavily involved in the deaths of the clan Leon and they lose the war, he will be censured. Let us assume, for the moment, that you did not ride to the north. You did not carry word to either Lamberto or Calesta, and the festival of the sun occurred as planned. What, then, would have happened? Berdan looked at the map, changing the lines of his face so that he might appear to be thinking. Although the time taken was purely a matter of appearance, he'd thought of little else since he'd ridden with nothing but his life and his horse, Sachalin, 2 weeks ago. At the festival, and please, he added to the Tiragnate who ranked him in both political experience and knowledge of these foreign generals, commanders, as they styled themselves. Correct me where you think my assumption is in error. As you request. But I, too, am curious to know what you think. I do not spend much of my time in the Torleon. Averda is a large and prosperous Tyrian. And you spend the half year that you aren't collecting taxes raiding across the Mancorvan border. I believe that the death of the clan Leon was planned to occur this close to the Festival of the Sun. Most of the clansmen would already be on the road when word of the death reached them, if it reached them at all. The Tyran, he paused to spit, for the Tyran had forever condemned themselves in the Lord's eyes for their betrayal of the man to whom they had sworn their blood oaths. In the Lord's eyes, and in the eyes of any clansman who understood honor. Your pardon. The Tyran have cut off the only road that leads out of the Torleon, and even seraphs are given a very difficult passage. Word travels, yes, but it travels slowly. The Tiragnati were intended to assemble, as for any festival of the sun. It is likely, in my mind, that Tiragnate Lamberto would lose his life immediately. Tiragnate Caulesta is a more political man, and he might have been able to survive. Perhaps. The Tiragnati of Urta and Sargassa are already, I believe, among the general's supporters. It is likely that they have laid claim, for their support, to the parts of those unfriendly Tyrians that border them, Urta for Averda, and Sargassa for Mancorvo. I will, of course, have to disappoint. Of course, Tiragnate. Regardless, once the men were in the Torleon, Alesso would have the power that he needed. They would be separated from their armies, and although they could call upon the individual clansmen who owe them loyalty, even these would be outnumbered by the Cerdan and Tyran that now man the Tor. What would the church do? In our hypothetical case, they would acclaim the new tier. He met the unblinking eyes of the Calicar, unconsciously drawing himself to his full height. It is not the way of the Dominion to follow a weak man, and the Tiragar proved himself to be incapable of winning a war against his northern enemies. Worse, he gave up lands that were claimed by the Dominion, by either Caulesta or Lamberto, in order to sue for this peace. If I were Alesso di Morant, I would have slaughtered Caulesta and sued for peace with Lamberto. I see, Ramiro said, the two words succinct, although the glance that he afforded the general was a genial one. The Calicar and the Barrelia exchanged a glance. But they will not acclaim a new tier? Oh, they'll do it. But they'll be split. Caulesta is a clan worthy of a great hatred or a great fear. It holds the cradle of the Dominion. Averda is rich enough to feed an army, and its borders have been, because of its dalliances with Lamberto, well defended. Its young men are raised in war, and in death, they will not blink. Kill the Cayestan Tiragnate, and the clan would be in disarray enough that Averda's fall would not be too costly. You are mistaken, General. Oh? You are the power behind your clan, Ramiro. Your Kai is not your equal, nor his par. As you will, Ramiro replied, although it was clear that he was ill-pleased. Gentlemen, the Calicar said, let me go back to our hypothesis. The new tier is acclaimed by the Radan. What of the clansmen? Those that are suspect will be killed, Berdan replied, feeling the sting of being corrected by a woman. Those that are not will be elevated. Alesso will build his support, and he will hold it. But he will not, Ramiro said softly, in this hypothetical case, or in fact, wield the sun sword. No. The two men stared at each other a moment. Very well. The Calicar ran her fingers through hair that was already pulled away from the strong lines of her forehead. In the expected unfolding of events, the assassination of the clan Leon would have remained an internal affair. Alesso di Morant would found a new clan, and he would rule the Dominion. Ambition often tells this tale, when the ambition is large enough. Yes. You've come north. You have asked for our intervention, and while the kings decide, the festival of the sun approaches. The Tiragnate too have wisely declined the journey to the south, and with that, ruined all plans for an easy transfer of power. So? You knew the general, Berdan. What now? Alesso di Morant has the army, the Radan, the Tyrians of Rivera, Urta, and Sargassa. In theory, he holds the balance of power. But we are not a cold and logical people, we are not a people who are ruled by fear and the strength of our enemies' numbers. We have the clan Leon, and if that clan numbers a single man, he is the only man alive who can wield the sun sword. And we have Averda. And Mancorvo? Uneasy silence. Are there other factors, other immediate factors? The kin are involved, Sarah, he said. She raised a brow, and he had the grace to flush. To continue, I would say, although I've been wrong many times in my youth. You are hardly a young man, General. Thank you. I would say that Alesso di Marent will, without the benefit of the sun sword, raise his armies and aim them toward the northern borders. He will make a call to war that no clansman can ignore, a chance, at last, to salve an injured pride. And perhaps his call will be genuine, perhaps not. But I will say this, to get to you, it is no coincidence that the armies will be placed along the borders of the two Tyrians that he could not be certain of. The Barilea and the Calicar exchanged glances. Berdan found them intriguing, for it was clear that they did not like each other, and it was equally clear the respect between them was profound and genuine. An honorable enemy, he thought, was the next best thing to an honorable friend. Thank you, gentlemen, for your time. Ramiro di Calesta rose. Berdan stood. He disliked these foreign chairs, they were confining and rigid and colorless. And we thank you, Commander, for yours. He let them go, and when the doors, and even in the so-called Anagarian quarters, doors abounded in this chilly clime, had closed, he said, the kin are involved, General. Yes. And what do you suppose they want? What would they take in return for bestowing a kingdom upon an ambitious man? His soul, Berdan di Navarre started to say, and then he snorted. What a meager price for such a display of power. They looked, as one man, at the crossbeams above them, at the walls and the towering windows that let the light in, that made of its fall a brilliant display. 200 years ago, who did the Caelian turn to for aid in his crusade against the Lord of Night? Berdan di Navarre was no historian, he did not need to be, the question could be answered by any child old enough to speak. To the northern kings. The golden-eyed men who alone were not considered, by the Lord, to be of demon blood. Or so the legends went. Himself, he was glad that he was not of enough importance yet to speak with the kings. ****. Valdan Caedelion sat beside the fountain that adorned the courtyard of the Iranan halls. Although he had always liked the peace of this place, he had never liked the fountain itself. In its gaunt, still boy, replete with marble blindfold, he felt the northern condemnation of his people. It made no difference that the sculptor had been Anagarian. In Anagar, such a vision would have received no attention, much less approbation. Unless it had been called justice and set in the face of the Tiragar, in which case, it would have merited death. Yet tonight, the waters stilled for the duration of the long, cool evening, he felt akin to not only the fountain's maker, but also the statue itself, too weak, and too blind, for such a task as he had taken on. Valdan. He did not look over his shoulder, and he did not rise, there was no need to, and in fact, any such gesture would have been considered, now, a display of weakness. For the person who addressed him was Sarah Alina, and Sarah Alina was only a woman. Sarah Alina, he said, seeing the moonlight touch the water as he leaned forward. Is my mother ailing? Your mother is sleeping, the Sarah replied, do you mind if I join you? No. It wasn't true, he minded. But she seldom came to him for the sake of company alone, for company, she chose the women of the northern court, who were, in many ways, her equal. The Princess Mirialan believes that the crisis has passed. He heard the words as if they were spoken in a foreign tongue, they touched his ears, but only came to make sense as the seconds passed and they sank roots. He rose, leaving his resentment upon the cool stone beneath his feet. W.N.? W.N. what, she said, mocking him as gently as an ungentle woman possibly could. When will we know it for certain? Soon, I think, was Sarah Alina's confident reply. Ser Valdan, you succeeded. And she knelt before him for him, the distance between his feet and the lustrous confines of her perfectly kept hair a finger's span. No, I should not call you that. Tir Valdan. She rose. I thought that you would like to know. He wanted to thank her, and 2 weeks ago, he would have. But he did not know what to say, did not know what a tear should say. His father's face, and the dim memories of his father that childhood had not left behind, were of little help. His father had rarely shown gratitude for anything. She turned and walked away, the moon upon her pale shoulders. Then she stopped, and her hair caught the scant light as she turned again. Valdan, she said, we are beneath the lady's moon. If it is not your desire to be confined by the formality of the crown you have chosen, set it aside. I don't know how, he said, but his voice did not carry in the darkness of anything but his own doubt. Sarah Alina, what will you do? I am the sister of Tiragnate Mario di Lamberto. As always when she spoke of her brother, her voice hardened and cooled. And will you remain in the empire? I do not know, she replied, her voice softening as she saw, before he did, what he would say. The Dominion holds little for me. She waited, a shadow or a blade, giving him no words. He felt the difference between their ages as keenly as he ever had. And the difference between their ranks. But it was Sarah Alina who taught him what he needed to know about the Dominion, Sarah Alina who made certain that he could read, could write, could speak with the polish of a Tyr's man. It was Sarah Alina who took the time to make clear which of the laws of the Dominion were expendable, and which were not. And it was Sarah Alina, of all the Anagarians present, who had risked her life to save his. And succeeded. She was not his mother. Nor one of his mother's co-wives. But she was, of the Anagarians here, the closest thing he had to family, whether they shared blood or no. I don't know how to be Tiragar. I know, she told him softly, the tenor of her voice and nothing else about her reminding him of Seratonia. You were not raised to the rule. But you have committed yourself. Tiragnate Ramiro di Calesta will follow you or your office, and I believe that Tiragnate Mario di Lamberto can be persuaded to do so as well. But perhaps not. You will come with a northern army, into territories that the northerners savaged a little over a decade ago. He may well see you as a puppet, and the crown that you would claim as a tool, for his most hated enemies. She took a step toward him, and then stopped, affording the title more respect than he himself knew how to. And if you would give the lie to that belief, you must find the Leon blood within yourself. You have done it once, Veiled Anne. It is there, if you truly wish to call upon it. Her dark hair was shadow as she nodded. And when you call it, and you hold it, let us pray that it is stronger and truer to the founder than your father's blood ever was. Mario di Lamberto sat beside the only person in the dominion of Anagar he trusted as much as he trusted himself, and she was silent. She did not expose her face to the light very often, her skin was fair, and unblemished by the sun's reach, although the brush of time itself could never be avoided. Donna, he said, and he thought, as his eyes traced the familiar lines of her face, that time had been brutal indeed in these last few weeks. Would they survive this? They had survived all else. Even the death of their Kai at the hands of the Imperials. It was not the Lord's time, the Tiragnate thought. But he is gone, just the same. Of course a clan of Lamberto's stature could not be left without an heir, and a new heir had been appointed after the grieving had been done in accordance with the Lord's will. But it was not a clean grief, not until those responsible lay dead, their blood a red spill beneath the open sky. He had sworn it, although his gentle wife would take no part in the swearing, the disc remained, uncrossed, in their bedroom, a thing of wood, a reminder of death. Thus did she spare the Terrian over which he presided from a war that he could only acknowledge in his most serene moments was futile without the support of his Tyr. They swore their clan oaths together, for she was his support, wife, yes, and graceful perfection whether she wore that title for public view or in the privacy of their moments together, but more than that. Oh, she was not the frail and slender girl who had once come to him so meek and so terrified, although she hid the latter for 2 years before he had at last received from her the one gift that he desired, her trust. No, time had silvered the dark sheen of her hair, and thickened her body, and lined the corners of her eyes and her lips. He saw in them the hints of the smile he loved, and knew, to be fair, that time had been no kinder to him. Or perhaps, it had been just as kind, for she did not look the part of a young girl, and she was not, she was stronger, wiser, and more just than the fear of youth allowed. She gave him the shelter that he needed, on the rare occasions that need drove him. She trusted him, always, she looked up to him, still, he strove, in every way, to continue to live up to her expectation. She was the one person in his life he did not wish to disappoint. Let other men tell him that he did not care enough for gold, or for the power it could buy, let them tell him that he did not pay heed to politics, and the political winds that blew through the Dominion with such force, let them call him a self-righteous fool. She did not, and her belief was the strength that he required to stay steady in the eyes of the Lord, to live an honorable life. One did not pray to the Lord for mercy. One prayed at night, or before dawn's light, and Mario di Lamberto had only ever prayed for 2 things, for prayer took the strength from the man, and put it in the hands of the Lord or the lady, and he disliked to be so unmanned. Only 2 things. And he watched one of them now, thinking that flesh could not contain her, that time could not degrade her, she was Donna. Yet in spite of the fact that he adored his wife as openly as any man that he had ever known, the Tiragnate was a man prone to practical thoughts. It was his wife who was sensitive to the changes of moontide and time, and he moved closer to her, putting an arm around her shoulders as if by doing so he could protect her from the freedom of the lady's darker thoughts. She accepted the shelter of his arm for a time, the warmth was gentle between them. And then she spoke. War, Mario. I know. He rested his chin upon the top of her head. The Calistans have ceased their border raids. It tells us much. Word has come to me that the Tiragnate did not travel to the Torleon. He heard her breath, felt her surprise in the way it was drawn. To understand Donna, you had to listen for the small things, the subtle gestures. If she heard regret in his words, she did not ask him about it. Instead she said, I would not have thought the Calistans would have valued the honor of their vows so highly. It pleased him, and he smiled. It has little to do with honor, the Calistans think honor and silver have the same meaning. No, it's more likely that they know they can't trust him. She was silent for a long time, longer than was her wont, although she was not a talkative woman. Donna? They could not trust you not to murder the lord to whom you swore your oath. Not to plan his death through the office of the tyrant. But. She pulled away from his arms, breaking the circle, reached out and very gently touched his face. Donna, he said, resting his chin a moment in the cup of her soft hand, tell me. It may be nothing, she told him. And her tone, of course, told the opposite tale. Then tell me, and be free of it. Come. I received a letter today. A letter? Not a message? No. A written letter. It was penned by Sarah Fiona and Morano. Sarah Fiona? I'm not sure I recall the Pardee Morano's young wife. He was trapped in the capital, then? Yes. How did this letter reach us? I do not know who carried it. By the time I saw the mark at the end, the messenger had vanished. He sat still, waiting. Once she began to speak, she rarely left a tale untold. Yet. She hesitated a moment before she continued. The letter, it was harmless enough. But. Might I see it? I do not think that you would read the words as I read them. Woman's business, then. Yes. For a moment, a smile glimmered in her eyes, and the corners that surrounded the one feature that time did not dim crinkled. Then the night took the expression from her face so completely it might never have been there at all. The armies will be gathered after the festival of the sun. He stiffened. But there is a possibility that the armies need not be arrayed against us. And what possibility is that? She tells me that the captain of the Oath Guards acted in haste when he ordered the public execution of the imperial hostages. His only decent act. And that, for his part in both the execution and the death of the Tyr, he himself was executed, although the execution was a private matter. She feels that he was not an acceptable or an honorable man, and that he met his just end. I see. There is no Tyr Agar, but when the Tyr is appointed, the captain of the Oath Guards will be replaced. I see. She believes that there is a possibility that the General Alesso de Morant would accept your recommendation before he makes that choice. Silence. Sarah Donna averted her eyes, but she did not stop. And she says that the armies that are gathering will be raised and sent to the north. The far north. Donna. He caught her chin, it trembled as he met her eyes. They were glittering brightly in the lamplight. The Empire. He spoke a single word then, although it was unnecessary to do so for her sake. No, he spoke it for his own, because in speaking, a man made his will known, made it real. Andreas. His Kai. His unavenged Kai. ****. Chapter 25. 3rd of Latan, 427 AA. Esselian, Avralalan Aramarilas. The hawk and the kestrel stood by the seawall, the distance between them both vast and tiny. The hawk, appropriately named for the hook of his nose and the clear piercing gray of his eyes, wore a single sword. If he carried a dagger, it was appropriately placed where eyes could not easily see it. The kestrel, named not for any resemblance to the hunting bird most favored by the Western Esselianese, but rather for her ability to circle the hawk, also wore a sword. She had chosen to leave her armor in the safety of her house. It was too hot, this summer day, for the extra padding, and in the city of Avralalan, it was also ostentatious and unnecessary. The breeze took their words by halves, but they spoke the language of their chosen profession, and what the wind took, years of experience and knowledge filled in. It had been a languid summer night, but the humidity of the day had threatened rainfall for hours. The time was almost come. Many a discharged soldier, and many a retired one, had seen these two before, but they seldom stood alone. There was too much anger between them, too often, over the field of battle chosen, or the rules imposed upon those soldiers, or the discipline involved. They disagreed on everything but the actual battles themselves. One man had always stood between them in these arguments, and more often than not stood above. And he was, of course, called the Eagle. The flight of commanders. The kestrel saw him first, and her demeanor changed subtly. The hawk, aware of her every move because he trusted them, by instinct, so little, turned as well. They waited in a companionable silence until he approached. He was not as tall as the hawk, nor as commanding a presence as the kestrel, but of the commanders, his was the eye that saw clearest, and saw farthest. Time had taken much of his hair, but if he felt self-conscious about the loss, it did not show. He was not a vain man. Not a loud one. And yet... Commander Allen, the kestrel said, offering a clipped nod that spoke both of habit and precision. Caliker, he said, bowing. Baralia. Commander Allen. They stepped apart, and he took his accustomed place between them, flanked by them and comfortable to be so. They stared at his profile. At either side of his profile, she saw a perfectly normal man whose calm smile gave nothing away. He saw the scars of an old fire, healer doused and tended, but visible if one knew where to look. Well, the kestrel asked. Commander Allen smiled. You haven't gotten patient in the last decade. No. I thought ruling a great house would at least teach you that. The hawk snorted. She rules her house the way she did her regiment. The commander lifted a hand. It is her house. The regiment was the king's. You haven't answered the question. You noticed. He stared out at the waves upon the sea, at the clouds, gray in that deep, livid green. If green was a color that could be said to be livid, it was on days like this, with the storm gathering in its folds, and he said, Can you see the rocks? It was an odd question. The Baralia looked, the caliker snorted. The only rocks I care about are the ones beneath my feet. They're stable. Alan. Pause. Bruce. We haven't spoken for well over 8 years, Elora. She shrugged. What have you been doing in those 8? Building a house. Building a small personal army. She shrugged again, it was true. I've tended to the responsibilities that fell on my shoulders. And you, Devran? I did not choose the house, the Baralia said curtly, as if at an unspoken accusation. The house chose me. I either accepted the title or I abandoned the name. The name meant, and means, much to me. But if you mean to imply that I've seen no fighting. No, was the dry response. He waited. And then he laughed. I have spent my time in the company of a very suitable woman. I have watched my grandson grow, I have sponsored my granddaughter into the House Terrafin. She is not, he added, as if only then realizing that he spoke with the leaders of 2 of the 10, a military woman, and I would not have her become one. I have spent 3 months traveling in the company of Sayab and Glasson, and was looking forward to doing so again. The sea's waves were almost non-existent, but he looked down at them as if they were fascinating. Or as if, beneath the facade of the nearly still waters, other memories were surfacing. Is that an answer? The caliker said at length. The Baralia was silent throughout. What was the question? Will you come, she said quietly, to Anagar? Will I come out of retirement? Yes. It took 2 years, he told her quietly, although he stared out at the sea, always at the sea, to remember that men and women were neither weapons nor enemies. To trust them, to realize that accident and illness were more likely to take them from me than ambush or open clash. She shrugged. I do not think, Elora, that you've remembered either. Or you, he said to the Baralia, without rancor. But I am not of the patriciate except by military rank, should I choose to air it. He bowed his head a moment. Rank or no, the Baralia said, you know that we've elected to accompany the army. At the king's behest, and with their grave apprehension. He lifted a hand to the back of his neck, massaged the muscles there. Yes. And you know, the caliker said, that our previous success was, in all ways, the success of 3 commanders. We 2 are agreed on at least, and possibly only one thing, we can't go south without you. Then you have asked me no question, instead, you have laid a problem at my feet. He smiled at that. Old times. Alan. I wanted you to know what you were asking of me, but I see that neither of you are going to understand it. How unsatisfying. And how, he smiled sharply, expected. Or it would have been, a decade ago. I know of the kin, Elora. I know what happened here the last time the kin were involved, although I wasn't in the city at the time. He lifted his cloak, and in the sun's light, they saw that he was girded round with a sword, and the sword was familiar to both of them. I have not forgotten duty. And I will not lie. If I have done other things for 8 years, I have been apprentice in all of them, and master of none. They were enjoyable, but they were not what I was made for. He let the cloak fall. But I would not lose them either. I dislike the loss of something I have struggled so hard to achieve. The seawall carried the weight of his hands for a moment, the weight of his arms and his shoulders. Then he straightened out, and as he did, he seemed taller. Are you answered? Yes, the caliker said, as the Baralia nodded. Good. Had either the caliker or the Baralia chosen to remain in Avralalan, I would not have allowed it. What, you don't think that the army survived our absence? It survived well enough, the commander said, when there was no war. His smile was as sharp as the words themselves, and for the first time that day, the kestrel and the hawk smiled with him. How long do we have? The hawk and the kestrel exchanged glances. Intelligence is being gathered and consolidated. General Alesso Demarant seems to have been prepared. And his aim? We do not believe that he intends to declare war upon the Empire. He will certainly take Averta if he can. We believe he will also attempt to bring down Clan Lamberto and Mancorbo. Internal affair, the eagle said softly. Yes. Our angle? We have, the Baralia said neutrally, the surviving member of the clan Leon. Dangerous, the eagle said, but possible. When will we know for certain? Either war will be declared at the height of the Festival of the Sun, or it won't. I think the Festival of the Sun, politically, will decide the course of the war for the Anagarians. And for us. Alan. The levies? The Caliker rolled her eyes. The man who had mourned the loss of a gentleman's life had already been buried. We wait the king's orders. Speaking of which, I have an interview that I must attend. She knew, the moment she entered the large, empty hall, or rather, the large hall that should have been empty, that there was going to be trouble. The ospreys were that type of weapon, double-edged, with a grip that grew slippery when the blade had drawn too much blood. Centrus Aurelius, cocky as ever, stood at an indolent ease, his eyes so artfully narrowed he looked as if he'd fall over if touched. Centrus Alexis, a soldier determined to keep that rank in spite of the best intentions of her superior officers, stood with her arms crossed, her fingers tapping her upper arms. She usually stood with a dagger at hand, but not even Alexis would have been quite so bold where the Caliker herself was concerned. Cook stood beside the long table, arms crossed just as Alexis were, sword-girded. He did not wear armor, or a helmet, but of all the soldiers present, his presence did the least disservice to her house name. But he stood beside, and slightly behind, the young woman whose presence the Caliker had requested. Cariel. Duarte sat beside her until the Caliker entered the hall. He rose at once to greet her, the motion a command to the ospreys present. She knew that, until the interview was over, he would not sit again. But she wondered, idly, what he would do when she ordered him out of the hall. Ordered them all out. She came alone, they saw that, and she knew it served her well in their eyes. Not even Karama accompanied her, and in matters of both import and delicacy, although the combination of anything to do with the ospreys and delicacy was almost beyond the bounds of comprehension, she never left him behind. He was not just a Varus, but her Varus, as close to Damasus as the Caliker would allow. The Caliker would never trust an outsider, and at that, a non-military man, to see to her protection or her personal needs. She knew that many of the 10 employed the Damasus, through either short or long-term contract, and although it had been pointed out, with more or less heat depending upon who had started the age-old argument, that she certainly paid the houseguards, and especially the Varuses, in coin, she could not shake the feeling that gold or no, they were loyal to her. Which didn't quite explain the ospreys. Or why she tolerated them. In times of peace, she could barely defend them herself, but war was looming on the horizon, she could almost taste it in the winds. The kings would return the only right answer, and the gathering would start. Primus Duarte, the Caliker said softly. Commander. You provide more of an escort for a young centrist than one normally sees. His eyes flickered ever so slightly to his left, glancing off the steely profile of Centrus Alexis. So. Cariel, the Caliker said, willing to bend slightly to the ill humor of this particular company, do you require the presence of the ospreys for our interview? Kind's eyes turned to Duarte, but she was far less subtle than her superior officer. Elora could see the whites of Duarte's eyes as he rolled them. Caliker, he said. Primus. This is not the time or the place. There is no other, Alexis replied, and the Caliker took a very hard look at the single sword across her right shoulder. Centrus, Duarte said, and the woman fell silent. Primus, the Caliker continued, as if there had been no interruption, this is not a torturer's session. This is an interview. It's more than just an interview, Aurelius said, in that wonderfully attractive drawl that made him so popular among the less discriminating young of either sex. It's an interrogation on the eve of the biggest war we've seen in 12 years. His lovely eyes were still lidded, but he'd straightened up to his full height. It made him look slightly more dangerous and marginally more respectful. This was the real reason why Elora had elected to leave both of the Varuses behind. They could not tolerate obvious disrespect, and she did not wish to have to defend it when she found it distasteful enough herself. She did not respond, but instead continued to meet the eyes of the one man she was sure of, Duarte A. Caliker, fledgling mage, leader of the Ospreys. You know what's at stake, she said softly. And you, was his quiet reply. Commander, may I speak freely? Elora snorted with genuine amusement. And I'm to stop you when I can't even keep a bunch of your centrises in line? His smile was rueful, but beneath the smile of both of these leaders was steel. They knew the people who served them, they knew the promises that had been made. Neither knew, and neither wished to know, what would happen to the service when the promises themselves were compromised. But neither wished to go to war against not only the Dominion, but some shadowy cabal that seemed to work beside it and within it, with less knowledge than they could easily have. As if they knew what the only clean answer to their predicament was, they both turned to Cariel. The girl, cool and pale and somehow darker than cloudy night, said nothing, and there was a quality to her silence that made Elora realize, for the first time, that although the young centress did not understand what exactly the difficulty was that she posed to the houseguards, and therefore to Caliker, she understood, in some way, that it was a difficulty. And she found it amusing. There are times, Elora thought, as she met, unblinking, the young woman's gaze, when Devron's right. Then, as if such a concession, unspoken though it was, galled her, she said, "You are required to attend the interview itself. You are not required to respond to questions that pertain to your past. While you remain a member of the houseguards, you are under my protection, and your past is not at issue." But her voice was clipped, even cool, as she spoke, which had not been her intent. There was something about Curiel that provoked her, something about the girl that made her, attractive and extremely competent though she was, very difficult to like. Turning to Duarte, some of that coolness remained. "You are to leave, with the men and women under your command. Any osprey that chooses to disobey that order, and it is an order, make no mistake, will find themselves debarred from House Caliker, names stripped." Do I make myself clear? It was not what she had intended, but once she had set foot on that path, she could not turn back. She understood the rules of leadership. Still, Centress Alexis hesitated a moment, seeking something from Primus Duarte. Find it soon, Elora thought, ill-amused. The woman apparently found enough of what she sought to tender the Caliker, the commander, a sharp salute. They left her alone with Curiel Diashoff, a girl who had not yet served the mandatory probation required to make her Curiel Ashoff a Caliker. I gave her my word, Elora thought, as she met the girl's black eyes. Thinking of Yvain A. Nolan, and the massacre in the Averden Valleys. Thinking of what it meant, to return there now. Thinking of demons, of darkness, of a city racked by the screams of the dying. And Curiel Diashoff's smile widened slightly, as if those screams, attenuated and distanced only slightly by years and time, were a song she could hear, could conduct. The Caliker rose, shuddering her face, setting the memories firmly aside. And then she opened the door to the hall. "Gentlemen. Time is of the essence." Before Curiel could rise or speak, 5 men and 2 women entered the great hall. The Princess of the Blood, Mirielin A. Cormaris, Devon A. Terraphin, the Baralia, Commander Allen, Member Marilyn A. Faniel of the Order of Knowledge and the little-known, but greatly respected, Jewel A. Terraphin. She knew that she would be true to the word that she had given when she had accepted the service of Curiel Diashoff, but her lips turned up in a slightly triumphant smile as she caught the surprise that made Curiel seem, for just a moment, a 16-year-old girl. She did not understand these people. For a moment, fear held her. She touched her sword, pulling what shadow she could find into a tight, near impenetrable web around her body, armor that only the mage would find easy to pierce. But although her hand was on the haft of her blade, she did not draw it, and the moment passed, leaving her with a dryness in the mouth and throat. Frustration settled around her shoulders as if it were the only mantle she would ever wear again. "The mantle. Member A. Faniel?" the Baralia said quietly. "It is already done," the mage replied, quick with the words, as if he did not wish to appear to be following the commands of another. Strands of platinum hair flew a moment in the absolutely still room, and then he bowed sardonically to Curiel. "Curiel Diashoff," he said softly. "Marilyn A. Faniel," she replied. "You have a good memory, Curiel," the Caliker said, as she took a seat at the long table, and motioned for their visitors to do the same. They could not shed power, but they could shed the formality of it, if they so chose. "Too good a memory." It was Member A. Faniel who spoke. "I do not believe that my given name was ever used in your presence." "You are well enough known, Member A. Faniel." It was the youngest woman in the room, save Curiel, who spoke, tossing her dark curls out of the fringes of her lashes and binding them with a swathe of red cloth. If she was curious, she could have asked. "Devon said that the first thing you did was practically order King Cormoran to execute her." "True enough." Gray eyes met black ones, a platinum brow lifted. "And is that what happened?" Curiel shrugged coolly. "No. I did not know who you were until someone spoke your name, but I knew of you." Let him wonder. It was, after all, the truth. "I see. Did she do it to you, as well?" Curiel said, the bitterness in her voice adding years to her face. "She? Yvain. Did she take you from your home and bring you here?" From Mike he froze, and she knew at once, the blood knew, that he was, for a moment, afraid. It was gone before she could hold it long enough to twist, gone before she could make a weapon of it that she could use. If she could, that had never been her art, thanks to Ashoff. Ashoff's life had cost her much. But her death had been worse. "No, Curiel," the mage said gravely, "Yvain did not bring me to Avralalan. I was here long before her birth." "They don't know," she thought suddenly. "They don't know your secret. And they don't know mine. But they know I have one. she did not reveal what he had not revealed. Because a secret, like a concealed dagger, was only useful once, and this was not the time for it. How do you know of me? She said nothing. I see. He bowed slightly. Conceding? This is the Baralia, commander of the 2nd Army. The Caliker, as you know, is commander of the 3rd. Commander Allen, and the quietest man in the room nodded briefly, commands the 1st Army. He turned then to a woman whom Kiriel also recognized. This is the Princess Mirielyn Acor Maris, she represents the interests of the crowns. This is Devon, and this is Jewel, they are both a Terraphin. And they represent? The interests of the crown. It was the princess who answered, drawing Kiriel's eye. Of all the people in the room, Mirielyn was hardest to look at because once she started, Kiriel found it very, very difficult to stop. The princess held a light like a vessel made for only that purpose, where darkness edged her it was thin and fine, a net made of life, but not a plant with deep roots. Among the kin, beauty was defined solely by power. And yet they saw the light as clearly, more clearly, than she. They did not hold it, could not take it, could not contain it. Given enough time, they could corrupt it and destroy it, but a light such as Mirielyn Acor Maris carried would take several lifetimes to dim and tarnish. And so they disavowed it. She is lost to us, Kiriel. Look elsewhere, look long. No, she shook her head as a voice that she never wanted to hear again touched her memory. Speaking words that were oft spoken, deeply felt. I will not listen to you again. Centrus. Necessary interruption was usually humiliating, this was to be no exception, although no one laughed or sneered. Kiriel felt the sting across her pale skin, the burn of blush, she looked away from the princess and struggled to continue to do so. Jewel A. Terraphin felt the shift in Kiriel Diashoff, she could almost see it in the lines of the young woman's face. For just a moment, entranced by the princess of the blood, the clouds had separated, and a glimpse of something completely different had shone through. A glimpse of something familiar, something that would have attracted her when she'd been on the streets, something worth reaching out for. Something worth following. Something that she had followed, and taken in, at least once. It surprised her, and Jewel A. Terraphin was one of the seer-born, she wasn't used to being surprised. She was a good judge of character. It was her pride, and it was more besides, it had kept her alive for long enough to come to the notice of the Terraphin. She had lived in the 25th holding with her small den, much less worthy of note than even the bastard child of a well-off patries. Stealing for a living was living, and only a fool tried to survive that life in this city on her own. Jewel was, and had been, no fool, but her lot had been slightly different than other orphan children, each and every member of the den she'd thieved with had been her personal choice. And she had once taken in a killer. Duster. She hadn't thought about Duster for 10 years. Duster had been her right hand, Duster had been the heavy. In a fight, Duster had been the muscle, if something that graceful and fast could be called muscle. She'd been the easiest of the den to taunt into stupidity, and she held grudges for longer than a god. They'd made jokes about it, back then. Very quiet ones. She'd killed 3 men before she became one of Jewel's den kin. The first one, in self-defense. The second, in anger. The third in vengeance, although she never would explain what had driven her to such a revenge. It was the third death that had made of Duster a killer. But Duster had chosen the den. The den had chosen Duster. And although she had killed that lone man, had truly tested the limits of how much suffering she could both endure and willingly, personally inflict, she had served, in heat and cool anger, better than anyone. Had died in that service. Jewel? I'm sorry, she murmured. I was thinking. Devon raised a peppered brow, and she shook her head slightly, no threat. Kiriel now hid behind shadows that were more than just lack of light. Without thinking, and Jewel, surrounded by men and women of this rank, never acted without thinking, she brushed past Devon A. Terraphin, past Mirielyn Acor Maris, past the 3 commanders who had earned their place in a grim and bloody history, as if they were the passers-by, and this was the open street, and this young woman was in search of, in need of, a den. And then, as she met dark eyes that were somehow shining like liquid gold, she froze. Kiriel Diashov, she said quietly. I'm Jewel at Arafin. You can call me Jay. Kiriel didn't answer. Jewel didn't expect it. You're part of the Caliker houseguard. Pretty impressive for a newcomer. I know people who'd kill for a place here. There was no reply. But you're wasted here, and we both know it. She heard a cough at her elbow, 2 in fact. Ignored them both. We are considering a declaration of war against the Dominion of Anagar. It has happened before in the history of the Empire, no doubt, it will happen again. But this declaration, it's not ours alone to make. This is your war. Silence, one marked by the raising of eyebrows and exchanged glances between powerful men and women who had somehow become spectators. "Don't tell me how to fight my battles," Kirill said, relenting enough to show teeth. "Jewel," Devon whispered, "what?" "Not now." She didn't even look back at him. "I can't tell you how to fight them. I don't know enough about what they are." She shrugged again. "But I do know what I saw in the great chamber, Kirill's smile was thin and cold, but it was there. And it froze in place. "You're the one who shouted." "Yes. You're fast." Respect, and Jewel knew she didn't often show it. Jewel Aterafin didn't take respect she hadn't earned. Not from her Denkin. No. Then what? "I'm Seerborn." Silence. Then, heavy with forced nonchalance, "What do you see for me?" "War." Kirill snorted. It was odd, the single act of derision made her seem more youthful, almost her age, in fact. "With me at your side." "What? What? What? You? You're no soldier." "No. And neither are you. You're Kirill. When your enemies come hunting you, they won't stop in the ranks of the foot soldiers, because you won't be there." She saw past the paling alabaster of Kirill's skin, into the depths of eyes that were golden and cold. Oh, the silence. Jewel wondered what in the hell she was doing, and she hoped, whatever it was, she was going to survive it. "And where will I be, Seer? "You'll be with the Kai Lian." Jewel knew the words were true the minute she said them. Just didn't know why, but it didn't concern her yet. It would, though. Why? Because you've already saved his life once. And because, before this is out, Alisocratridian won't seem like such a difficult foe. Kirill's eyes narrowed. "Kirill, your enemies and our enemies are the same, whether you know it or not. There will be a Sun King in the dominion of Anagar, or there will be a puppet. And this so-called Sun King won't be your puppet?" Jewel shrugged. "Meet him. Decide for yourself. And decide, Kirill Diashov, just how far you're willing to go to protect him." Kirill shrugged, but the movement was forced and edged. "His protection is not my concern. I'm part of the House Guards," she said at last. I'm one of the Black Ospreys." Jewel was surprised. She'd heard of them, though who hadn't? It shouldn't have come as a surprise to her that was where Kirill was placed. But she knew that Kirill didn't belong there, because if she truly found kin, she wouldn't have had that momentary look that could draw J. Marcus across both a decade and a room. "But I'm going to war beside Vaildan Kai Delian. We need to win this war," she told Kirill, and knew it of a sudden for absolute truth. Felt it so sharply, the fear of loss was visceral. "You can't." Something in the girl's tone set Jewel's teeth on edge, but she'd heard it before, a dozen times. Fear made fear a weapon, and the gods knew in the streets of the lower holdings, you needed to hone whatever weapons you could. Jewel Marcus had always understood the pleasure inherent in causing fear. She didn't bother to hide hers behind bluster, no point to it. Because she knew that Kirill's taunt was also Kirill's truth, and for an icy second the ghostly otherwhere of a battlefield strewn with corpses fogged her vision. She understood it then. The vision. The image of Kirill, darkness wreathed and absorbed, the sight of Vaildan, bleeding, bruised, and living. "She's right," Jewel Marcus said, and her voice was the seer's voice, the distant, cool certainty that made of the speaker a vessel. "We can't win." No one spoke, the moment stretched, thinly, between each of the men and women there. Glances were joined and broken as the unsaid surfaced, that Jewel Marcus Aterafin was Seerborn. Then, as they watched, they realized that the seer's gaze did not waver from the face of Kirill Diashov. Her gaze held weight, and the eyes of the men and women who were in large part to decide the course of the coming battle turned to Kirill as well. "Kirill," the seer said, "will you come to war with us?" As a member of the House Guards, the Caliker began, but Jewel's imperative wave cut the words off so cleanly it might as well have been a blade. "I hope," Devon thought, cringing as he saw the clouds settle into the lines of one of the 10 most powerful people in the Empire, "that you know what you're doing, Jewel. Because I guarantee if you don't, you'll wish you'd never left the street." "You said this was my war," was the cool reply. "And if I wanted allies, I'd ask." "You'd go to the hells themselves in burning chains before you'd ask for anyone's help." Kirill smiled at that, the smile was genuine. And then it faded. "You came here to ask me questions. The Caliker said I could answer whatever ones you asked that didn't have anything to do with my past." "You won't ask any," she said, rising. "But let me be generous. I know what you're facing. You could field the biggest army your world has seen since Morlos fell, and you still wouldn't win. They don't want you," she added softly. At least, they don't want you yet. Stay home. Let them play in the Dominion. Maybe, by the time they're finished there, you'll have had enough time to build some sort of a defense. Her tone made it clear that if there was one, she couldn't conceive of it. Who? But she shook her head and looked away, and if there was anger in her eyes, there was a very real pain, the type of pain from which anger often springs hottest. I am not ready, she said. I am not ready to betray him. She spoke each word as if it were dragged from her, and Jewel felt that they had been, and by her. It was a promising start. Duster. But if whoever this is deserves your loyalty, why are you here? We fight our own battles. There was no warmth in the words. Excuse me, young lady, Commander Allen said, standing quietly by Jewel's side, although just when he'd moved, no one but Kiriel had noticed. But the protection that you enjoy is at the Caliker's behest. You are a member of her houseguards, and as long as you behave in accordance with the rules that govern the guards, your right to protect your past will be respected. But the houseguards of Caliker will go to war, if that is the Crown's decision. And if you are not among the houseguards when they choose to take the field against the armies of the Dominion and her allies, you will no longer have the right to the grace that the Caliker has granted. I'd advise you to consider this carefully. Commander Allen's voice was so deceptively soft it was easy to miss the threat in the words, and the threat was not subtle. He bowed, curtly, to Jewel A. Terraphin an apology for his interruption. He offered Kiriel nothing. I'm going, Jewel said, as if the commander had not spoken. The words were a challenge. I'm not afraid of what we'll meet on the road, and I think I see it more clearly than anyone here but you, Dot. I am not afraid. The Caliker's gaze traveled the length of the connection between Jewel A. Terraphin and Kiriel Diashoff, traversing it again and again as if to find answers there. Finally she said, Kiriel, Commander Allen speaks the truth. But you're an Osprey, and the Ospreys have always been trouble. Report to Primus Duarte on the morrow, he'll have your detail and your orders. You will either follow them, or you will leave Caliker and its protection. Kiriel forced herself to nod, but her eyes were upon Jewel Aderaphin's pale, almost ordinary face. You have, the seer said softly, a decision to make. Kiriel laughed, briefly and bitterly. Well, this is either very good or very bad. Duarte leaned against the wall, the seal across the scroll that bore his new orders unbroken for the moment. Duarte. Alexis, he said, mimicking her tone precisely, hoping to distract her. Then, when he realized just how futile it was, I told you it was risky to make that stand, but we thought the risk was worth taking. We'll live with the consequences. Open the damn thing. The scroll came an inch off the desk, and then another, casting a thin shadow. Neither Duarte nor Alexis had moved to touch it. Fancy, she said coolly. But I think we have better things to do than watch you practice a trick that couldn't kill a flea. The orders. It was the women who were always the problem. The Caliker. Kiriel. Alexis. Give him Cook, or Sanderson, or Aurelise. Well, maybe not Aurelise, but Aurelise wouldn't get into so much trouble if he could keep away from the women. Duarte, I'm waiting. Never ever, he thought sourly, get emotionally involved with a member of your unit. Never. He grabbed the scroll as it lolled in the air and cracked the seal. What? What does it say? We're to report to Varys Andramar at Avantari. Tomorrow. He looked up at the sharp-faced woman he considered the most attractive person in the Empire. In the Iranan halls. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Jewel. The younger woman looked up from the scrolls that she labored over, ink stained the corner of her mouth, as it often did when she let her mind wander. She relaxed when she saw Torvin A. Terraphin in the doorway, and then tensed when he drew close enough that she could see his expression. Does the Terraphin want me? Yes. He paused. By the shrine. He winced, and added, I don't think she wants to wait for as long as it's going to take you to clean up. I'd avoid Avandar if at all possible, if I were you. The woman who ruled the house and the woman who served it met in the late afternoon light. It seemed strange to Jewel A. Terraphin. The shrine of Terraphin was a nighttime relic, a place where ghosts and restless dreams could be either invoked or laid to rest. Shadows and darkness gave mystery, light took it away, shining too harshly across unadorned marble and bronze. Shining just as harshly across the rather stark features of the woman whose rule over House Terraphin was unquestioned. Jewel, the Terraphin said, her voice quite cool. Jewel bowed at once, and held that bow, gathering her thoughts and her expression before she rose. Bows, she had discovered over the years, were good for that. You could use them to hide shock, anger, contempt, or fear while feigning respect. Anything that bought time acceptably was to be valued. I've spoken with Devon, the Terraphin said. Oh. Join me. It was an order. Jewel joined her lord on the steps of the shrine, and together, in a careful and graceful lockstep, although it had to be said that the Terrapin's grace was natural, and Jewel's learned, they climbed to the altar that rested beneath the domed roof. Now we have peace, and we have privacy. The breeze flew past, picking at strands of Jewel's unruly hair. Time, lessons, and a dozen different attendants had not taken the wildness out of those dark curls. She'd been told with a sniff that the color would go first. I did not, the Terrapin said, when Jewel did not immediately speak, grant you permission to travel with the army. You are a member of House Terrapin, and you owe fealty to Terrapin. You, of all people, know this. As if to make her point, she glanced around the shrine and its confines, alluding, with that single gesture, to all of their mutual history. I did not, the Terrapin continued, as a crimson stain spread itself across cheeks that were, or that should have been at 32 years of age, too old to take well to blushing, give you leave to insult the Baralia or the Caliker, and while we are not perhaps the friends that we could be, our houses owe each other the respect of rank. If anyone from Terrapin is to push past them as if they don't exist, it will not be you. Terrapin. The house needs you here. Jewel bowed, the motion a bobbing of head, no more. And now I would appreciate it if you would tell me why the house needs you there, but... There were days when she hated the sight. Terrapin, she said quietly, what would you give of your house to win this war? This is not a discussion, Jewel. And there were days when she loathed it. Terrapin. She swallowed, because she knew that she didn't have an answer. I would not give the life of my house, a third voice said, and they both turned, and neither woman was surprised. Standing before them, hands behind his back and face lined with thought, the spirit of Terrapin wore a face that Jewel had never seen, and that the Terrapin knew well. Jewel had never seen the guardian of Terrapin during the hours of the day before. But if she did not recognize the face that he wore, she recognized what lay beneath it, concern for Terrapin, the great house of his founding. One could not summon the spirit of Terrapin, not even if one were the Terrapin. The spirit chose his time and his companions. And in this generation of those chosen worthy to be a Terrapin, he had only two, the Terrapin and Jewel. Neither woman had ever given voice to what this meant. Because Terrapin was a big house, the most powerful of the 10, and if the Terrapin was its undisputed leader, the House Council was not without its power. The Terrapin had wisely chosen to announce no heir to the title. I would not give the life of my house, the guardian of Terrapin said. But I risked my house for the king's. And the house became stronger for the choice, the Terrapin said quietly. Yes, he said softly. But we did not know that that would be the outcome. Terrapin, the house is, and has been, many things, it will be many things in the future. Some of them, you envision, some you cannot. Many of the patriciate turned their backs upon the cause of the kings when they came seeking support for their war against the barons. They did it in the name of their families, of their houses. Terrapin did not. And if the kings came today, Terrapin would not. You do not, the Terrapin said wryly, rule Terrapin. I do. He bowed and his smile was almost rueful. Almost. As you say, Terrapin. His bow carried the respect that his tone did not. But if I do not rule, I advise. If I might beg your indulgence? She laughed, and the laughter took the last of the edge out of her voice, although it was a quiet laugh, appropriate to a woman of great station. Jewel Marcus a Terrapin, go south if south calls, and do what must be done. But I will have your word, before you leave, that regardless of the state of the war, if you are summoned to Terrapin, you will return. Of course. The guardian's smile was almost sad. Take those who you feel are worth risking. And also take your Damasus. The hostages were freed, but in a limited fashion, they were allowed to return to their quarters, allowed to have their Surden as escorts, allowed even to resume the style of title and dress and entertainment that had been their wont. They were not, by royal decree, allowed to leave Avrolal and Aramarilas, and any need that required a journey beyond the confines of the Holy All was to be facilitated by the king's swords. Which was better than any of them, save perhaps Sarah Marlena and Leon, had hoped for when news of the slaughter had first reached them. But they did not yet feel safe. Had they, the restrictions would have already begun to chafe and annoy. Ser Filippo Par di Calesta was quiet as he contemplated their fortune and their fate. He, of course, would be free to travel the moment the kings decided to announce their decision if, he thought grimly, they chose to make one, and he very much wished to do so. It had been years since he had fought by his brother's side, and his brother had proved himself, if anyone born to Caulesta ever doubted it, to be worthy of the title the Wolf of Caulesta. But he also dearly wished to leave his wife and his younger son in the safety of the imperial court. For in the imperial court, Vale Dandelion had found safety against the servants of the Lord of Night, and if such a boy could find safety against such an enemy, his own family, far more important to him, and far less important to anyone else, would surely be protected. Michaela, his oldest, was 14, and 14 was not too young to blood a blade in the service of Caulesta. Besides, if he elected to leave Michaela behind, he thought it would go ill. The boy was not unlike his father, and had every intention of going to war. Whether or not the Imperials declared themselves allies, and if they did, it was a very mixed blessing. Averta would see battle. Filippo. He knew the voice at once. It was a dusky voice, a sleepy one, full-throated and heavy and feminine. Andrea and Calesta. Smiling, he turned to greet her. The smile stiffened. What has passed? Nothing yet. But Tara bid me come to find you. She is with Vaildan. He started to walk, and she touched his shoulder, catching the silk of his shirt and holding him a moment. She had always been bold, and although at times he found it annoying, he had never quite mastered the appreciation he felt for that hint of wildness and its strength. What? Men have come. Soldiers. They bear a standard I recognize only half of. She was sharp, she missed little, if she missed anything at all. The half? Calikur. I believe they have come for Vaildan. He grew still at once. Where is the Tiragnate? I do not know. He did not leave word. And the General Berdan Dinavar? With the Kailian. He does not appear to be pleased. She paused, as if weighing the moment and necessity to speak her mind. It did not take long. These men and women, they are old enough to have served, I think, in the wars. Calikur. He cursed, a single sharp word, and pulled himself free from the grip of his wife. And then he left her, and his musings, behind, thinking that if they took the boy, and made of him some imperial puppet, Averta had already lost. Chapter 26. Vaildan knew Kiriel the moment he saw her, although she stood in the middle of the ranks of what appeared, for a moment of chill uncertainty, to be a small army. He did not think that he would ever forget her, and in this at least, he was right. He was to be proved wrong about many things in his life. General Berdan swore, unmindful of the presence of the women chose, with a certain pale grace, not to hear him. He understood, immediately, that it had been choice and tact on their part, and had the good sense to fall silent. But he drew his sword and held it out, at chest height, for Vaildan to see. Vaildan knew what he offered. I haven't taken your oath yet, the young Tiragar thought. He nodded, but said, put it away, General. I do not believe that these soldiers have come to offer us injury. You don't recognize their banner, the general said softly, although he followed the orders of the man-boy that he had chosen to pledge his sword to. I do. Vaildan noticed that Berdan kept his hand upon the hilt of his sword. The men stopped at barked orders. And then one of them stood forward, and Vaildan saw, as the soldier approached, that he faced no man. This was a woman, sharp-faced and cool. But he had been trained in Esselian. She was not the enigma to him that she was, and would no doubt always be, to the general. Princess Mirielene Cormaris had taught him to ride. It was the princess, as well, who sparred with him when he reached a high enough level of skill. He knew, for his mother reminded him constantly, that in Anagar the women did not do anything so demeaning as fight or kill, at least not so brutishly, that they did not choose to smell of horsesweat, and clop around gracelessly in heavy boots and light armor. But he was not in Anagar, and he wondered, briefly, if he would ever be. This woman, this Centris, was another soldier to him, no more, no less. Or she would have been, if not for the general's reaction. As he appraised her, she appraised him, and then she lifted her arm and performed the imperial salute. Sloppily. It's good to see, the general said stonily, that the black ospreys of the Calikur houseguards can still live down to their reputation. The soldier, thus rebuked, returned a gaze as cold as the general's tone. The black ospreys of the Calikur houseguards reporting for duty. What? But Ser Vaildan Kai Delion stood forward. I did not realize, he said quietly, and without the coolness of his general, that this company was so large. He paused. Do you ride? Me? No, but some of us can. Sir. They aren't cavalry, if that's what you meant. Good. Are you the leader of this company? No, sir. That'd be Primus Duarte. And he? She smiled, and the smile made her face look more sharp, rather than less. Waiting your permission, Tiragar. My permission? I've already given it. He could hear the general sputter, although the man was absolutely silent. Well, yes, sir. But it has been brought to our attention that the customs of the Dominion are rather more complicated with regards to the presence of those who are gifted. Vaildan frowned. What she's trying to say, the general explained, his voice quiet and utterly smooth, is that he's one of the Imperial Mageborn, and will therefore not approach without your express permission. Tiragar, he added quietly, there are no Radin here who can perform the rites of purification. There were, was the young man's remote reply, Radin in plenty in the Torleon. His meaning silenced the general. And the centress. Tell your primus, that is the title, that I have accepted the company as an imperial company while we are upon imperial soil. He may approach. Sarah Alina was proud of Veldan. She did not show it, did not so much as change posture or position. But the general was slightly off guard. It was Berdan who had shown surprise, and quite openly. Veldan appeared to be in command of the situation. He had to be. Take their service, but tell no one. Her advice. The only clear path she could see. But shouldn't I ask? That is precisely what you cannot afford to do. You are the Tiragar, Veldan. But I don't know how to. And you will learn. Ramiro de Calesta is a dangerous man. Never tell him all that you know unless you wish to set a calle stantir beside the waters of the Torleon. You may trust the general, he is your man, truly. Then I can ask him. No. Why? The look of confusion and annoyance made the only surviving scion of the once great clan look younger than his years. She smiled fondly, remembering that expression. Because, Navail. He is your man, but he flutters about you like a nervous mother. Or wife. When you return to the Dominion, if you indeed return, the men of the clans will look first to Calesta and then to the general before they see you. If the general flutters and hovers and waits, if he seems to be the source of your strength and your wisdom, then it won't matter whether he's your liege, your loyal liege, or not. They will know that you are weak. And they will not follow. Or do you wish to be a Tyr in exile? He watched as a man detached himself from this group of soldiers. Watched, lifting his chin slightly, as that man approached. He wore the colors of the Kalikar houseguards, that much, Veldan knew clearly from his years in Avantari. What he did not recognize, and what Berdan obviously did, was the black bird that plunged, claws extended, beneath the more familiar colors. But he knew from the general's reaction that this crest, and this house, had not been friendly in the wars that had been the cause of his exile. Exile? As the primus, he knew the rank by the golden quarter circle above the sword across the right shoulder, approached. The unspoken word echoed in the emptiness that the massacre had made of his life. He did not clearly remember the dominion of Anagar, could not easily recall all the details of the Torleon, the seat of power which, coveted, had caused the death of his distant father, even though there were some images that would never leave him. But he could recall, at will, the colors of the 10, he knew their leaders on sight, and knew, further, many of their lesser nobles. Solran Martin and Calandras of Seniel visited often, and if he was quiet enough, he was allowed to listen to them sing. He knew the ranking patrises and the merchants who, holding no title, held the power of royal charter. He even knew, by sight, some of the magi and the man who ruled the most important guild in the empire, the Guild of the Makerborn. Exile? He knew the Healerborn, and the men who served as healers although their skills were learned and not granted. He knew the priests, and their golden-eyed masters, and privately knew that the Anagrian view must be wrong, for these men and women could not be demons. He knew Moral's right in Marilla's fall, knew, as well, the arguments that surrounded the correct use of this northern hero's name, and he knew what the 6 days meant. This was his home. Or it had been. The Primus saluted, and the salute was a sharp one. Primus Duarte A. Calicur reporting for duty, Tyr Leon. And will you protect me from demons, Primus? Veldan said, as he looked at the restive rank of the men and women who followed, or from them. At that, the Primus froze, and then he lifted a brow. Permission to speak freely? Granted. You look like a boy. You stand like one. You even sound like one. The silence that followed the words was a thick one, no one moved. You can ask a question like that, you've got an edge to you beneath that youth. If you intend to go south, sharpen it. The Primus smiled. These are the Black Ospreys. They serve Calicur, except in time of war. Then? They serve the kings. And what do they owe to me? The Primus smiled again, as if he was surprised at the question. Veldan was, and he was the one who asked it. Inasmuch as your commands do not conflict with the Calicurs or the kings, we owe you service and protection, but. And who decides when those orders are in conflict? Silence a moment, and then the Primus smiled grimly. Not the general, he said, acknowledging for the first time the man who stood so stiffly to Valadin's right. No, Veldan said, remembering Alina's words, the sharpness behind their strength. The general serves me, and he will abide by my orders, once given. But perhaps we did not understand each other clearly. I accepted your service. You will tell me what that means. It means. To you. Ser Filippo Par di Calesta listened from a discreet distance, watching the boy with a measured calm. He recognized the banner as quickly as the general had, perhaps more so. Bloodied but unfelled, it cast a long shadow in the memory of a man who had served in the campaign that led to the Averdan Valleys. He stepped back, thinking that this was not a decision that he could have made, or could have accepted. Wondering what Berdan felt. What Ramiro would feel, upon seeing them himself. Boy, he thought, for he had never thought of Valdan as anything else, your blood is stronger than we thought. For the entire first meeting, Duarte held his breath and prayed. A lot. I'm too old for this. But no one had said anything completely offensive, and after the right amount of time had passed, an eternity, more or less, the Ospreys had been dismissed to quarters, with commands to report back in the morning. They didn't make it. They got out of the Iranan halls and halfway across the courtyard before the first outraged outburst, made it to the edge of the footpath before they'd stopped completely, demanding answers, reasons, explanations. From him. At least, praise Cagliari's, they'd waited. He could be thankful for that much. I know it's asking a lot. It's asking more than a bloody lot, Cook said grimly. He'd done something he rare did, straightened out. He was a big man. But we don't have a choice. Duarte had managed, against all odds, to get the Ospreys to the palace. But he'd done it not by dint of threat, he'd done it by the clear expedient of simple fact. It was a direct order. They could obey it, or they could be cashiered. But having got them here, he was under no illusions. Ospreys and orders they didn't like were oil and fire. We can fight the Dominion, he'd told the Caliker, but don't ask us to serve the Southerners. Ask any other company. Please. Close as he'd come to begging since he'd turned 15. Hadn't got him anywhere. We've always got a choice, Aurelie said, in the smooth, warm drawl that made anyone who knew him well very nervous. We've followed orders we didn't like before. Trust Aurelie's. The Ospreys could do everything short of outright mutiny under the guise of following orders. They'd done it under the Barilia's very brief command. We don't do it here. Duarte Alexis began, but he cut her off. No. Maybe you don't realize what's at stake. Sure, we do, Aurelie said, his voice even quieter. We're supposed to put our lives on the line for a bunch of Anagarian nobles. He paused. For a bunch of Anagarian nobles who serve, directly or indirectly, the interests of the Caulesta clan. Caulesta. He hated the name. Hated the use of it, hated what it brought back. The Black Ospreys had lost 2/3 of their number on a single day, and a quarter of those who had made it off the field never made it across the border again. I told her, he thought, seeing the grim, white line of the Caliker's lips. Knowing that she felt as he did, and that she wouldn't fight the kings for the right to stand apart. To honor the dead, by refusing, years later, to serve their killers. It was General Alesso de Morent who ordered the slaughter, Duarte said, his voice weak although it was wrapped around fact. And that general will rule the Dominion if we don't intervene, but... And if we don't intervene, Cook said, his voice heated where Oralis was smooth, Morent and Caulesta will fall in on each other. Morent served under Caulesta, Duarte. We're not idiots. Not a man who served there could forget it. Then state your position. State it clearly. Make your choice. Let me make it for you, a new voice said. They turned, as one, to look upon the still features of the man that they had been ordered to protect, Valdan de Leon. The son of a man whose death not a single Osprey mourned. I will not take your service where it is so reluctantly given. You, he said to Cook, may continue as you like in the service of the Caliker. I do not know how well she tolerates disobedience, it must be very well. You, he said, turning to Duarte, may also continue under her service. But you will not serve me. Keep your old wounds, and let them bleed as you like, I have need of whole men. So, Alexis said slowly, the pretty boy speaks, that. He turned, as if seeing her for the first time, she smiled with teeth. But she'd forgotten momentarily that this pretty boy had been raised in Esselian, he didn't even blink at the sword by her side. He did flush, though, his cheeks lost their pale, even neutrality. And then, for just a moment, he looked young. You've come without guards, she said casually, as she noticed Aurelie sidling round his side. This is Avantari, the youth said with a shrug. Here, I don't need them. This is Avantari, Alexis said, with the slightest of nods, but we're the Ospreys. Aurelie laughed. She let him. She let it happen because it was something she understood, all of it. There was a point that had to be made, by either Valdan or the Ospreys. They knew it as well, they had thrown off the rules that Kirill found so enraging and so inexplicable. She let Duarte stand, almost open-mouthed with shock and a growing horror as he realized the implications of what might occur. A shout, some strangled command, pushed its way up his throat and out of his mouth. She let Cook stand back, let Fiara bend forward, let every member who fought under the Osprey banner take a collective breath. She heard Alexis tell Duarte that this young slip of a pretty boy with his court-soft hands and his delusions of grandeur needed to be taken down a notch. Or 4. Nothing deadly. Just a lesson. A real lesson. And she smiled as Veildan Delion leaped out of the way and landed on both feet, his hands glinting with the length of two slender, southern daggers. He was only the second person in her time with the Ospreys who had managed to outwit or outmove Aurelice when he was stalking his prey. She was the first. Valadin's back was to a wall, although he had started out in a convenient archway, and his lips were pressed and set in a thin line. Aurelice, armed, stopped a moment, and then began to pace, as if circling, a large cat who had suddenly discovered that the mouse had teeth and claws of its own. She liked the ripple of shirt and muscle, it seemed fluid enough to be liquid. And it reminded her of other such confrontations, in another court, a world away. Do I miss it? Yes. She thought about intervening, and took a step between Fiara and Cook, her hand on the hilt of her blade. But a circle had been drawn, invisible, across the stone, and she stood at its edge just as Duarte himself did, waiting. It should have been an easy kill, or at least an easy wounding, if that's what Aurelice had intended. It was hard to tell with Aurelice, his good humor was often burned away in a flash of annoyance, and what lay beneath it was not so unfamiliar to Kirill Diashov, darkness, anger, a brooding desire to prove one's power. But Veildan was not unprepared either. She watched the glint of steel in his hands, and saw its reflection in his dark, southern eyes. Saw Aurelice there as well, bearing his single dagger, cutting the air in tight half circles. He moved, copper hair flying in a single, thick tail at his back. Steel twisted, flickering like silver flame, first blood fell in a trickle from the left side of Valadin's jaw. The hush was broken by a sharp exhalation, breath was drawn again. And then Kirill smiled as she heard Alexis curse, for Valadin's jaw was not the only jaw so marked, and Aurelice's blood trickled down the runnel of his dagger. Well done, Aurelice said, as he felt the dagger's sting. The boy shrugged, and in that gesture, he looked like an osprey. Not so, was his quiet reply. If we were in the south, they'd be poisoned. The dagger moved, but Valadin's eyes did not leave his enemy's face. For just a minute, Aurelice froze. Alexis snorted. If you were in the Dominion, you would not be fighting with daggers, but you fight, Veildan replied, with whatever weapon is at your disposal. Before he had finished the last word, Aurelice was gone again. This time, his pride had been pricked, and if he could not be forced to foolish action by anger, he could be cruel in his attempts to salve what had been wounded. This, too, Kirill understood. But Veildan knew, and Kirill saw the light behind his eyes flicker. She felt the tensing of his shoulders and his legs an instant before he leaped. He exposed his back to Aurelice, which was risky. Aurelice was in motion but not so hurried that he could not avail himself of the opportunity. He pivoted, his blade struck. Veildan grunted, but he, too, was in motion, and instead of rolling away from Aurelice, he rolled into him. They both fell. The dagger had not been so deeply planted that Aurelice could not pull it as his arms flew wide in an attempt to cushion his landing. Instinct. Veildan Delion, the last of his clan, rolled up, bleeding, before Aurelice landed. His knee was against the older man's throat, and the points of his daggers, both daggers, hovered a hair's breadth above the osprey's blue eyes. That broke the circle, ended the drill. The ospreys moved, steel scraped against steel as they noisily drew longer blades. And Kirill crossed the courtyard before those blades had cleared sheaths, her own trailing a hint of shadow, her eyes far darker than lack of light could conveniently excuse. She faced the ospreys, her back to Veildan Delion, her meaning clear. Aurelice chose, she told her comrades coldly. Veildan Delion accepted the challenge, and fought fairly. If there was criticism of Aurelice in the words, no one spoke against it. They had all felt the sting of his blade, either in practice or in less friendly fights, of which there were very, very few. Get out of the way, Kirill, Alexis said, the only woman to stand against the newest, and the youngest, of the Black Ospreys. She nearly spit when Duarte's hand caught and held her shoulder. He did choose, the Primus said coldly. And he isn't dead, no matter how hard he tries to get that way. Duarte. Alexis. She fell silent as she met an expression that Kirill had never seen upon Duarte a Calicar's face. The Primus held her eyes for just that necessary second longer before turning to look at Kirill, to look beyond her. Veildan Delion Itiragar, you have something that belongs to us. The boy, pale and sweating, did not raise his eyes. The daggers did not waver. Yes. What do you require of us for his safe return? Nothing, the Delion said coldly. He leaped back, a motion that was quick and a little too fast, releasing Aurelice to the ospreys. They noted that he kept his daggers drawn and his injured back to the wall. As Aurelice rose, the air crackled, light flared, turning into a burning ribbon that encircled the osprey. Unnecessary, Duarte, Aurelice said, running a hand across his chin. But Kirill could see the darkness in him. He was shrouded in shadow, in the anger and humiliation of total and unexpected defeat. He lied. She did not know if Duarte realized it. Aurelice bowed grimly to the young man. There was no friendship in the gesture, but if there was resentment, it was buried beneath an uncharacteristically subdued expression. "Nothing?" Duarte asked. "Nothing." He sheathed his daggers in a single motion, taking only the time necessary to wipe clean the edge of the single dagger that had drawn Aurelice's blood. Later, Kirill thought, he'd have to clean them properly, or he'd pay for the theatrical gesture. "This isn't our best," Duarte said. "And what is?" Silence. Veildan drew breath, exhaled, and drew another, sharper one. "I am not my father," he told them, his eyes leaving Duarte's face to rest, briefly, upon each of the ospreys gathered here. "I am not Kayestan. But I am Anagarian, and when I rule, Anagar will be mine. I came here, without guard and without advisor, because I wished to speak with you on your own terms. I trusted you because I felt secure in the honor of the Empire. I don't know what you suffered at the hands of the Anagarian armies. I don't care. I did not ask, or press, for your unit. You requested permission to serve me, and I accepted that service." His glance flickered off Aurelice with some justified contempt. "Service such as this is better left in the hands of my enemies. Had you complained with me, there were better ways to raise it, more honorable ways, if you even understand the difference. You said," he turned, unexpectedly, to Alexis, "that I needed to be taught a lesson." "Thank you." She had the grace to blush. "For people who claim to loathe the Anagarians, you are the closest I've seen to their match. If you think that I will plead with you, if you think that I could hold such a one hostage against your good behavior, then you do not understand Leon, no matter how well you think you understand Anagar." He turned, then. The wound in his back, darkening the folds of his cloth, was an accusation. "Wait." It was Cook who spoke. Kirill would remember it later, for she, too, was willing to let him pass, and to let his judgment stand. It was Cook, and Kirill thought that had it been Duarte, Veildan Kaidelion would not have stopped. But he did, and he turned, and the wound disappeared. "Yes? I can't speak for the ospreys. Hell, the Primus can't speak for the ospreys. But swear that we won't take Kayestan orders, not from them, and not from you, and I'll serve you." The silence of the offer stretched out. Valadin's face was cold and hard. "Take it," Kirill thought, her hand on the sword white. "You've got what you came for, they respect your personal power now." "So sworn," Veildan said grimly. He drew his sword, and then grimaced. "There is no circle. Not in Esselian. Then how will you take my oath?" "Same as we took his," Cook said, pointing over his shoulder in Duarte's general direction. "On faith." There was laughter, and if it was sharp, it was genuine. Another man stood forward. "Sanderton." He drew his sword. "You fight pretty well," he said. "Better with daggers than a sword," was Valadin's reply. He bowed and Sanderton sheathed the weapon. Fiara stepped forward. "We buried 2/3 of our own," she told him, "in the Averden valleys." "And how many of ours did you bury?" "None, we left them for carrion. Then the winds took them, the Lord passed them over." "That was then, what will you do now?" "I'll follow the ospreys," she told him, and she drew her sword. "Besides, I always root for the underdog, and you don't stand a chance in the south." "Oh? He stabbed you." "He's still standing. Perhaps I didn't think I'd survive his death." She laughed. "See what I mean?" she said, although it was to the ospreys, and not to the Tyr, that she spoke. Alexis nodded. "I see it. And I don't." "You're right. He's too honest and he's got honorable notions, but he's still standing, and Aurelice should have had him for breakfast. I think he's got a chance." She had the grace to look almost embarrassed. "I don't believe that you spared Aurelice's life because you thought we'd kill you if he died. You heard her, he heard him, you knew the fight beginning and end was yours and yours alone." She met Valadin's eyes for the first time, and found them unwavering. "We're not all killers. Just mostly." Duarte turned sharply, but the voice fell silent before he could attach it to a face. He stepped forward, although Veildan had not yet called him. "Service," he told the younger man, "means giving what we have, as we have it. We're not clansmen. We'll never be clansmen. And we're not cut out to be tyrant. We're not imperial soldiers, not in the usual sense of the word, but we don't serve under a commander, we serve beside one. The Calicar is one of us. Looks like today you set your foot on the inside of that same circle." 2/3 of the ospreys died in the service of Commander Elora A. Calicar, protecting her banner. If necessary, all of the ospreys would have. "Today, tonight," he added, as he saw the crimson of the sun, "all of the ospreys would die to protect yours." But he grimaced. Just try to be certain that yours and Calesta's aren't standing within 30 yards of each other, or it could get tricky. Veildan nodded. If you don't mind, he said, his voice a shade quieter, I think I'd like to see the physicians now. Only Kiriel was not surprised when he collapsed. Berdan Dinavar was beside himself with rage. What made it worse was the quality of the anger. It was almost completely silent, it showed in the pale line around the edge of his lips and the clipped, even tone of his voice. The women would not leave, and it was not his station, although it was obvious that he would dearly have loved it to be otherwise, to order them away. It was Valadin's, and Veildan, Ubid and the Healery of the Queen's court, did not see fit to accommodate him. And only partly because he wished to avoid what Berdan would, no doubt, have to say the moment the last of the women's skirts had brushed the dust clear of the doorframe. The healer's touch had not left him, and although the healer himself had claimed the touch to be a light one, it lingered every time he closed his eyes. He felt vulnerable, he felt empty. He felt, for a moment, that he was 8 years old again, and the brothers and sisters, the sisters, especially, of his life in the Tor Leon had come and gone, offering their formal, tearful farewells. He had never been allowed to visit, and he would not see them again, although he had never accepted that fact until the moment the imperial merchants had arrived, bearing their tales of death. His mother had come with him, and he was glad of it, but there was so very much that he'd left behind that he'd learned over the years not to miss. It was not that he missed them now, but that sense of hollowness, of loneliness, had returned to him with a strength that memory alone could not contain. And he did not wish to be alone with a man of the clans, for if the women were as sharp, they were not as unkind in their judgment, they were used, after all, to seeing the weakness of the men they had been chosen by, if only in the privacy of the harem. Among themselves, the men did not make their vulnerabilities known. I ask you again, the general said, through teeth clenched so tightly his jaw barely moved, how you were wounded. It wasn't a question, of course, it was a demand. General, he said quietly. The wound was my wound. It has been dealt with. Silence. 5 minutes might pass before Berdan Dinavar began again, his temper growing more sour, rather than less, as the sands ran. Veildan thought, although he was never certain, that the Sarah Alina found the general's ill humor vastly amusing. The doors opened. Standing between them, attended only by 2 Tyran, was Ramiro de Calesta. The cushions in the hard back of a bed meant for royal injuries prevented Veildan from sinking out of sight. The expression on the Tyr's face made Berdan seem cheery, although if pressed, Veildan could not have easily said why. Tiragar, the Kayestan Tyr said, offering perfect and quick obeisance. His face was smooth as northern glass when he rose. The tyrant to either side offered supplicant bows that were longer and more formal. They did not rise as he did, they did not possess his rank. Nor did he wait for the Tiragar's permission. Having the tyrant in this room was a matter of social grace, not necessity. Tiragnate, Veildan said, nodding. I see that reports of your health were not exaggerated. Tiragnate, Sarah Alina said, leaving her quiet place by the foot of Valadin's bed, and kneeling a moment, in deference to his rank and his importance to Veildan de Leon's cause. Ramiro de Calesta frowned, the movement a passing ripple of lips. Sarah Alina de Lamberto. I attend the Tiragar while he rests in this foreign hall, and unfortunately, while he rests here, I answer to the healer, Dantalon, for his rest and his recovery. If you... Sarah Alina, Veildan said, raising a hand. Dantalon will not. He most certainly will. They all turned then, to see the pale-haired, somewhat haggard healer as he cast a shadow in the door. Permission was granted for the Sarah, and only the Sarah, to attend the Tiragar. I see that the Southerners are as disappointingly obtuse as their northern counterparts when it comes to such rules. Or perhaps, gentlemen, you are not familiar with the language of the court. Weston and your tongue have similar roots, but are certainly divergent languages. Let me speak more clearly, the hour being late, and your time no doubt too precious to waste on longer explanations. Get out. The tyrant, still kneeling, rose as one man, their hands curved round the hilts of their swords, but they did not draw them. You are bold, the general said softly, for an unarmed and unescorted man. He is not unescorted, a new voice said, and the Princess Royale, Mirielin A. Cormaris, stepped into the light his lamp cast. And were I you, I would not pit my blade against the blade of your tyrant, no matter how often battle has tested them. There was no bragging in her voice, there was almost no inflection. Veildan, the Kayestan Tyr said. The younger man smiled almost ruefully. He means it. If I were one of the kings themselves, he'd have come with the queens as escort. He's valued here. But more important, he's obeyed. I take no insult from it, it is the custom of the north, and if not for northern customs, the clan Leon would not be a clan. But he silently thanked the healer, wondering how he'd known. And knowing. The healer's touch still bound them together, after all. Sarah Alina sat by his side once the healer had satisfied himself of Valadin's improving condition. The princess stopped only for long enough to formally ask if the difficulty were a difficulty that required the intervention of the crowns. She accepted his polite refusal with much better grace than the men who had pledged to follow his rule. Of course, she accepted it with a grace and ease that implied that she already knew who had been responsible for the injury, and what the outcome of that injury was. Veildan knew that she probably did. I am 17, he thought idly, as the lamplight played against the face of his only attendant. The Sarah Alina was not lovely, and he thought that she never had been. Her face was too sharp, and the line of her lips too tight, for that. Her eyes were not large enough, and nowhere about her was the pleasing vulnerability, that lovely mix of modesty and grace, that made a wife so highly prized. Yet she had about her other things that wives were highly prized for. How old are you? She turned, as if the words were spoken and not merely thought, and he met her eyes as if the shadows between them were a bridge that could be crossed. It occurred to him to wonder, for the first time, how she had felt when she had been chosen and sent as a hostage to this land. She had always seemed happy here, if sharply spoken, and she treated Ser Filippo with courtesy, although Mancorvo and Caulesta were bitter enemies. Sarah, he said. I'm here. Are you thirsty? No. Silence. Then, did you leave anyone behind? I mean, was there anyone you cared for in the Dominion? He thought she would laugh, and in laughter, no matter how soft, she could be unkind. But although he tensed, she offered him no cause for caution. I left Lamberto, she said softly. It was late. Veildan had rarely understood the importance of the night to the Anagarian court, but he knew that he was seeing its fact in the softening of her face, hearing it in the quiet folds of her voice. But Mario and I seldom saw eye to eye. He is a proud man, Veildan, and is just as honorable a man as the Dominion is likely to produce, but for the sake of his scruples, he would weaken our clan. We argued, often, about this. Let me say, beneath the lady's moon, that although he bears great enmity for the Empire, it is in the Empire that he would find his truest home in this court, among these people. Oh, his honor impresses the clansmen, especially those who are young and have never seen battle. It impresses the Seraphs, for their life is an easier life beneath his rulership. But it does not impress the Tors, nor the Tiragnati, for they see in his scruples another weakness to be exploited. And Caulesta has exploited that weakness. The Empire never did. He was silent a moment. Cairo di Lorenzo would follow your brother, he said at last, in defense of the Lamberton tier. Yes. She fell silent, and when she spoke again, it was with a hint of tartness. Veildan, think. Why is Ser Cairo here, and not in the Dominion where he belongs? Veildan had the grace to blush. Yes. Because he is an honorable man, too honorable for the politics of Lorenza. For the politics of Anagar. The only man here worthy of rulership in the Dominion is Ser Filippo di Caulesta. And perhaps young Maro. It is not clear to me that his interest is power, but he is canny enough when he chooses to be. She turned her back to him, away from the scant light. Caulesta and Lamberto were required to surrender hostages of value to the kings. Only Ramiro di Caulesta chose to take the threat seriously. Ser Filippo was the captain of his tyrant, and much trusted. There is affection between the two, and if Filippo was ever asked to choose between you and his brother, Filippo would always choose Ramiro. Do not forget it. You're wrong, he said. Wrong, am I? I know Filippo, Veildan. I know. You're wrong. Lamberto surrendered someone of value. She did not turn, she did not speak for a moment, and he wondered if she would. But at last, she brushed her hair back and over her ear. He saw that her hand shook slightly. You are too true to your northern experience, she said at last. I am a woman, Veildan. My role as hostage was meant to be by the standards of the clans, an insult. What you've just said, you may say it here, in this room, to me. Never say it anywhere else. Veildan, she turned, her face pale, no hint of pleasure at all at the compliment he'd offered coloring her cheeks. If you are to be Tiragar, you will have to convince clansmen, the lowest to the very highest, that you are fit to rule. Say this, say only that you think that I was so worthy, and they will turn from you, or against you. She rose. Wait. He lifted his hand. Sarah Alina, he added, as she continued to walk toward the door. That was not a request. She stopped, turned, and knelt in the full supplicant posture. It annoyed him. Sarah Alina, he said. You taught me how to use the daggers that saved my life tonight. Everything I know about Anagar has been your gift. You've saved my life twice now, and I know that what you've taught me, and what you teach me, will save it again and again. You are Lamberton, you do not owe me this honor. Your brother has not declared himself for me. And if the Imperial Army aids my cause, he may well refuse to join it. That would, she said carefully, be Mario. He wished there were moonlight in the room, but the room had been chosen for its security. The windows were small and poorly lit. I don't want to fight this war without you, Veildan. And I don't want to fight with you about this war. Veildan, don't. You told me, he continued, his voice as low as hers, that a wife could be many things, but above all, she should be trusted. That a man chooses his wife not merely for her looks, but for her wisdom and her cunning and her loyalty. She did not speak, did not attempt to interrupt him. You're the wisest person I know, except for the princess. If you would have me, I would be honored if you would accept the position of wife to the Kai Lian. And am I ordered to accept, she asked, and her voice was wooden, but not quite cool. No. He felt the strength ebb from him then. And may I rise? Yes. Watching her, remote, the lamps lighting her poorly in the evening's dark, he felt his heart sink more surely than the sun did each day. I am flattered, she said, as she made her retreat to the doors. But I do not think I can tender an answer, Veildan. Not tonight, not when the offer is so unexpected, and so large. She was gone before he could ask her what she meant. Gone before he could think, with pride, that this was the first time that he had ever truly surprised her. Chapter 27. She could not accept his offer, of course. He was a boy, and she a woman so long past her prime that the thought of marriage in the Dominion would have been unseemly. But here, in the north, at 38, her life seemed an endless realm, a freedom, a web of possibilities. The freedom itself, she would have thrown away in an instant, had she been even 12 years younger, for there was a challenge in what he offered, a challenge that he did not understand the depth of, and one that she felt, Lady forgive her this one vanity, she was worthy of meeting. But she was sister to a tear, and if she married, she would be the Sarah, or there would be repercussions. And Veildan Kai de Leon was a man who was in need of a wife both young and beautiful, a woman that the clansmen would note with both admiration and silent envy. She was not a vain woman, nor one who did not know her own strengths and weaknesses. Not even in the flower of her youth had she been such a wife. And she was Lamberton enough that she would not hurt his chances by accepting an offer that, in another time, would have pleased her greatly. As she so often did, she found the fountain in the Iranan courtyard. In full moonlight, it was quiet wonder, the waters rippling just so at the feet of a blindfolded, spindly child, a child of stone, an accusation to the clans by the seraphs who had managed to make their way across the poorly guarded borders. Or perhaps by the Voyani who chose to remain in the north, forsaking the ways of their people. It mattered not, what mattered was that, in workmanship, it was perfect, and that it was rendered by a man who understood the South. She found comfort in that. Her privacy did not last for long. Moonlight casts poor shadows. But in the silence that came with the hush of night and sleep of the multitude, the footsteps of the man could be heard long before he appeared. She half hoped that he would continue on his way, but knew that the hope was a vain one, for she recognized Ser Cairo's step when she heard it. And Ser Cairo, long away from his home, found the comfort of water soothing, although the statue itself was an irritation. He would come to the fountain, she had the choice of leaving before he arrived, or of waiting on his company. She decided to wait. She was not surprised to see that he came alone. Ser Cairo, honorable and inseparable from his sword in the Lord's will, was nonetheless more of a nightman than many thought, or cared to think, Ser Cairo included. He paused as he saw her sitting on the fountain's marble ledge, and then, realizing that he'd been seen, continued to walk toward her. Toward the blindfolded boy. I heard, he said gravely, about the Kai Lian. He could not quite bring himself to say Tiragar, but she forgave him much. The Lord's dominion had given way to the ladies, besides which, she found it hard herself. Veildan was a boy to her, even if he stood on the threshold of adulthood. But they had both chosen to accept him as their ruler. So much had changed, in so short a time. I believe, she said softly, for she spoke as softly as she could with Ser Cairo, that the news of his injury has traveled to every Anagarian in Avantari. But he has chosen to keep his counsel on this. And you? The older man cast a sideways glance at the Sarah, and was rewarded by a glimmer of a smile. I, Ser Cairo, will keep his counsel as well. You have kept his counsel wisely, Sarah Alina. She looked up at him, and then away, thinking of how very much he reminded her of the father who had been dead these many years. Dead before the war, before the peace, before her brother had found his excuse to be rid of her at last. She had been, in many things, her father's daughter, his youngest child, his only girl. And in his approaching dotage, he'd given her much freedom. She almost regretted it now, thinking of what she might have been had she truly known how to be the perfect wife. Thinking that she knew it, but it was not quite enough. I have kept his counsel, she told Ser Cairo. This was his first battle. Do you think it would harm him to tell us of it? Tell you what, Ser Cairo? The truth, he said wryly. I assure you, I would never lie to a clansman. He laughed. And my wife would never lie, nor my daughter. My dear, all women are liars. And all men. It makes us what we are in each other's eyes. And that is why the Lord of the Sun is the Lord, he added, although the moon reigned in the open sky, for he burns away all lies and all vanity to see clearly the truths which make us, and he hones those truths when we are in his service. And are you? Am I? In his service. Until the Kylion is Tiragar. Or dead. She nodded as if she expected no less. You knew this. You are not Kyestan, she said, with a hint of pride. You offered him your word, and you knelt beneath the open sun. Of course I knew you would serve him. Yet you did not see fit to tell me more of the man I serve, but I am not his wife, nor his daughter, nor his mother, nor his sister. I have no right to speak in his stead, or he does not seek to speak. She did not ask him what he meant, she knew. But Ser Cairo left little unsaid. In matters of this nature, it was not his way to be silent. Sarah Alina, he was offered his life, and his clan's life, by the imperial kings before the servants of the Lord of Night attacked. You knew this. Yes. And he chose to refuse their offer if they would not likewise spare us. Yes. Why? She turned to face him then, seeing his age as if it were a great and terrible distance. Will you survive this war? Ser Cairo? She thought, for she knew, at that moment, that he would ride to war unless he was strictly forbidden. Knew that his age was not so famed that the journey would not be harsh, and knew that even if his death was certain, he would have to go, for he was known, and respected, among the lower clansmen as a man of honor. They needed that. Less than 8 years had passed. When had they come to rest so heavily upon him? Might I keep my own counsel, Ser Cairo? No. Not in this. I have sworn my service to the boy, Alina, and I will not waver from that vow. Tell me. Why did he not accept his life? Because he knew that our lives depended on his, and that he was the only shield that might possibly stand between us and the wrath of the northern kings. He is young, the Sarah said, cupping cool water in her hands and letting it run between her fingers. He can face death without flinching because his enemies have already cut from him the things that he valued. He would not have been so quick to offer if he better understood all that he had to lose by dying. Perhaps it is not youth, Ser Cairo said. Perhaps it is true honor. The Leon clan had it once or they would never have been given the sun sword. And what do you believe? I believe that he is Leon, was the older man's reply. And I am heartened by it. His smile was a momentary warmth that transformed his features. For I will die in this campaign, and I would rather not go to my lord serving an unworthy man. What of Sarah Alina di Lamberto? Filippo smiled, but the smile was slight, one his brother could easily miss in the lamplight of a night that would have been better used for sleeping than planning. She is the preeminent Sarah in the exile court, he replied. Sharper-tongued than any woman I've met who could still sound noble-born and bred. She is no fool. No. That much is obvious. He frowned. But she seems to speak for the tear. Ramiro, Filippo said quietly, she has spent time with the Kylion since he was a child of 6. If he can be said to have had a teacher, it is the Sarah. And what has she taught him? I do not need to remind you, brother, he said, in a tone of voice that gave light to the words, that she is Lamberton. Indeed. Ramiro, you have expressed some admiration for the Sarah in the past, Yes. I have said that she would make a worthy foe. But he smiled at his brother, and it eased their tension. And you know how I feel about worthy foes. They have their place, and it is not against me. Just as quickly as it had come, the smile dimmed. She seldom leaves his side, whether she is given cause or no, and she is well within her rights in this court. Yes. You do not fear her influence. No. Her influence has kept the boy alive at least once. Twice, Ramiro said softly. Which brings us to my second point. The Ospreys. Filippo shrugged. He did not seek my advice. No. Nor the generals. Nor, for that matter, Ser Cairo's or Ser Moro's. You believe he accepted Alina's advice? Yes. If Lamberto is said to bear enmity toward Caulesta, the par said to his quiet Kai, it is nothing compared to what Mario di Lamberto will feel when he sees that banner flying beside Leon's in the field of battle. If she advised him to accept their service, she is no servant of Mario di Lamberto's. He paused. And for all we know, the boy made the decision himself. His eyes were dark. Certainly the Sarah Alina did not tell him to get involved in a knife fight with one of the Ospreys, and she did not urge him to protect that man by his silence. I tell you, Ramiro, the boy has surprised me, and I feel that this is not the last time that he will do so. Ramiro was silent for a moment longer, and then he exhaled. The glint left his eyes, he seemed, for a moment, tired. I will be glad, he told his brother quietly, when we have crossed the Averden border again. There are too many rules here. Kiriel sat alone in the open sunlight. Her head was bare, and her arms, she wore no armor. Her sword, however, was like a limb. Only an act of violence would part her from it, and the osprey that was foolish enough to begin such an action had been winnowed from the ranks of the houseguards by actions that were not quite so foolish, but just as suicidal, many years ago. She liked the sunlight today. She had always found it both repelling and compelling, although she suspected the latter was a gift of Ashoff's. A gift of a valley seraph from the Dominion. Without thinking, she lifted her hand to her throat and touched the slender chain that hung there. She pulled on it, pulled it up, and let the sun touch the large, heavy crystal that hung at its end. It was not a valuable stone, and yet it pulsed with the patterns of an unfamiliar magic. Kiriel, schooled well in the arts, found that lack of familiarity comforting, for it was a magic that she associated with Ashoff. Only with Ashoff. Ashoff. There was a shadow across the sun's face. She let the pendant fall into the folds of her shirt. And she waited, listening for the sounds of footsteps, passers-by, anyone who sought to intrude on a moment of privacy. There was none, but still she waited. And when her visitor came, she came in silence, and only by the slight brush of cloth against cloth did Kiriel, whose hearing was unparalleled among the kin, know that she had at last arrived. Yvain, she said, turning at once to see the hooded face of the blue-robed seer. The hood lifted, the hands that rose with it were older and stronger, and Kiriel thought she saw the white lines of scars across her arms and the brief glimpse of skin that the single motion afforded. Kiriel, the seeress said, and Kiriel saw that she was a woman of power. She was also, the younger woman thought, slightly surprised. It pleased her. Because she had known that Yvain was coming, and she'd waited for her. Yvain read it in her face. Triumph was not a thing that the kin guarded well. You were expecting me. Yes. For how long? She had grown used to sharp questions from weak people, and she took as little offense as she could at the words and the tone behind them. Yvain made it easy. She was not weak, no matter how she might choose to display her age and hide her power until the last possible moment. I knew that you would come an hour ago. The seeress cursed softly, a single word. Kiriel did not understand it. He grows in power, Yvain said, if you can sense my coming, if you can know, an hour away, what I did not know until this courtyard appeared on the path. I will be brief. I came only to deliver a warning to you. Oh, warning? Indeed. Make of it what you will, the seeress added, her face now an unbending mask. Who gave you the warning? You learned enough on our journey here to know that I cannot answer that question, Yvain said softly, but without rancor. The warning is this: Lord Isladar has been sent to the south. Kiriel knew that she had lost what little color she had, knew further that her eyes showed shadow in the lines of her face, the leanness of the fight. Thank you, she said. Is this bad news? The young girl's laugh was bitter. Ashoff had always said it was too old for her. I'll grow into it, she'd answered. Her jaw tightened. She wanted to be quit of these lands, for the longer she stayed in their soft facade of safety, surrounded by those that were gray and white and barely capable of being a threat to a loaf of bread, let alone each other, the more she thought of the past. And the past was dead. Of course it's bad news, she said angrily. But Yvain, having delivered it, was gone. Kiriel rose and made ready to leave, but lingered a moment in the sunlight, as if waiting for a cloud to curtain it, to draw the scene to an end. And because she waited, there was none. He came next, and she would have known him anywhere, pale hair, long, white, and perfect, eyes of silver, glinting with light that the sun couldn't touch, supple arms, legs, perfect grace, in all things, beautiful. The hair on the back of her neck rose, but she was used to this reaction by now. She bit it back, forced herself to sit at a semblance of ease. Wondering. Member Faniel, she said, in a polite and perfectly respectful tone of voice. Kiriel di Ashoff. He bowed. She saw that he did not carry a sword. But perhaps he did not need it. I have come to ask a favor of you. A favor? Yes. A white brow lifted. You are acquainted with the concept? Oh, yes, she said, although his words riled. A favor is when I agree to do as you've requested because we have a mutual goal, and make plans to have you killed, or to kill you myself, at the moment those plans come into fruition. He chuckled, not at all offended. I see. Daunting, but I fear I must ask it anyway. Nonplussed, she rose, her hand on her sword hilt. She did not trust the mage, how could she? But she did not distrust him either. And anyone that you did not distrust was dangerous, because it was through trust or the uneasy alliances that power in a shifting climb demanded that you opened yourself to the naked blade, the unseen attack. I had a visitor, he said softly. Ah. So did I. They were silent a long time, or what felt like a long time. Kiriel was only comfortable with silence when it wasn't shared. "We are not friends, she and I," the mage said. Kiriel heard the steel in his voice more clearly than she ever had. Unsheathed, she thought it would be a wondrous sound. "I do not know if you know it, but we have encountered Isla Dar before." "You are here," he fled. "You won." "Yes. And I would like to see that history repeated," the mage said quietly. "But the South has always been prey to the Alasakari and their minions because of their superstitious belief that the Godborn are demon kin. They do not have effective measures at containing what has been summoned if they even have the desire to try." He bowed. "We will not, I think, be friends, Kiriel Diashov. Neither you or I have that luxury, and perhaps, if I am honest, that inclination. But we have a mutual foe, if I understand Yvain correctly. Let us make the same pact that the kin make, let us take the same risks. Let us trust one another in this field, for this fight." She nodded. And then he said, "I wish the binding oath." "No." He shrugged. "Then I will not have it. I believe it has been a long time since the kin have used it, if they use it at all. They force the weak to it," she said with disdain. "Only the unnamed and those a tier above it will take that oath, and they take it to save their lives." "Fair enough," he said coolly. "I have taken binding oaths in my time, and I have never been forced to them. Only forced," he added softly, "to their consequence. But that is not a story for this day. I will travel with the entourage of Vaildan de Leon." "Then why did you come to seek my permission?" "Because the war he fights, and the war we fight, are entwined, perhaps inseparable in this conflict, but they are not the same war, and we too know it." "No, Marilyn, you are wrong," a third voice said. Kiriel's sword was out of its sheath, its shadows drained the warmth of the sun from the balcony. But she relaxed when she saw the young woman, the young seer, who had come to speak with her in the Caliker house. The young woman who had acknowledged that, alone, the Northern Imperials, and the man who claimed the waters of the Tor Leon, could not win the war. "Jewel," the mage said, clearly less pleased by the intrusion than Kiriel, "this is a private matter." "It's not a private matter," Jewel replied, as if Marilyn were merely a man, and not a man of power. "If Vaildan Kaidelion loses, we have lost, if he wins, we have won reprieve." Her eyes appeared, for just that moment, to be clear glass, a trick, no doubt, of the sun. "The Terrafin has given me permission to ride with the host. I have petitioned Vaildan Kaidelion." "Petition the army," Marilyn said, with an odd expression. "That's what I did. If it comes to that, I will. They'll take me because they'll hope I can jump through the hoops of their questions with answers they like. But I'd rather be accepted by Vaildan." She paused. "And by you," she said, turning to Kiriel. "And this so-called Sun King won't be your puppet?" She had said it to Jewel A. Terrafin, but did not repeat it. The words had been meant for the commanders, and they were no longer witnesses. Kiriel shrugged briefly, but not with disdain. Because there was, in Jewel A. Terrafin, a kernel of light that had not been dimmed. Oh, Kiriel knew about Jewel's background, the Ospreys delighted in telling it. But it had not tarnished her, the guilt of it, or the shame in it, were simply not there. She had done what she had to do, done it cleanly, and survived. She felt a perverse pride in the fact that she had made her living stealing out of the pockets of the rich before becoming one of those rich. And she never pressed charges against young thieves, or so the Ospreys said. "I remain a part of the Caliker Houseguards," Kiriel said, neutrally. "Then you've made your decision," Jewel replied, no relief, in fact, no expression upon her guarded face. "Yes," Kiriel said, turning to the mage. "Please leave us, Member Athaniel." Jewel showed her surprise at that, and it only deepened when Marilyn Athaniel tendered a respectful bow and obeyed what was, after all, barely a request. "That's not the mage I know," she muttered. "No," Kiriel said, and she seemed surprised herself. She folded her arms across her chest and waited until his footsteps, and the echoes they left, were gone. And then she met Jewel's eyes, and hers were golden. Even though she knew it to be safe, perhaps even an asset in the Empire to appear so, she usually remained hidden behind eyes that were dark, dark brown. "I will fight this war, your war, I will fight it by your rules as I understand them. What oaths Vaildan Kaidelion needs, I will make, if it is necessary." But Jewel was quiet for a long moment. Kiriel could see the flicker of surprise behind her eyes, the apprehension that almost stopped her from questioning the gift that Kiriel offered. "Almost. But you said that you didn't want to fight, that we couldn't win this war." "You said it as well," was her grim reply. "If there were an easy answer, I would give it to you, and I am not used to being questioned. Pretend that there is ease. I have seen Vaildan de Leon. I have seen him fight, and I've seen what he chooses to do after a fight. I don't understand it, but I know that it is a weakness that is his strength. And I find it compelling. We are not the same, you and I, and we will never be. But I see in you some of what I see in him. That's not all, Jewel said softly. Kirill raised a brow. The silence stretched between them a moment before she chose to break it. Ashoff would have recognized the hesitation, the decision implicit in that pause. No. But I thought it would be enough. I'm a seer. I'll remember that. She shrugged and turned away. An enemy of mine has chosen to go south. I would take any field against him that was offered to me. Any field. Is that what you wish to hear? She turned as she asked the question. Jewel grimaced. No. But it's the truth, and it'll do. She held out a hand. Kirill stared at it. Jewel laughed. It's a gesture of solidarity, Kirill. Kirill hesitated a moment longer, and then she took the hand, touching for the first time a person who was brighter inside than Ashoff had been. She was afraid, she had not thought to be afraid. But that light, unlike the light of Sigurn Melifas, did not burn, it did not even flinch. Kirill? She shook herself, angry at the awe and the awkwardness. We don't even know if we're leaving. We're leaving, Jewel said, her gaze distant. We just don't know when. And we're praying to Calares that it won't be until the Festival of the Moon. Kirill nodded, and they stood together companionably, both women holding secrets of their own that they still sought to protect. You aren't used to trusting people. Jewel's voice was quiet and so matter-of-fact it seemed surprising that she bothered to say something that's self-evident at all. And you are? With my life. Every day. Well, every other day. She grinned, although Kirill sensed the pain beneath that rueful movement of lips. I never trusted anyone with my life. Jewel turned to look at the younger woman, feeling, for a moment, that she was 15 years old, and her responsibilities extended only as far as a handful of street children she'd chosen as family. You can, you know. Oh? Kirill replied, her voice as cold as a northern spring. And if I did, who'd be foolish enough to trust me in return? Jewel Marcus A. Terrafin turned to meet eyes that were both golden warmth and icy darkness. And she laughed. You can turn it off, you know, she said, as she saw Kirill's brows rise. It doesn't impress me. Kirill was nonplussed. Don't tell me. You do it naturally. She laughed again, but the laughter trailed into what would have been, from anyone else, uneasy silence. From Jewel, it was silence, plain and simple. You're a killer, she told the younger woman. It was Kirill's turn to smile, but the smile faltered as Jewel A. Terrafin continued to speak. But that isn't all you are. Tell me I can trust you, and I'll trust you. It looks like it's going to scar, Alexis said sweetly, as she circled Aurelice. He was a vain man, admittedly with good reason, and she particularly enjoyed pricking that vanity now and again. Especially in the drill circle, especially when she was the one who was on the receiving end of a temper that, 3 days after what was now referred to as the incident, still hadn't worked itself out. He was off his stride. Feeling his age, she thought, and that made her smile as well. Which was unfortunate, because Aurelice off his stride was easily a match for Alexis distracted, and it was Alexis who ate dirt. Again. It didn't increase her affection for the young Anagarian noble who had, to the amazement of the Ospreys and the endless relief of their leader, managed to put Aurelice in his place, but it did increase her respect. Cook gave her a hand up, Aurelice was already looking for his next sparring partner. Victim, she amended, as she tested her knee. Duarte, you lazy son of a bitch, you take him. Duarte laughed. Yes, lazily. He was the only Osprey who could come up even against Aurelice consistently, and it was only even. If, she amended again, you didn't count Kirill. She was willing to fight for the girl's rights as an Osprey, but Kirill still didn't inspire the gut reaction that was, to Alexis, what the Ospreys were all about, family, for better or worse. I'll wait, Duarte said. At least another hour. Maybe 2. I like to choose my battles. He smiled as he offered her a hand. You should choose yours more carefully. She slapped him half playfully, he did her the grace of not dodging. I hope he keeps this up for the rest of the week. Betting pool? She laughed. 7 days, 3 hours. 3 hours? Alexis shrugged. We had to differentiate. We've all known Aurelice for a long time. Her knee still hurt, she winced as she shifted her weight to accommodate the pain. We're all getting older, she told him softly. We're not the same men and women we were when we fought in the last war. Worried? Some, she said, brooding. It surprised him, Alexis rarely condescended to worry. Have you heard yet? I'm just a lowly primus, Duarte said. And at that, a lowly primus in Avantari. The Calicur connections don't mean as much as they could. She didn't smile, in fact, she bent, struggling with the straps of her boots. As if, he thought, they were complicated. He started to reach for her, and stopped, remembering where they were and who she was. Alexis barely knew what the word tender meant, and never in a public place. "I'm just too old," she said softly, without looking up. It was probably the only way she could say it. I thought I wanted Aurelis to kill the boy. Part of me still does. Not because I think he's dangerous even if he took Aurelis down, I don't, but because he means that we have to go back to Averta." She shook her head, dark strands of hair fell, as if at unspoken command. A curtain. A shield. When we left, it was the only thing I wanted. To go back. To raise the Tyrian. To kill every man, woman, child. I know. I was younger, then. Then, I could have done it. He willed her to lift her face, she didn't. But they're going to die, again, on foreign soil. Doesn't matter how good you are, or I am, or he is. We could be gods. Won't save them. And I can't think of more than a handful that I'd be willing to lose. She tightened the straps of her boots almost viciously. I thought of them as comrades, back then. Now, I think of them as family. Or children, Duarte said. I never wanted children, she told him, elbows on her knees. And this is why. The only person I'm not worried about is her. Cariel. She nodded. Maybe the kings will decide against the boy. She laughed bitterly. Duarte, you used to know how to lie to me. When did you lose it? She lifted her face then, because she was angry and anger was safe. You were in the Great Hall. You saw the creature. You have to know what it means. I used to know how to lie to you, he told her, offering her a smile that only touched the surface of his face, because you used to want to be lied to. They turned as Aurelis finished with Fiara, barely, and drew together a moment. Do you want to retire? No. Then live with it, Alexis. This is a soldier's life. He was harsher than he meant to be. Because she didn't know how to let him be anything else. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Chapter 28. 5th of Latan, 427 AA. The Tour Leon. The silks were very fine. Although merchant travel had been much inhibited over the past 2 months, these bolts had been ordered by, and delivered to, no less a man than the Radin Kai Elsol. They were flawless because the penalty for flaws was so terribly high, for these silks were meant to adorn the woman chosen as the consort of the Lord of the Sun for the duration of the festival. Of course, the young Sara Diora di Marana was one of the few clanswomen who had already been gifted with a garment nearly as fine, perhaps, if he were honest, as fine as the garment the servitors now labored over. He wondered if she would make the comparison. No doubt every other clansman in the realm, every clansman, he thought grimly, who had been allowed to make the trek for this year's festival would. And it was for this reason, if no other, that he joined the laborers, ascertaining that the detail work was both expensive and perfect. This year, it had to be perfect, because she wore it. It did not help his mood to know that in easing her in her role as Lord's consort, he was aiding General Alesso di Marant. A fool's thought, and he had no time for it. Alesso di Marant would stand in the waters of the Tour Leon, accept the Lord's blessing, and bear the crown which he, Fredero Kai Elsol, would place upon his brow. Lord aid me, he thought, as he clenched his hands into shaking fists. I will place the crown on the head of a man who was not Leon. He had accepted it as his duty before the name Valdan Kai de Leon had been spoken aloud by Maracas Par Elsol. It echoed still, lingering in his ears at every quiet moment. He strove to make certain that there weren't many. They'd thought him dead. And why? Because the rest of the clan Leon had perished with barely a whimper. In the morning after the slaughter, their blood had already been cleaned from the walls and the screens and the doors, and their bodies hidden from the Lord's sight. They had raised no arms in self-defense, left no enemies in their wake as proof of their prowess. It was as if they had simply ceased to exist. The will of the Lord. But the Lord had protected Valdan. The imperial hostages here had been slaughtered to a man, and their deaths had been unclean, public sport to rival the sports of the unnamed clans who ruled by the Lord of Night's will. Everyone knew what the outcome of those deaths would be, the equally brutal deaths of the Anagarian hostages. But the Lord had protected Valdan. The General Alesso di Marant, the man who sought to rule the Tour Leon, had asked for, and received, the aid of one of the Kinlords. Kinlord. He had attacked the entire assembly of the Imperial Council. And the Lord protected Valdan. Not even a man with the sun in his eyes could mistake the Lord's meaning. Not the beads, the crystal. Use the crystal. The servitor, a man whose entire life had been devoted to the creation of gowns such as this one, bowed a wrinkled face. He was an old man, wiry and sun-wizened, and although H had slowly taken the agility out of his fingers as sure as a wound drained a body's blood, his years of experience shored up his skill. At too many years of age to count, Jeffrey was without parallel. And it was unlike Fredero to question his choice and his decision in so obvious a fashion. But Jeffrey did not comment, and not because it wasn't his place. The Lord knew that Jeffrey dared much in his quest for perfection. As if, Fredero thought, he knows what troubles me. It was more than possible. At one time, in a past that was never distant enough, Jeffrey had been a seraph in the Lamberton fold. A parting gift from his brother. The finest of his gifts, if not the most obviously valuable. To bring him to the temple, Fredero had been forced to give Jeffrey his freedom. It was a little thing. Jeffrey had as much freedom as any poor man did in the Dominion. Perhaps more. He had accepted both freedom and employ with silent grace. It was only when he was caught up in his craft that he became a man capable of sharp words. And he offered not a single word today. He sewed instead, and embroidered, pausing only to speak to the servitors who labored under his command. It was almost comforting to watch them. And comfort of this nature could not last. The doors burst open. As one man, the servitors stopped their work, save for Jeffrey, who continued with the focus of a man who knows that the job is both necessary and not yet finished, and is willing to let the rest of the world take care of itself. Kyle Sol. He turned at once to see a young Radan, sword drawn, hair pulled back perfectly to better expose his face. His badge of office glittered brightly against the blue of his robe. He was young, and had an earnestness about him that both pleased and pained Fredero. Radan Natani, he said, bowing. Is there trouble? Gently rebuked, the man nodded. Tiragnate Eduardo Kai di Gherardi demands an audience at once. Fredero's face deepened in color. Demands? Requests. But? Understood. Fredero turned to his oldest servitor. Jeffrey, I will leave this in your capable hands. Kai Elsol, Jeffrey replied serenely. The Tiragnate was a handsome man by any standards, although his face had a sharpness to it that discouraged trust. His temper was almost as well known as sword's blood, certainly as often displayed. Fredero Kai Elsol knew a moment's bitterness. He could not refuse to deal with any man who might be a friend to the Radan in the months and years to follow. He bowed, and held that bow a fraction of a second longer than strict ritual dictated. Tiragnate. Kai Elsol. The Gherardi Tyr's bow was low and respectful. It was not groveling, but it was given. He had come to expect less of the men who held the Dominion's future in their grip. He was in no way reassured. Come, if you have time. I have not yet taken the morning water, and if you would join me, I would be honored. The honor would be mine. They repaired to the Garden of the Stone together. There, waited upon by servitors that the Kai Elsol had hand-picked for loyalty, they partook of the waters of the Tor Leon in a silence of rising sun and shrinking shadow. Kai Elsol, Eduardo di Gherardi said at last, setting his cup aside and leaning into the weathered edge of hard stone. Inasmuch as any garden can be, this is private, Fredero replied. I am not concerned with privacy at the moment. This festival, there is very little that I fear. Or any, Fredero thought. Eduardo was not a man driven by his fears. By his desires, yes, and those obsessions left room for little else. The Lord's consort will be the Sera Diora di Murano. The Kai Elsol nodded. It has come to my attention that the general appears to have a personal interest in this matter, but I believe, the Kai Elsol said neutrally, that the request originated with the Tiragnate of Sorgassa. I was there when he brought the request to the general. In truth, it pleased me. It pleases me less now. There was nothing the Kai Elsol could say. He did not attempt to fill the silence. The Radan have been neglected since the unfortunate and unexplained assassination. Eduardo di Gherardi sat forward. There are matters of war that concern the general, and he, no doubt, feels that the Radan are loyal. Or that they are not to be feared. That may be so. Then, Kai Elsol, let me be blunt. Reaching into the folds of his silk robes, he drew out an unmarked wooden medallion. He set it carefully on the flat of the stone bench, between them. With your permission, he asked, as he touched the hilt of his sword. Granted. The steel caught the sun's light and sent it scattering across the stone. Nothing but the surface of the waters of the Tor caught the sun as beautifully as the naked blade. Nothing. The Sera Diora di Murano is the consort of the Lord of the Sun, not the Lord of the Tor Leon. If Alesso di Morent forgets that, if he shows any sign of forgetting it, I will put the considerable wealth of Erda behind you should you refuse to grant him the crown. Or should you, as is the law, demand that he take up the sun sword. The words hung in the air longer than his hands. The blade flashed down, sinking a quarter-inch into wood and resting there. And from me, the Kai Elsol asked, his voice deceptively soft. If there is treachery, it will most likely occur after the crown has graced his brow, in which case, you will call for the sword. You will, of course, refuse to lay that crown across that brow if I deem it necessary. And whose brow will it adorn? Who will rule the Tor if not the architect of Leon's demise? Eduardo shrugged coldly. That, he said, is a matter for the Lord to decide. He did well enough 200 years ago. Federico el Sol did not search the sky for a sign of the Lord's blessing, he knew it when it came, cloaked even as it was in the guise of Gherardi. He drew his sword and neatly crossed the cut that the Tiragnate had made, thinking that Gherardi was a fool, but a fool whose goodwill he required. After all, what man would throw away such a necessary ally for the sake of a mere wife? Affection was safe, but any deeper emotion was a trap, had always been a trap. The Sara Teresa di Murano watched her niece as she stood in the center of a flurry of cautious, but hurried, wives and seraphs. Diora was beyond understanding just how she had been caught by such a trap, if indeed she could even see the bars of the cage, but she was willing to destroy herself utterly in the memory, not the actuality, of such a deep and divisive love. The lady's hand was everywhere in a woman's heart. She could think of no woman who did not desire a home, a partner, a place which she ruled and was loved for ruling, and a place where she could go in which rules were someone else's prerogative and problem. She had met many, many women who had not fulfilled this desire. They were not a threat. No, the threats, as attested to by the golden rings that had been wound by strands of raven hair into invisibility, were those who had found what they sought. Threaten things loved, and a woman might buckle in terror, fold, and give in to any demand until such a time as she might come upon the means to end the threat permanently. But destroy those things, and you destroyed the life, if not the living, of the woman who so loved. Living ghosts were always dangerous. The time will come, she thought, as she gazed upon the icy perfection of her niece's beautiful face, when you will want those things again, you will find the road that brings you back to a life you forsworn. But she would bear the scars. She would always bear the scars. If she survived. Sara Teresa knew this from bitter experience. Knew both. Only youth's immediate passion and distant sense of mortality could keep the oaths alive when those who'd received them lay buried beneath layers of unblessed earth. Diora di Murano was young. And powerful for it. Not, I think, the diamonds, the Sara Teresa said softly, as Diora turned to face her. They are too northern. Ramdan bowed immediately, but Alea, Sara Fiona's youngest seraph, and easily the most valuable to Teresa's expert eye, spoke. But they are perfect for her. Look at the color against her skin, they trap the Lord's light and catch the eye. They are, Ramdan said, too northern. But the Dominion. The mines are in Mancorvo, Sara Teresa said, her perfect voice showing no hint of her extreme frustration. It must have shown somehow. Alana and Murano leaned over and cuffed the young seraph on the back of the head. Don't argue with the Sara, she told the girl, in a friendly tone that was still laced with wind-blown sand. She's twice as smart as the rest of us combined, a match for Sendari on a bad day. Alana, Sara Teresa said softly, well pleased but disinclined to show indulgence, he is your husband, and more, the father of the young lady whom you are dressing. Show appropriate respect. She could hear quite clearly the words that Alana muttered beneath her breath. No one else could, with the exception of Diora. She let them pass with the barest hint of a smile. Because to do less than smile was to show things she did not wish to reveal. Ilia and Murano, still the most sensuously graceful of Sendari's wives for all that she was now closer to 30 than 20, lifted the curtain of Diora's hair thoughtfully. I believe the Sara Teresa is right, she told Alea, but very gently. The pearls, or the opals, would be softer, and they would still be very fine. Diora said nothing. She had not spoken a single word since the dress itself arrived. Mute, she had made her way to the harem's chamber, and mute, she had allowed the wives to remove her mourning clothing and dress her in this stunning gift from the Radin to the woman who would honor the Lord by her presence. The Radin had once before gifted her with a similar robe, a robe not quite as fine, and not quite as costly. Grimly, the Sara Teresa bowed her head. You wanted this, she thought, as she lifted an ivory fan. Be strong enough to bear it, or we are all doomed. She played the northern harp, and it was not the small instrument, but the large one, that she sat behind. The sun's rays adorned her hat and her shoulders, glinted off the fall of her robes as if they were liquid and not pale silk. Her hair was bound in a series of 3 combs, each a shade of green with hints of gold and a dark blue stone that must have come from the north. Her hands were perfect and pale when they came to rest or pause, but they did not pause often. An hour, as the sun made its way toward its exit, had passed while she sang. Her voice did not change or deign to notice the passage of that time. He noticed it by the slow spread of pink across the horizon, by the cooling of the air, by the change in the breeze. And he did not move, because if he rose to leave, there was just as good a chance that he would approach her instead. She was not attended. He had seen her arrive in her spare and simple sari almost by accident, and were it not for the harp that she carried, he would not have noticed her at all. But the fact that she did carry it, that she chose to struggle with its weight when he had never once seen her less than perfectly graceful, caught his attention. He had women, and if he desired, he could have many more. He would have to have a Sarah after he took the tour, for neither of his previous wives had survived to produce a living Kai. What, he thought, as he watched her lift and struggle with a harp that she obviously did not wish to scratch or damage in any way, possessed you to come here without a seraph? He almost laughed, she seemed so willful, so determined. And it was in the willful, in the awkward, in the graceless huff of breath and the strands of hair that escaped those combs, that perfect sheen, that he realized just how dangerous a trap she had become, and he had thought of little else these past few days. For these movements were hers, they were private, they were akin to those she might make when perfection of social rule gave way to a different perfection, a different communion. She lifted a hand, brushed the strands of hair back behind her ears. Ran her tongue along her lips twice. Closed her eyes. And then, as he stood and watched, she began to sing. The harp's accompaniment joined her, but the damage had been done, the weapon planted, he could not have moved had he needed to. Until the moment he saw the Tir Eduardo Kai di Gherardi approach the pavilion from the west. She saw him as well, and her hands stilled the music of the strings, silence descended, where song might have been safer. She became the Serra d'Oro di Murano at once, and if her silks were a bit wrinkled, and her hair slightly windswept, it only made her more appealing. She froze, he had come without seraph or certain, and she had come without seraph or certain. As a married woman, it would have been her death, and his, had his rank been unworthy of note. She was not a married woman, and he was not an unworthy man. Serra d'Oro, he said, bowing quite low. Tiragnate, she said, and the word was both respectful and cool. Her hands fell from harp strings to lap. She rose for long enough to extend him the courtesy his rank demanded. When she lifted her face again, her cheeks were slightly crimson. I would prefer, he said, as he began to walk toward the dais, that you call me Eduardo. It is what you will call me, 3 days hence. She bowed again, for in the Dominion, a Serra did not argue with a Tiragnate. Certain did, or fathers, or brothers. But she did not call him Eduardo. Instead, when she lifted her head, and saw how close he stood, she said, I am the consort of the Lord of the Sun, I am not unmarried for the next 3 days. I have been claimed. You are a man of the clans. You will not dishonor me. He raised a dark brow, surprised and not entirely pleased, but not entirely displeased either. He walked past the harp that stood between them, and stood above her, looking down. My dear Diora, he said, reaching out to brush her cheeks with the barest touch of his fingers. The women of the clan Murano have long been known to harbor willful, even wild, spirits. Yet you have always been so perfectly graceful, so entirely feminine, I do not believe that I have seen that wildness in you. Until today. He looked up at the sky, the deepening sky. Until this eve. She could not struggle against him, she could not cry out, although, if she wished to refuse him, she might attempt that refusal in quiet, measured tones. He knew it, and he knew that she knew it, for many a woman had been dishonored in the Dominion, and if the man so responsible was weak enough, he might pay the price of that insult if it became widely known, but a woman always suffered, if the assault were public knowledge. Better to weep in silence, to stifle cries of pain or pleas for mercy than to call for help and have it arrive too late. Serra d'Oro was from a family that had too much to lose, and her position was a high one, the fall would be fatal. If he chose it, she would accept it, like it or not. And he did not care if she liked it or not. Not now, Sword's blood had not carried him willingly to begin with. But he carried him now, although he still suffered no other man to ride him. She saw it in his eyes, he saw her freeze, saw her lips part as if she thought to deter him with words. As if he had already made the decision instead of hovering so dangerously over its edge. Gherardi. He had a moment to compose his face, but he chose not to take it, turning instead, his hand still against the velvet curve of the Sarah's obtene cheek. Marant. What are you doing here? I might ask you the same question. Obviously, Alesso di Marant said, I am here by the whim of the Lord. It is the day before festivals start. The Serra d'Oro di Murano, at your request, has been chosen by the Rat and as the Lord's consort. She is not to be touched until the festival is over. And you've become such an ardent follower of the rules the Radin lay down. The derision was clear in the tone of the Tiragnate's voice. I am not a fool. Why are you here, alone, without your escort? I do not have to explain my movements to you. Eduardo di Gherardi drew away from Diora and the pavilion, his attention focused on Alesso, and Alesso alone. No, General, you do not. But the Serra d'Oro di Murano is not yours, and she will not be yours. Or have you forgotten your word? I forget nothing. Then say it. Tell her. The general's face suddenly shuddered, the angry light gleaming beneath the surface of dark eyes went out. All anger left his voice, all command. But in neutrality there was a hint of the howling wind, and it was cold. Sarah Diora, he said, bowing stiffly and with great respect, it is your father's wish that, after the festival of the sun, you be given to the Tir Gherardi as wife. He turned back to the Tiragnate. Will that do, Eduardo? No. The ruler of the Terrian of Erda looked down a sharp nose, his eyes as narrow as blades. I want more. Tell me, Alesso, that you will not touch her, that you will not try, that it is your will that she be my wife. And if I say it, will you cease your insulting attempts to arrive before the ceremony does? Ceremony is for those who don't have the power to avoid it. It is not an insult, it is a statement of fact. A few days here or there will not make a difference. They will make a difference, a new voice said. In the eyes of the Lord. The glare that bridged the two men snapped as they turned to face the Radin Kai El Sol and the Sera Teresa di Murano. Servitors accompanied the Kai El Sol, and Certain, the Sera Teresa, as well, three men that had the look of Murano seraphs, they were so silent and graceful. Sarah Diora, forgive me, the Radin Kai El Sol said, and he bowed as deeply as if she were in truth the Lord's consort, although the morning sun would not arrive for many hours. I detained the Sera Teresa, or you would have had a proper escort. He nodded to the servitors, and they left him immediately. Their weapons glinted in the sun's fading light as they came to stand between the two men and the Sera. Diora, the Sera Teresa said, in a voice that only the two women could hear. You are unharmed? Yes, her niece replied, the voice shaky but clear. The general was here unexpectedly. I'm sorry I called you, I was. You were intelligent, the Sera Teresa said softly. She turned her gaze to the Tir and the general, and her voice was like the desert night. Tir Agnate. General Alesso di Morente. The Sera Diora begs your forgiveness, but she is fatigued, and it is vital that she be refreshed. She must greet the dawn's light as the consort. If you will excuse us? Alesso di Morente bowed at once, and he bowed very, very low. The Tiragnate nodded, the anger still coloring his cheeks and his gestures. But the Kai El Sol stepped forward. The Sera Diora will have Radin as her personal guards for the next 3 days. She will appear nowhere without them, either in public or in private. If you wish to speak with her, you will come to me and I will arrange it. The Sera Diora raised her face, and for a moment, she looked genuinely alarmed. But she did not appear to be frightened of the Radin Kai El Sol. Radin! His breath was not long enough to give her room to speak unless she forced her words between and over his. She was the flower of the Dominion. If you, or any of the clansmen who follow either of you, lay a hand on her, or stand close enough to offer insult, I will order the Radin to kill. Do I make myself clear? Alesso seemed almost amused. Perfectly, Kai El Sol. Eduardo? Indeed. Then I believe that we will escort the Sera to her father. He turned on heel, and then stopped. Radin Kai El Sol, the Sera Teresa began, her voice as soft and soothing as any woman's had ever been. But he held up a hand to still her words, and she, too, was true to her training. You are her father's friend, he told the general. Then, as if wisdom had finally caught up with him, he stopped, his jaws clamped over lips that might otherwise have continued to move. Teresa did not remain with Diora once they had reached the safety of Sendari's harem. The Radin did, but they remained outside of the sliding screens that were her world, their swords drawn, a sure sign of their willingness to use them. There were things that people did not share when they desired the illusion of control, and among those was fear and its aftermath. Diora desired to be alone, and Teresa quietly acceded to the unspoken request. They knew each other well, the older woman and the younger, because they had walked many of the same roads. In the darkness, Diora sat without benefit of lamp or torch or moon, because it was in the shadows of the lady's night that she found the only safety she sought, privacy. Her cheek was ice where Eduardo di Gherardi had touched it. But the intervention of the general had not filled her with relief. It was not until the Radin Fredero Kai El Sol had arrived that she felt any certain sense of protection. Alesso di Morente had seemed amused by the arrival of the Radin, indeed, she would have believed that he was. Until she heard him speak. He was good at masking what he felt, she was certain that only she and Ona Teresa heard what lay beneath the words. An anger that cold and that implacable was always wielded. She was not sure who would die for this evening's work or when, but she was certain that someone would. And she was afraid that it would be Radin Fredero Kai El Sol. Her plans depended on him. He could die after festival's height, but not a moment before, if he had to die at all. Yes, of course. That was it. She was afraid that the plans that she had made plans so close to bearing fruit were about to be uprooted by the gale and tossed against the cliffs, as the rest of her life had been, in a single, bleak night. But she did something that she had not done since Sera Teresa arrived at the Tor. In the limited privacy of her room, she caught her hair and pulled it down, and unraveled it from the 3 rings that the night muted. They were cool in her hands, and weighty. She put them on. She needed to wear them again. Because she liked Radin Kai El-Sol. Because she had so desperately hoped that he would not be a man that she could like. He woke her before dawn. The one other man who would have dared lay dead well over a month. Her father did not come here, although it was theoretically his right, and she had no seraphs. In fact, the widened Sendari di Murano could have refused her visitor entry. It would have been a hollow gesture. His men stood on either side of both screens, the ones that opened in, and the ones that opened into the private interior garden. The Sarah was not given a room that could be reached by anyone who happened to approach the building from an exterior wall. But she knew, when she heard the tentative knocking upon the frame of the door, and not the bells or the gong, who it was. She rose, wrapping herself quickly and carefully in the silks appropriate to greeting a man of rank, and then she said, softly, "Enter." The Radin Kai El-Sol stepped across the threshold, carrying an oil lamp that burned quite brightly. Augmented, she thought idly. She was the daughter of a Wyden. Use of magic, especially those enchantments linked to fire, were as familiar to her as the Torleon. The Radan's bow was deep, and he held it a while. "I am sorry to wake you, Sarah," he said. She heard the weariness in his voice and wondered if he had slept at all. "But you must have these, and you must be prepared before sun's first light. Today, you greet the dawn as the Lord's consort." As he spoke, he held out a hand. One of the Radin who followed him stepped forward. In the darkness of the room's shadowy light, Diora thought there was something wrong with the man. He was bent, too bent. Age was not something that was allowed to demean the Lord's service. She rose, and as she did, another Radin entered the room, pulling the hood from his face. She recognized the Radin Samadar Par El-Sol in the bright light cast by the lamp. Ah! That was it. The Radin who stepped forward with the ancient, lacquered box was still somehow of the shadows, and in them, although the light cast by the lamp was bright indeed. Radin Kai El-Sol. Radin Par El-Sol, Diora said, kneeling very correctly. Sarah Diora, the Par El-Sol replied gravely. "May I approach? I mean you no harm." She had always been wary of the Radin, and of them, most suspicious of Samadar. He had survived far too long not to be canny, and the wisdom that mellowed many a man, and caused, by that mellowing, their deaths, had not gentled Samadar at all. "Of course," she said softly. A fourth man entered the room behind them. He, too, pulled back his hood. Maracas Par El-Sol. A man whose inclusion into the hand of God she had always found curious. He was not a dangerous man in the traditional sense of the word, and if Samadar had survived the years by being as hard and sharp and cold as a blade, she didn't understand how Maracas had survived at all. But he had. She smiled hesitantly as their eyes met. "Par El-Sol. I am indeed honored to have three such men attend me this festival morn." "The honor," Maracas said gravely, "is more ours than you know." He offered her a perfect bow. There was, in these men, more respect than she'd seen since the death of Ilara Kai de Leon. It troubled her. The Kai El-Sol had busied himself removing the emblems by which the Sarah Diora's title would be known for these 3 days. First, a crown, a work of gold and Lord's gold and sapphires that would sit heavily upon any brow. It was elegant in line, a southern artifact, not an ornate and ugly northern gift. He handed the crown to Samadar, and Samadar crossed the planks of the floor in silent grace. "Sarah," he said simply. She bent her head, and he placed the crown upon it. Symbolic, she would have to remove it to have the seraphs tend her hair and every contour of her face. Next, the Kai El-Sol pulled from the chest a ring. The ring, like the crown, was a work of solid gold, with highlights of the Lord's gold. Pearls were set in each of the 4 quarters, and they were of perfect luster, water's gift. This, Maracas Par El-Sol brought. The third thing, the final thing, was the necklace. It was pure gold, and it shone in the darkness with a light of its own. The chain seemed to be made of one piece, like a snake's body. It flexed and bent with no obvious joint. From it, in full circle, hung slender triangles, the stylized rays of the sun's light. The Kai El-Sol brought this himself and lowered it gently over the crown. The fourth Radin in the room spoke then. Sarah Diora almost forgot to breathe. "We, too, have a gift for the Lord's consort," she said, and she pulled the hood away from her face. A gift, and a request. She was not lovely, indeed, she was quite plain. Her hair was brown, but it had seen too much sun, too much wind. Her skin was etched with the passage of time, a howling of sand-laden wind. Her eyes were dark, and they did not blink as they met Diora's. Sarah Diora could not think of a single thing to say in reply. The Radin had brought a woman into her rooms. A woman dressed as Radin. The punishment for such a crime had not been invented. Had not had to be invented. As if she could read the thoughts that paralyzed the flower of the Dominion, the woman smiled. And the smile, laden with regret, very real fear, and an abiding sorrow, was more frightening in its way than the woman's presence. "What gift?" the Sarah Diora asked, in a perfectly modulated voice. The woman drew a knife from the sleeves of her robes. "Just this." The Sarah held out a hand, the woman laid the sheathed weapon across her palm. As she did, Diora glimpsed the faint lines of scarring across the woman's wrist. "May I draw it?" "It is yours, Sarah Diora, you may draw it or not as you wish." She smiled. "But you've asked a wise question. Let me answer it. Draw this weapon when you have no other weapon that you can wield, draw it when you understand, in full, what Leon faced. Take strength from it if you can, it is a woman's weapon, but wielded by the right hand, it is more than a match for her." And she hesitated a moment, and then, squaring her shoulders, completed the sentence, "a man's sword." The chill that greeted her words was to be expected. The Sarah Diora ignored it. "And the request?" "Understand," the woman said softly, "that it is a request, there is no barter between us. The gift that we have chosen to give is given. It is yours, you may do as you please with it, although I would advise you to keep it." "I see. The request, dot." The woman touched her throat a moment, and then, her fingers shaking slightly, she pulled a pendant from its hiding place beneath the folds of dark fabric. The light of the crystal that hung heavily on a chain that wasn't even gold was so bright and clear it was hard to look upon. Sarah Diora did not squint because squinting was an unpleasant trait that had been trained out of her many, many years ago. But she flinched as the light touched her face. "Take this, Sarah Diora. Take it, and when you meet my family, give it to my oldest daughter." "How am I to know who your oldest daughter is?" "You will know." She took a deep breath. "I do not think you will like her, or she you. But her name is Margaret." "This is a favor," she said again, as if it were necessary. "I do not think that I will be given leave to search for your family," the younger woman said softly. "You won't," was the tired reply. "I only ask that you carry this and return it to my family if you do meet them. It is older than the Tour Leon," she said, as she stared unblinking into its heart, "and it would cripple us to lose it. You cannot carry it back to your daughter." "No. I will never leave this place." The rat and Kai Elsol coughed slightly, and they both turned at once, aware suddenly that to ignore three such men, even in circumstances as unusual as these, was a display of poor judgment, if not poor manners. But Diora studied the woman's face for a moment and then, hesitantly, she nodded. "Wear it," the woman said. "But I can't with." "You can." For the third time that night, Diora bowed her head. She let the pendant fall into the folds of her gown and nestle between her breasts. Because she heard the truth in the woman's words, and more, she heard the knowledge of a coming death, and the struggle to accept it with grace. What could drive such a woman to this place, to those robes, to this room? For Diora heard the desire for life in the words that were heavy with death. The Voyani did not interfere in the politics of the clans. But she was here. She was Voyani. And she was right. The pendant, so large and so bright, seemed to dim and fade. She could feel its weight, but she could no longer see it. For a moment she hesitated, for she had seen Majory before, and she feared it with reason. But then she drew breath, lifted her chin. Was she not of the clans? She had made her decision the moment she had bowed her head before this stranger, and she would accept it. The Radan were growing less patient by the minute. "Kai Elsol," the Sarah said quietly. "Forgive me. The dawn draws near. I feel that the honor that you have granted me is almost too great to bear, and it unnerves me a little." She drew a pretty breath. "But I will not dishonor your choice, or the Lord's." She rose. "Par Elsol," she said, bowing to Samadar. He reached out as if to touch her chin, to draw her face up, and drag her eyes with it. She met his eyes squarely, and his hand fell away. "I almost think, little Sarah, that you know more than a Sarah should." She did not answer. "What do you know of the Wyden?" Diora flushed. "What does any woman know of the Wyden?" "Do you know," he said softly, "if any of the Wyden here practice the forbidden arts?" Her expression did not shift at all, but she froze as understanding of the words seemed to permeate. And then she said, as her eyes flickered to the impassive face of the Voyani woman, "I think it not impossible." "The Wyden Sendari?" "I am Di Murano," she said, her voice cool and stilted. "Understand the seriousness of the accusation," Samadar replied. "We intend no insult to you, Sarah Diora, by the asking. Intent or not, you have offered it. If my father, the Wyden Sendari Di Murano, were indeed guilty of such an offense, then I, and all of his kin, would be destroyed by the Lord's light when it finally fell." Her hands rested in her lap, stiff as ivory. "But it is said that the Lord's light falls less gently again on those who betray their fathers." "Sarah Diora," the Kai Elsol said, "we are the Radan, we speak for the Lord." She met his eyes for an unseemly length of time, and in the end, her lids closed and her dark lashes rested against her cheeks. "No," she said, her voice almost inaudible. "My father was not a practitioner of the forbidden arts." "And the other Wyden?" "I do not know what the other Wyden do," she said, her voice sweet, her eyes dark. "The Wyden are not a brotherhood." The Radan Kai El Sol nodded, as if her words only confirmed what he feared. "The dagger that you have been given is as old as the Leon War," he told her solemnly. "It is far older than that," the woman said serenely. Diora was mildly surprised, the Radan Samadar Par El Sol, obviously irritated. Not even the clansman interrupted the Radan Kai El Sol to draw attention to his mistakes. But the Kai El Sol seemed somehow inured to her. "It was given to the Voyani by the lady. The Voyani fought their own battles against the Lord of Night. If you are approached by a servant of the Lord of the Night, the knife will let you know." "How?" "I am sorry, Sarah, but we none of us are privy to exactly what the blade does." She turned her dark eyes upon the Voyani woman. The woman's smile was very sad. "I cannot help you," she said, "any more than the Radan. But it will succor you, Sarah Diora. When we have left, give it only a taste of your blood, no more, and it will remain with you while you live." "You do not wish its return?" "I wish it," she said gravely, "to go to the person who needs it most. It has a name, among the Voyani. Lumina Arden. The light that burns. You will feel its fire, Sarah Diora." She bowed to the Radan, and lifted her hood, obscuring the feminine lines of her face. "Radan Kai El Sol, my power is at an ebb. Soon I will no longer be able to guard this conversation from prying ears." The Kai El Sol nodded. Diora looked up at his face, took a deep breath, and said, "The Wyden Cordano Dialexes. If any man knows the forbidden arts, it is he." Samadar Par El Sol and Fredero Kai El Sol exchanged a bleak glance. The Wyden Cortano Dialexes was considered, by the court of the Tor Leon, to be the edge of the sword of knowledge. Ramdan and Aleya attended her, as did Sendari's wives. Alana stood at a distance giving orders. They worked in harsh lamplight because they were forced, this one day, to work while the lady reigned. And while the lady reigned, they were perhaps freer with their words than they would otherwise have been. The next 3 days would demand rigid formality from each of them. They were forgiven by the Sarah Teresa for their lapses in perfect grace. Her almost daughter suffered no such lapse. Indeed, she seemed steeped in unnatural silence, as if silence itself were strength. The gown the Radan had left her was exceedingly fine. Sarah Teresa was pleased with it, and very little impressed her. The silk seemed flawless, if that were possible, and the beadwork and embroidery masterful. She had seen many, many festivals, and had never seen a dress so fine, so perfectly suited to its wearer, as this one. The crown was set upon the veil that hid her face. No clansman was to have sight of it before the first rays of sun danced across the waters of the Tor Leon. The ring had been sized for her slender fingers, and the necklace shone in the uneven light. "Nadio," Teresa said softly. Diora carefully turned her head. The combs that held the veil were gold and pearl, but the warmth of them framed a face that seemed cool and remote by comparison. The older Sarah shook her head. "You are the consort of the Lord of the Sun, Nadio. Such a face will only chill him." Her niece answered with the voice, taking the risk almost recklessly. "I do not owe the Lord my joy, only my obedience." "Nadio," she said sharply, answering in the private voice. "Ona Teresa," she replied, answering normally. "Can you not smile, Nadio?" "When I have left the harem," she told her aunt softly. At times like this, Sarah Teresa could see the 4-year-old girl in the face of the young woman that she'd become. "Summon the Radan." "I am ready." The Radan were ready as well. As the Sarah Diora left her chambers, she noted 2 things. The first, that the man who led the guards who would have responsibility of her was no less a man than the Radan Maracas Par El Sol. And the second, that her father had not come to escort her, although it was his right. ******. The clansmen gathered at the Lord's pavilion, the stretch of wood and cloth and banner that surrounded the east side of the waters themselves. The Sarah Diora, protected from their coarse view by the veil and the imposing formal dress of the armed Radan, did not speak. Speech was not expected. The men made way for her as she passed, and if they craned to get a glimpse, she did not notice in her contemplation of her duty to the Lord. The Radan Kai El Sol was waiting for her. He stood alone upon the platform that was raised to the Lord's worship. Beside him was a curved chair, one that did not suffer from the high backs of the northern pretenders. There were cushions to either side, and sweet water on a table that appeared to made of solid silver. No less a man than the Radan Kai El Sol himself offered the Sarah Diora a hand as she mounted the dais. "Strength, Sarah," he said in a voice that he hoped would not carry. She smiled, or he thought she did. The veil obscured her face and in the pre-dawn light he could not see her expression. And then she took the seat that was meant for her, waiting in the silence until the seraph she had chosen to attend her had artfully arranged the train of her dress. It was the second dress that she had worn that had had such a train, an open sign that she was to be appreciated for the beauty of stillness and not the grace of movement. The rat in Kai El Sol offered her water, and when she accepted, poured it himself. But it was Ramdan who brought her strength, the only succor that she was allowed to publicly accept for the duration of the festival. In perfect silence, he placed her samisen in her lap. She looked up, her eyes wide, and the rat and Fredero Kai El Sol smiled sadly and nodded. Hands shaking, the Serra d'Ora gently adjusted both dress and lap. Then, as the darkness in the skies above began to fade and the last of the straggling clansmen gathered, she began to play. She did not sing a woman's song, but rather began the lay of the sun sword. And her voice was so beautiful, so achingly pure, that it was impossible not to feel, for just a moment, that the hand that wielded that sword was the only just hand in a land of weakness and cowardice. Only after the last of the strains of this first song had died completely did anyone stop to remember that the hand that had wielded that sword was Leon. The Serra Teresa had not been chosen by the Serra d'Ora to serve as consort's attendant. They had agreed upon it, and Teresa bitterly regretted the agreement the moment she heard the first strains of the lay. She stood beside her brother, the widened Sendari, and even in the poor light, she could see his face quite clearly. Many of their meetings and their arguments had occurred at dusk or dawn, the time when the will of man reigns for a moment or two. Men of power should never love, she thought, as she stole a glance at his rigid profile. He had almost chosen not to become a man of power, for the sake of love. By the time he had chosen to forsake the memory of the dead, the living had already sunk roots in his heart. She knew her brother as well as she knew any living person, and she could not say what the cost of tearing those roots out and destroying them utterly would be. But she saw, in his face, the certain knowledge that he would have to try. She saw bleakness, an emptiness that not even Alora's death had left there. Or perhaps she had never been privy to what Alora's death had left Sendari. And what was this? Pity for the man who had not, in the end, been able to save her, who had hesitated out of anger, out of jealousy, to use the power that was his, Wyden's title or no? You will kill my almost daughter, she thought, as the lines of his face hardened and then smoothed into empty neutrality. And you are beginning to know it. Poorly played, d'Ora, you have taken too bold a risk. But she was awed in spite of herself, for the power that d'Ora di Murano put into that song was a power that surpassed any the Serra Teresa had ever known. If she had started her song for political reasons, or even personal ones, by the end of the last sustained note, there was the momentary transcendence that comes with, and from, a music that reaches beyond the known and into the hidden heart. And as that last note faded, the first rays of sun glimmered and danced across the moving waters. The Lord had come. Asterisk. Chapter 29. The Wyden Cortano di Alexis was not a friend. It had been Cortano who, at the test of the sword, had come closest to killing Sendari, and the spiderweb of milky white that lay across his hands was a gift of that meeting. Spells of defense were a subtle and tricky thing, offense was easy. But the Wyden designate Sendari di Murano had a subtle mind. It was a dangerous game, to show superior power to a man who held power, but if a Wyden did not show it, in one area or another, he did not cross the bridge, the wind consumed him, and the test of the sword proved fatal. He still bore scars, hidden beneath the folds of his robe, unexposed to the sun's glare, they faded slowly with the years. And they reminded him, always, that Cortano was not a man to be trusted. If any man of power was Sendari. Cortano. The younger man bowed, feeling his age as a lack of experience and wisdom. Feeling very much the apprentice. It was only Cortano di Alexis who had this effect on him now, the rest, the winds had taken. The chamber, usually full of the followers of the sword of knowledge, was conspicuously empty. A foolish man might have blamed that emptiness on the hour, for the Wyden were known to study late into the lady's night, and sleep long through the Lord's day. Sendari was not a foolish man. As he rose from his bow, he examined Cortano's face. White hair framed it, and white hair fell in a spill from his chin down his chest. Only the heart of the beard itself was dark, a hint of its youthful glory. His eyes, that disturbing blue that seemed uncannily like the open sky, were unblinking. And narrowed. Sendari, the sword's edge said again. He sat on a chair, rather than the cushions that were laid about the room for the comfort of the Wyden. Sendari was obliged to stand, a position which was generally reserved for inferiors. He stood, with what grace he could muster. What happened this morning? The festival opened, was Sendari's neutral reply. Yes. I was there. Silence. Cortano frowned. Sendari, your daughter sang the lay of the sun sword. The Wyden nodded. Why? This may surprise you, Cortano. Sendari's reply was cool, but my time here has not been spent attending to the needs of a single child in my harem. The girl was chosen for the festival by Alesso, Gherardi, and Lorenza. She was approved with undue haste by the Kai El Sol. I was not consulted. He let his anger show, it was genuine enough. I did not consider intervention either wise or necessary. Cleverly put, was Cortano's soft reply. He paused. And with a single song, she has declared to the clansmen of Anagar, to those clansmen who made the trek or were allowed to make it, that it was Leon who fought for justice. They will all be thinking that it was Alesso di Morent who ended that fight. And they will be watchful now, where they might have been lulled. You argued for her life the night the clan Leon perished. Yes. She is a threat to us. She is a girl. The blue eyes had never been so piercing. Sendari felt as if he were standing beneath the open sky, bearing the brunt of the Lord's judgment. And who was the Lord to judge him? If you fear her, Cortano, kill her yourself. I am not beholden to you, I do not serve you, I am not required to take your orders. I do not fear her, Sendari. I fear your attachment to her. Sendari said nothing. Very well. If you will have it so. You will pay the price of her game if it becomes costly. The widened Sendari shrugged. I was under the impression that we were to speak about matters of the court, not matters of the tour. You were correct. Cortano rose. You're to take this word to the general. Isladar says the Lord had confirmed his initial estimate. By the festival of the moon the forces of the Shining Court will be at our disposal. Neither man mentioned the last war that had been called after the close of the ladies' festival. Regardless, Isladar does not wish the influence of the Rat-En to hold sway. We have given him our word that the Rat-En are in hand. Therefore, we will keep the Rat-En intact until such a time as he has tendered his troops. But Cortano was the man who had introduced the younger Alesso to the Shining Court, to the Kinlords, Itridian, Asarak, Isladar, to the Alasakari, the men who became vessels for the shadows that without exception devoured them from within. He had no wife, no heirs, no attachments. It made him a formidable opponent. No one crossed him, not even the Tiragar spoke against him. Cortano made it easy. He was not a man who desired power in its own right, not a man who desired a dynasty in the place such a bloodline would give him in history. He had seraphs, but they did not speak. He had no concubines. The Rat-En thought he was touched by the Lord of Night. They watched him like circling hawks. But although their accusations held a profound truth, they saw nothing. Because the widened Cortano was the first widen in more than 100 years who had the power of swordflight, he could vanish from a place and appear 100, 1,000 miles away, with no one the wiser for it. What does the court offer you? It was a question that both he and Alesso had asked themselves, and each other, time and again. No easy answer came, in fact, no answer at all. I will carry word, Sendari said, to the General Alesso di Morent. Is that all? No. I have carefully considered your report, and I believe that I know what the source of the power within the Rat-En temple is. I will have it removed today. Sendari's nod was cool. You breached the barrier? Cortano smiled. He did not answer, and the lack of answer was not lost upon the younger man. One more thing. Sendari stifled his anger, muting his expression, forcing it into neutrality. If your daughter sings that lay again, I will be forced to kill her. The Sarah Teresa regarded her brother in the silence of the early morn. The sun had not yet reached full height, and at the pavilion of the dawn, the seraphs and attendants struggled with cushions, with instruments, with goblets of sweet water. They made little noise in the sweet coolness of the morning breeze as it swept in across the waters of the Tor, yet their steps seemed light and easy under the glare of the Lord's notice. Because the Sera Diora di Murano filled the valley with the beguilement of her voice. She had sung for 2 hours, the song's sweetly chosen paeans to a young girl's love. And her heart was behind them, as it had been behind the song that had broken night's light. Teresa could hear the emotion reverberate recklessly in each word, each pause, each drawn breath. Teresa, Sendari said, making a command of the name. She had expected no less. Ramdan followed her, holding a flat, large cloth between her exposed face and the Lord's light. Sendari gestured him away, and after a moment, she allowed her favorite seraph to be dismissed. She has drawn Cortano's attention, Sendari said, without preamble. His sister could have chosen to feign ignorance, she could have dissembled, she could have shown fear, for he knew her well enough to know that the fear was suddenly there. But she was Teresa, she did not disappoint him. It was unavoidable. He will kill her yet, Sendari said quietly. She met his eyes then, her gaze unflinching, as masculine a gaze as Alesso's when Alesso's anger was both great and quiet. The darkness of her eyes was not a cool one, although her expression did not change at all. You are Wyden, Sendari. Angered, he said, and what does that mean? It means, the Sarah Teresa said coolly, that you place too much value upon the word of a Wyden. She turned at that moment, and they saw the Rat-En Kai El Sol bow, from the kneeling position, to the dais upon which Diora sat Saturday. And you place too much value upon the interference of the Radan. Not the Radan Kai Elsol, she replied, lifting a fan and spreading its delicate ivory leaves. He will not survive the festival's end unless Alesso is more of a fool than he appears. Silence. Sandari's anger was sudden, but it was not for public consumption. The Sarah Teresa is perceptive, as always. Our mother's gift. She pointed with the fan, tracing a graceful arc in the air. Ah, see? They've come to pay their respects. Tight-lipped, Sandari Di Marano watched as his oldest friend crossed the pavilion of the dawn, and was unexpectedly stopped by the Radan. His sister's smile, he noted, was quite cold. If he will not survive, she said, and he knew by the timbre of her voice that she used the voice, he will make certain that for this 3-day, Alesso feels his power. She turned to look at him, and their eyes met like the clash of swords. Widen Cordano is widen, she told him. As are you. What you are to each other, I have never attempted to understand. I have seen a man killed by the fire, and by the wind, both deaths at Cortano's command. I understand why you respect him. But although Cordano has the power of the sword, Alesso has the power of the armies. Never in the history of the Dominion have the clansmen chosen to follow the Widen. The Radan, yes, although I fear this is not their season. Ah, that is a fine gesture. Sunlight glinted off the leaves of wet lilies as the General Alesso di Morent laid them before the feet of Diora's attendant Mia, Teresa thought, from the perfect grace of movement that followed as the woman carefully swept them up and offered them to Diora. He could have offered gold or jewels, but they are too cold for such a day as this. Cortano is not a threat to be lightly dismissed. He is not a threat to be dismissed at all. And I have not dismissed him. What you cannot protect, my brother, I believe the general can. Her voice was ice, the sun did not touch it, or her, as she spoke. For a moment, he could see the blood on her hands as clearly as if they were still wet. Allora. She saw understanding in his eyes, knew by his silence that he would not reply. We both gave her our word, she said coldly. And that was accusation enough. Before it, he could say nothing at all. While his daughter received honors and glory above all women, Sandari Di Marano retreated into the privacy of his chambers, hating the very touch of the open sky. Thinking, and hating the thought, that he should have allowed Alesso to kill Diora when the opportunity had presented itself. The first day passed in a blur of faces. Diora sat beneath the gold-fringed canopy that declared her the property of the Lord. To either side were Ilia and Alana, the two women she had chosen to attend her on this day. Before them stood the Radan Fredero Kai Elsol and the Radan Maracas Par Elsol, to her left and right, Radan who served. She thought one of them to be in the pay of the Radan Peter Par Elsol, for his tone of voice changed when that man came to pay his respects, but it was not her position to offer advice to the Radan. Nor would it ever be, she was, after all, a woman, and women did not serve the Lord. But the Lord's servants might serve her 3 days longer. Just 3 days, and then she could rest. Her fingers were tingling from the exertion of playing the samisen, but the instrument was both her shield and her love, and she was loath to put it aside. And because she was so loath, she had it in her lap when the Radan came, carrying between them a limp and obviously injured woman. Ilia and Marano gasped and lowered her face at once. Alana drew a thick breath and turned to her mistress. Her mistress was frozen, her fingers pressed tight against the strings, blessed strings, of the samisen. What is this? The Kai Elsol said, stepping forward with a very real anger. Laurent, what have you done? The Radan Laurent Elsol met the Kai Elsol with a grim and level stare. Not, Diora thought, a friend. This woman was found in the temple of the Radan. He caught her chin and forced her face up. Diora already knew who she would see. Nose broken, lips swollen, eyes darkened, the peculiarly striking but plain face of the woman who had visited her the evening before was almost gone. But her eyes, dark and bright, were the same eyes, and they met Diora's grimly. Fearfully. Sarah Diora Di Marano sat in stiff and heavy silence, her knees pressed together, her chin held as high as she dared hold it. She did not breathe. A woman? In the temple? She would never have thought that a Lamberton would be so skillful a liar. Or perhaps it was not a lie, there was an unmuted horror in the voice that he gave to the Radan, and outrage, and anger. Were they disappointed? She thought that at least one of them was. Radan Peter Par Elsol suggested that we make an example of her, the Radan Laurent Elsol said. The magnitude of the crime demanded your attention. We apologize, he added, with a regret that was only insincere if one knew how to listen, for disturbing the consort. Diora knew how to listen. She knew that to be the perfect Sarah was to look away, as Ilia and Marano had done. She looked, but not away. Instead, her eyes hugged the curve of the Radan Kai Elsol's shoulders. They were tense, even stiff. She thought for a moment that he might ruin everything, throw himself upon the fires of an angry lord. Thought it, and was glad. But then he spoke. Have her displayed by the gates, where the clansmen may see her. Kai el Sol. Should we? No, he said. If she survives the attention of the clansmen, and their righteous anger, for the 3 days, let it be a sign that the Lord knows mercy. If she does not, she is not to be given to earth, burn her and let the wind scatter her unblessed ashes. Kai el Sol. And Larant? Yes, Kai. If you approach the consort's pavilion with such ugliness one more time before the festival is over, you will join her. The man paled. But I thought. You will summon me, Radan. He bowed, dropping his victim. Kai el Sol. Go. The Radan went, and only when they had disappeared from sight did the Kai el Sol turn to the Lord's consort. I am sorry, Sarah Diora, he said, and she heard the heaviness of the truth in each word. As am I, was the Sarah Diora's reply. But come, Radan Kai el Sol, this is the festival of the Lord, and the judgment of the Lord has been heard. And she touched the samisen. Let the chords become single notes, let the notes carry across the waters. Maracas Par el Sol stared at the sun-touched waters for a long time, and when at last he looked away, he did not speak at all. They ate, and they drank, and they presided over the beginning of the Lord's challenge. The Sarah Diora, carried by Radan upon a palanquin that was fine enough for a tear, was called upon to view those who vied for the Lord's favor. They presented their weapons to her, and they each craned to get a glimpse of the flower of the dominion. Hair as black as the lady's night, with a mystery and a beauty that only night would ever truly reveal, she was all that they desired to see, and when she blushed, pleasingly, and looked away, she was delicacy, she was grace. The tiragnate Eduardo de Gerardi joined these men. He rode into the open field on the plateau, and the clansmen parted to let him through not because they recognized his banner, although it was impossible not to know that he was the ruler of the Terrian Averta, but because he rode Sword's Blood. The roan stallion's eyes were dark, and the lift of his head carried it well above the lesser horses that surrounded him. As he approached, Diora could see the scars along his coat where he had entered into combat. It was said that Eduardo de Gerardi did very little to control Sword's Blood when Sword's Blood felt it necessary to make a challenge. It was also said that the stallion had not yet lost a fight. Sarah Diora, the tiragnate said, as he dismounted and led Sword's Blood, by bridle, to the raised palanquin. Tiragnate, she said, grateful for the Radan who stepped, weapons drawn in gentle warning, between them. Kai el Sol, the Tir said, properly addressing the guardian and not the guarded. It is obvious that the Lord values this consort highly to demand that you personally attend her. The Radan shrugged. The Lord is not the only one to prize his consort highly, but he is the only one who has that right. The frown was evident in his voice, if not his expression. But you, tiragnate, it is unlike you to interrupt the ceremony of the Lord's challenge. Interrupt? You mistake me, Kai el Sol, he said, looking past Fredero to the woman who sat upon the shoulders of the Radan. I intend to win it. He drew his sword, and in the light of the clear sky, the blade flashed white. Alesso. The general turned, and when he saw who called him, his expression cooled. Sendari. They stood a moment, watching each other like wary beasts of prey. It was the general who at last broke the silence. We have not spoken for the past few days. We have both been busy. Sendari bowed. But I have come with word. Ah. You play the messenger. Before the Wyden could respond, he added, and as usual, it suits you ill. Come, old friend. Take the water with me. Seraphs came at once, dressed in the white, gold, and blue that were the Lord's colors. They set a silver pitcher upon the flat, low table, and then bowed their heads to the ground. They were dismissed, leaving the general and the Wyden to sit in quiet isolation, measuring each other. We do not make good enemies, Alesso said at last. No, the Wyden replied. He lifted the pitcher and poured, knowing that if he waited for Alesso, he would wait long. It was not that the task was beneath his dignity, the waters were, after all, from the lake of the Tor itself. It was merely a detail, in an afternoon that was full of too many details, each requiring his attention. They would be parched with speech or the effort of stilted silence, before he thought to lift glass. Sendari understood the failing well. Had he not, many times, left food untouched while he embarked upon the study of the sword? He was silent as he sat in the presence of his oldest friend, a man who, by his recent actions, had become more of a stranger than the sister he almost hated. Alesso, Diora has been promised to Gerardi. It was said. A man did not like to discuss the disposition of his daughter with his friend. There was a wrongness to it, a feeling of things forbidden by men who followed the ways of the Lord. And neither he nor Alesso were such men, except as it suited them. But still. Yes, Alesso said, the single word curt. Sendari felt the chill of anger settle about his shoulders. He lifted his chin and met Alesso's brittle stare. And then, of all things, the General Alesso de Morent laughed. It was a bark of a laugh, sharp and harsh, and the bitterness in it reminded Sendari of youthful anger. But all anger was youthful, in its way. I cannot lie to you, Sendari, except by omission. You endanger us, Alesso. Yes. He laughed again. And if I were so enamored of safety, I would have remained the faithful vassal to the end of my days, toiling for a fat and mediocre tier. He raised a hand. I could tell you that I am insulted that you think I would endanger our alliances and our plans for the sake of a woman, any woman. I could accuse you of valuing your daughter so highly that you think any man couldn't help but do the same. I could fence with words, Sendari, and it would solve nothing. Let us leave them behind. Between us, there should be truth. There is the matter of Diora. Yes, Alesso said. And it would have been cleanest had she died with her husband. The accusation was in the words, but it was not a harsh one. She almost did. I know. You have helped me in all things, Sendari. And you know what I desire. You know also that we need Edoardo di Gherardi, and you might as well know that we've already clashed once over the girl. I might as well, the older man said, and his smile was forced out of him by the general's will, not his own. Help me, then. She was made the lady of the Lord for the festival, and it did not displease me, You did not seek to consult me. No more than I would have consulted the Tier about the timing of his assassination. You would have refused. That was Alesso. Against his will, Sendari felt himself relax. You have already killed 2 wives, he said coldly. Childbirth killed one, was Alesso's soft reply. About the other, he did not speak. Sendari had never asked. He was silent a long time, thinking about Teresa's words, and Cortano's threat. Alesso, he said at last, she will not make a good wife. She was good enough for the Kai Leon. Yes. But there is something about her that has become disquieting. If you would take my advice. I won't. You would search elsewhere. Did you hear what she sang at dawn? Alesso frowned. It is always sung at the festival, he said at last, with a feigned nonchalance. Yes. And at every other festival, the sun sword is drawn. They remember it now. They would have remembered it anyway. You saved her life, the General Alesso de Morent told his oldest friend. Did you save her for a man who was willing to offer her dishonor before she has been lawfully given? Sendari was silent for a long moment, his face was carefully expressionless. And Alesso de Morent laughed. She didn't tell you, he said softly. I have not spoke with Diora since. Not Diora, old man. Teresa. She came to the rescue at the sight of the rat in Kai El Sol. Very well. Enough, Alesso. We do not make good enemies. Let us cease this bickering. He paused, and then added, and how exactly did you come to be aware of such an infraction against my family's honor, when I was not? I doubt very much that either the Kai El Sol or the Sarah Teresa would come, with such news, to you. I wish, by the Lord's grace, that I could for once succeed in an attempt to omit the slightest of facts in a discussion with you. I was aware, of course, because I was there. The laughter left his face. I would never dishonor you. I know. He drained his cup, and smiled. And now that we've put this difference aside, there is another. What, he said sweetly, of the last assassination attempt against the boy? Sendari. Light and heat. Light and heat. The sway of the fans her attendants held did little to quench the summer's hand. It was midday. The Sera Diora di Murano, consort to the Lord of Day, sat beneath a canopy that was both fine and simple. Much of its workmanship was on the exterior, the dyes in the cloth that formed the tented dome, the engraving on the wooden beams that held it, the inlay of gold and pale wood and silver upon the steps that led to where she Saturday. They will rest, the Kai El Sol told her softly, as he stood stoically beyond the reach of the heavy fans. She gazed at the ranks of the men who had passed the first of the tests, a series of interlaced armed combats that had quickly separated the wheat from the chaff. Those that were injured were tended by personal physicians or seraphs, those that were too injured were carried from the field by Certain. She recognized the banners of many of the men here, and knew that they were vying for the title of the Lord's champion. And the favor of the Lord's consort. The Lord's champion and the Lord's consort were the highest ranks given to one who was not Tyr or Rad in Kai El Sol at the Festival of the Sun. This afternoon, after the proper respect had been paid to the sun's most dangerous hour, there would be the basic tests of horsemanship, both handling and racing. Racing was always interesting, because the fastest horses were often the lightest, and they did not take well to mounted combat. The final stretch of the Lord's challenge always began between mounted men. So the clansmen had to choose their horses carefully, by their paces, but also by their abilities in the arts of war. The Wyden Senari di Marano was one of few men who had had little love of, or little interest in, horses. His daughter had been properly trained to show little interest in them as well, although by the grace of her aunt, she knew more than her father professed to and less than he actually did, which was the case for many things. She thought that sword's blood would be too heavy a horse for the races, and she was proved wrong, although in the proving of it, 2 clansmen withdrew their animals from the field because they had dared come too close to the mount that had made Edoardo di Gherardi famous among the clans. It would cost Gherardi. Although this seat was the favored seat in which to view the games, she was not the only woman who sat so, nor the only noble who watched. To either side, at the edge of the plateau, the clansmen and their wives, carefully protected from exposure to either the lord's face or the clansman's gaze, took their places, watching those who bore their name. Exchanging money, although it was frowned upon. She had watched these games with Ser Ilara Kai di Leon. Attended by his wives, her wives, the women of her choosing, he had no children who were old enough to be trusted to view the full ordeal in its entirety with the appropriate demeanor, but in a few years, they would have joined them. Sera Diora? She shook her head and smiled gently at the Radin Kai El Sol, wondering if he would mistake her distance for delicacy and heat fatigue. Hoping. In the silence, the wind carried a scream up the slope. The only assassins she could trust were never summoned during the festival of the Lord. They served the lady, and during this 3-day, the lady's dominion was at its weakest. Out of respect for the Lord and the customs of the Lord, the assassins did not choose to accept a name, or so the popular wisdom went. The Sera Diora di Marano had been taught only a little about summoning the servants of the lady. She had been tutored in other skills of a more personal nature, the arts of poison, the ability to administer cures to those poisons that were swiftly diagnosed, the deft handling of a small blade in close quarters. To summon the lady's servants took a different type of knowledge, one that she had little of. And the Sera Teresa had refused to aid her. "We do not summon the lady's servants during the festival of the Lord," she said. Diora knew finality of tone when she heard it, no matter how gracefully it was given. As if she read in the silence all that remained unspoken, the Sera Teresa said, "We do not have the resources it would require at our disposal this festival." She had taken care to use the voice to hide the words, offering the words as if they could somehow cushion the blow. As if she knew what a blow they would be. Moonlight was at its height. It was not a bright light, not a full one, but it was more than enough to see by. The Sera Diora di Marano listened for the movement of Radin at her doors, listened for the quiet huff of Seraph's breath. Both came to her, neither as real as the piteous cries that memory would not let fade. Squaring her shoulders, she closed her eyes. She did not rise. The Seraphs had been trained from birth to hear the slightest of her movements and attend them at once, and as their lives often depended upon such hearing and such instinctive reaction, they were more difficult to escape than guards. Then men. She focused her thoughts and opened her lips, hardening them with the strength of her determination so that they would not tremble. Sleep. Hear nothing. Wake in the morn. You cannot order a man to do a thing that is against his nature, not for long. You can hold him with the force of your voice if you intend to kill him, but if you intend to avoid notice, if you desire secrecy or privacy without threat of discovery, find a thing in that man's nature and exploit it. Work with his intent and his desires, not against. She listened for a moment longer and then nodded. Turning her face, she rose quickly. The Seraph, Aleya, was younger than she, but in size they were almost identical. For this reason, Diora had chosen her, and for no other. She was Fiona's girl, after all, and if she was foolish and sweet, it was to Fiona that she would report when her tenure here was done. Without another word, she donned the Seraph's simple robes, and with the paints of the day, she drew upon her wrist the brand by which Aleya was known. Her hand shook. This was not her skill, but it was night, and in the darkness, it would serve. She did not wish to kill the Radan, but to order them to ignore her was difficult and not certain to succeed. Success, of course, meant safety, but failure meant that a member of the Radan would know that she had the voice, and that she was willing to use it against the servants of the Lord. Against one man, she would have tried. The Radan Kai El Sol had left no less than 4. She was happy with the 4, however, they were well behaved, and not one of them would have considered it appropriate to their station to harass a young seraph in the dead of a quiet night, even though her Sarah would never discover the misdeed in time to attempt to protect her. Gathering the folds of her robes, she walked to the corner of the room and picked up a delicate, porcelain pitcher, a gift from a northern noble, dead this past month. Then she drew the hood above her face, and made her way to the doors, pausing only long enough to retrieve a small object from beneath the hard mats. She knelt, as she had seen Aleya kneel 100 times, slid the screen doors open a crack, bowed to the Radan, and rose. Their lamps made her shadow seem long as she crossed the threshold, holding the pitcher in perfectly steady hands because she knew, of course, that the Sera Diora valued it. She knelt on the other side of the doors, bowed again, and slid them shut. The rat-inn glanced down at her, but seraphs came and went, and besides, the pitcher in her hands made clear that she was to travel to the waters of the Tor Leon, at the behest of her Sarah. The Kai El Sol's permission to gather those waters, strictly and quietly granted, had been given at the gathering of the rat-inn who were to serve in the unusual position of guards to the Lord's consort for the festival. They were meant, these rat-inn, to keep clansmen from entering, not to keep seraphs from leaving. They did not shift position to acknowledge this seraph's presence, although she knew that they were well aware of it. She passed 2 other seraphs in the halls before she found her passage to the outside. The surgeon who served her father and her aunt nodded quietly as she left. Not a single one of them paid close attention to her face. Even so, she did not breathe easily until the stars, and not broad wooden beams, were above her head. She walked quickly to the lake, and there, the tyrant that served the General Alesso de Morent did stop her, but they were perfunctory in their inspection, for Diora had, every night for the last 4, sent Aleia to the lake to retrieve the waters. This night was no different. Her hands did not shake as they touched the waters, although the waters were surprisingly cool. She filled the pitcher carefully and then, in her kneeling position, bowed respectfully to the tyrant. They were clansmen of note, if not merit, they would expect respect. Carefully balancing the full pitcher, she lingered a moment to catch the soothing lap of waves against the shore, desiring a moment of peace, no matter how brief. Then she left the waters of the Tor Leon behind, carrying only this small portion with her. She did not return to the harem. Instead, she found the long and carefully tended road that led to the gates of the Tor Leon, the gates through which any lawful visitor must pass. In the shadows, they were still very fine, and she paused a moment as she saw the lights that glowed brightly by them. Did she falter? A moment, no more. If the tyrant were at their duties, she was safe; if they were not, she would make no approach. The night was very dark. She heard his voice before she saw him, because she knew how to listen better than she knew how to do almost anything except breathe. And sing. The Voyani's voice she would have heard in any case, and the listening magnified it, made of it a piercing, horrible scream instead of the whimper she knew it to be. A plea for mercy. A denial of knowledge. "You know this is not necessary," he said, his voice a blend of neutrality and distaste. "Only tell us what we wish to know, and we will leave you in peace." "We." She froze. She knew how to stand in a silence that was almost absolute. "Who sent you?" "Cordano, with all due respect, I believe that I am better able to handle this interrogation." "Lord Isladar, with all due respect, I believe that you are not within your jurisdiction." They were of a kind, they spoke with the same precision, the same distance, the same surety of power. She measured the silence after this short exchange by the labored breathing of their victim. Her knees bent, she knelt, slowly, the folds of her robe crinkling beneath the breaths, heavy and hoarse, of the Voyani woman. "You were with the rat-inn." "Not a question." "Who sent you?" Sarah Diora di Morano knew how to wait. Folding her knees, bowing her perfect, ivory face, she began her vigil, praying to the lady's moon for strength and guidance and an end to this and all torments. "Well, Petter?" "I don't know. I did as you instructed, and discovered her presence, but I do not know how she was used, or at whose instructions." She heard his shrug. "I assure you," he said blandly, "that she was not present during the meetings of the rat-inn. Fredera was weak, but is not a fool." "A lie." She tensed and then relaxed, fighting her reactions. She had never trusted rat-inn Petter Par El Sol, and she did not trust him now, but he lied to his allies, and he lied about the rat-inn Kai El Sol, and in that, he found some small favor. They did not hear it. "Well, the wanderers caused us trouble once before," the man called Lord Isladar said softly. "They were a great people once, and they had cities that make the Tor Leon seem paltry and dim by comparison. We thought them scattered, but the Anagarian winds seemed to carry the dust and debris for a very long time." "Cordano, may I?" Silence. "No," Diora thought, willing the answer. But she knew by the time it took him to answer, what the reply would be. "Yes." There was warning in the word. "Thank you." She heard him step forward, and then she heard the woman scream, and every cry that she had ever heard, save only one, lost strength and meaning. From this point on, pain would be defined by a lone Voyani woman, one who was almost a stranger. One that she had come this distance to kill. Quickly. Cleanly. She could never have said why afterward, for it was her habit when in danger to sit perfectly, rigidly still. But this once she lifted her hands, both of them, and clutched a pendant that sat, unseen by even her own eyes, around her neck. It bit into the flesh of her palms as her fingers locked around it. Light flared in her eyes, blinding her with its flash. But it was a light more felt than seen, and although it terrified her, it was not because she feared the exposure it would bring. She moved, felt something beneath her feet, although she knew her feet were folded under her legs, and moved forward. Into the clearing. There were 3 men there, she could see their backs as she approached. One wore the robes of the Raidan's office, one the silks of an evening's disturbed leisure. And one wore black, a color darker than the night or her hair or the nightmares that had plagued her since the death of the clan Leon. She wondered what hand had fashioned the cloth, and then wondered if it were cloth at all. She did not wonder long, they did not see her. And she was drawn forward by a compulsion that she could not explain, and would never have ignored. The light bit her palms. Standing before the three men, she cast no shadow at all, they could not see her. And she could not look back to see their faces, for she found what she had come seeking, and it held her gaze and all of her attention. In the savaged ruins of the woman's face, Diora could still recognize the rictus of humiliation and agony. Blood was there as punctuation, and bone where flesh had been casually gouged away. She did not think that a body could suffer so much and still cling to life. Or be forced to it. The Voyani woman lifted her face with effort, the collar that clung to her neck far too tightly came with it, clinking and rattling. She raised hands, a single hand, and it, too, trailed chains. "Margaret," she said, although her lips did not appear to move, "this is your mother's death. Understand what it is that you face." As if pushed, Diora turned, and when she saw the visage of Lord Isladar of the kin, she froze anew. For the darkness of his robes was nothing compared to the darkness that was his eyes. Beneath a face that was strangely, savagely beautiful was a chill that the wind's loudest voice could barely touch. She had never seen a creature that was outside of the Lord's dominion before. Having seen him this once, she would not forget. And she would try, at least once, before this war was over. "This is our damnation and our salvation. I have come to the end that the oracle's road decreed. And the bearer of this gem has paid the price to bring it back to the Voyani. Do not let our past be forgotten, do not let your past rob us all of a future. This is your mother's death," she said again, and Diora turned. "Blessed death. Peaceful death. Avenge it." She reached out, the chains grew taut with the whole of the force she could muster. The three men watched in unseeing silence as the Sera Diora di Murano lifted one hand, one free hand, and reached out, touching the fingertips of the Voyani woman with her own fingers, as if, for a moment, they stood on either side of a piece of glass. You are the lady's dagger," the woman said, "grant me the lady's death." Diora reached into the fold of her robes with her hand, with the one free hand, and pulled out the dagger that she had slid so carefully from beneath her bed. She had meant to blood it. She had meant to end both threat and torment. But as she looked at her hand, she saw that it was translucent, a ghostly image of a hand. "I did not break. They know nothing." "What is this?" Lord Isladar said, stepping suddenly forward. "Cortano, are we watched?" "No. There are none within the boundary save us." The creature bent forward, and caught the woman's chin in his hands. Diora raised the dagger, and it, too, seemed translucent, but shone with a pale light. She hesitated a moment, for the creature was now in her path, but the woman faced her, unblinking. "There is someone. We are at risk. Lady's daughter, please, hurry. He is kin lord, if he is prepared, he will hold my spirit for the 3 days, and this will be nothing in comparison. Please. Strike. There is an older magic here. They have it. Hold, Cortano. I need a moment where she will escape us." "Escape? There are many avenues of escape," Lord Isladar said coolly. "Death among them. But I almost have her now." Diora drove the dagger into the Voyani woman's open left eye. It slid through the flesh as if it had no substance, the ghost of a knife, and not the knife itself. But the kinlord cried out for the first time in anger. His hands tightened. She could see the struggle beneath the woman's torn flesh, a struggle that eyes alone were not meant to see. And she could see that death was somehow losing. Without thought, she drew the dagger again, but this time, brought it about in an arc that drew blood from the creature's hand. Real blood. His grip faltered for a second, for less than a second, but it was enough. He was left with empty flesh, a shell, devoid of the ability to offer either answers or pleasure. Diora took a step back and froze, the clearing was gone. She sat, her hands clenched around the pendant that pulsed like a heart of light in her palms, to either side was a bush in full bloom in the darkness. Roses, she thought, or another exotic bloom. She did not dare open her palms, did not dare to release the crystal or let it fall back into the folds of her robes. Rising clumsily, she began to run with her hands clasped in front of her, for she knew that he would come for her. The last thing she had seen had been his eyes, and their gazes, for an instant, had met. *****. Chapter 30. The Radan Maracas Par El Sol was waiting for her, although she did not realize this until they collided. The Sera Diora had not been the cause of a collision such as this since she was a child of 4 or 5, she was stunned a moment, and before she could continue to run, he caught her wrists. Her hands were pressed into the pendant, the strength of his grip did not break the strength of hers. She wondered if anything could. The pendant seemed a part of her flesh. She could not tell whether the pulse she felt was hers or the crystal's. It didn't matter. The presence of a man without the Lord of Night's eyes was a blessing and a comfort, even though he was a man of power. Raden par el sol. Her soft voice was completely natural. Sara Diora di Murano, he replied. It is late, and it is not seemly that a woman of the clan should be seen, alone, with a Raden of the Lord. You will forgive me, but I have taken the liberty of assuring your privacy, and I believe it is best that we retire immediately. That way. The words came on the crest of a warm summer wind. As you say, she replied, but she could not stop herself from glancing over her shoulder. Moonlight silvered shadow trees, the Tor Leon seemed to be sleeping within the lady's night. He pulled her along, and after a moment, noticed how her hands were clasped. Maracas was not known for his attention to detail, either among the Radan, or among clansmen who were powerful enough to have to be wary of them. Follow, he told her softly, releasing one wrist. Speed is of the essence. He did not tell her where she was going, and she did not care to argue. She could hear what he could not, the movement of the kin lord, the words of the Wyden, the curses, quiet but heartfelt, of the Raden Peter par el sol. And although the listening was exhausting, she could not stop. So she listened, sparing only enough of her attention that she might walk in the Radan's wake while clutching the pendant's warm crystal in the folds of her palms. And because of this, she did not recognize where their retreat took them until she lifted her face to the wide doors that guarded the sanctuary of the Sun Sword. The Radan Maracas par el sol opened them and let her in. There were servitors within, four, each armored and armed as if for combat and not the duty of guarding a highly placed official. They were watchful, but they took a moment to pay the Lord's consort her due. They bowed, very low, and held that bow a fraction of a second longer than etiquette demanded. Respect. Why? We were not followed, the Radan told his servitors. My apologies, Radan par el sol, but I believe that we may well have been followed, Diora said softly. I saw nothing, the Radan par el sol replied, but he watched her face intently and took no insult from her contradiction. You knew, she said, her wide, dark eyes narrowing into slender crescents. Yes. I had you followed. But I had your seraph followed each of the last 4 nights. Tonight, I followed personally. He paused, and then added, no man who looked at your face could mistake you for even a fleeting moment for Sarah Fiona's child. But why? Because, Sara Diora, I did not trust you. She was stunned, and she was not used to being stunned. It was summer, but the air was as chill as the sharp sea winds in the rainy seasons on the northern coast. Who follows us? Silence. He stepped forward and caught her by the arms. She thought he would shake her, but he did not. He closed his eyes instead, and she felt a warmth in the palms of his hands. Sarah, he said gently, please. You must answer the question. Radan par el sol, one of the servitors said, I believe that it is not necessary to question the Lord's lady, but... They both looked, the Lord's consort and the Lord's Radan. Glowing fiercely bright beneath the window that gazed out at the lady's night was the sun sword. And the light that flared was a clarion call, a call to battle, if there were a hand that could wield it. Leon legend told of a light that harsh, and it shone for one thing alone. Tell me, Maracas said, his voice gentle but insistent. She had, for the moment, no fear of him. Later she would marvel at herself, later she would deride her lack of control, the weakness that such immediate trust, that any trust, here, in this place, showed. The Wyden Cordano, the Radan Peter par el sol, and a servant of the Lord of Night. She had not thought his face capable of anger, but it was, and the anger was cold and implacable. Why were you there? She looked at her hands. Tried to open them. Sara Diora? I was there, she told him softly, although she did not meet his eyes, to kill the Voyani woman. She added, as if in defense of the action, she had information which could harm us all. He nodded. I would have done no less, but she had been under guard for the day. He paused. And I would not see her suffer the 3 days. Clansmen are cruel, where they are given the lawful right to be so. She died, Diora told him softly, without revealing anything. How? She lifted her cupped, stiff hands, and he took them, and with care pried them loose. Blood ran then, from the cuts in her hands that matched, exactly, the facets of the large gem. The crystal itself bore no sign of the stain, it was clear and bright as the sun sword itself. This killed her? She did not reply. May I, he asked her, as he looked at the crystal. She stepped back, and he bowed. As you wish, he told her softly. But I believe that this is one of the Voyani artifacts. Families are defined, among the Voyani, by the old magics that they keep. Do you know who she was? Diora shook her head, wild strands of dark hair clung to her face. She felt exposed, dressed as she was, with no finery and no paints behind which to hide. She was Evelyn of the Arcosa Voyani, the matriarch of the family. It was expedient to feign ignorance, it was also honest. Diora knew very little about the Wanderers. They did not affect the politics of the realm, and it was in the politics of the dominion that the Sera Diora di Murano was steeped. Evelyn served the lady, he continued. And she has passed that burden to you, and you have accepted it, whether you know it or not. He turned to face the sun sword. There is one Leon left alive, he said quietly. And until he is either united with the sword, or dead, this sword will not be raised in war against our enemies. And then he smiled, and the smile was sharp. But I wonder, as always. The pendant that you carry exacts a blood price, and you have paid it, aware or no. You will be weakened for the next week, and the festival is only 1 day old. He unfurled her fingers, and they battled him with a will of their own while she watched. We will be safe here. If they have followed, they will not follow into the sword haven. The sun sword protects us from that much. They will know that these magics were used if they are following. But they will be looking, I think, for these. He touched the wounds upon her hands. And these are deep enough, and clear enough, that you would not be able to hide them. He saw me, she said. The creature. He saw me. When? When I killed her. He was there and you escaped? I wasn't physically there. What do you mean? Forgive me, Radin par el sol. I babble like a child. I was not physically present. I approached upwind of the gates, and I heard their voices. I could not kill the woman in the presence of witnesses, for I would be acting against the orders of the Kai El Sol himself. But as I sat in hiding, awaiting the right moment, I heard 2 voices I recognized, and a third I did not. I don't know why, but I picked up the crystal, and held it between my palms. And it took me to them, but not in the flesh. I looked, in my own sight, a spirit, a ghost. They were questioning the Voyani. She could see me, they could not. She asked me to kill her before he had a chance to bind her, for she feared what he would do in the 3 days that he could hold her spirit. I did as she asked. But as I did, he turned to face me, and he saw me. Maracas smiled with a weary relief. What he saw, Sera Diora, was your spirit. And the Dominion's women have housed the spirits of tears in the frail flesh of lambs. The only way they will know you is by your wounded hands, although they will not know exactly what they seek until they see it. She raised a brow, motioning with that minute gesture to the 4 who stood guard and bore witness to the words that had passed between them. He was not a subtle man. These men are my personal servitors. I trust them absolutely. Then you are not a man who has many wives. She smiled, the smile was shaky, but genuine. His face darkened, although he returned her smile bitterly. I had one, he told her. And I only ever wanted one. She wanted to know how he, not of the Wyden, knew so much about the Voyani arts. But Maracas' background had always been hidden. He claimed no great clan, and no Terrian, and no matter how her sources had searched, she had never unearthed his secrets. And now, she knew suddenly, he was going to give them to her. And she wasn't certain if she wanted to know. He closed his eyes and then took her hands. The movement was so sure that it took her a moment to realize that it was subtly wrong. The hands that now held hers were warm, and they grew warmer, although she knew that they would not become uncomfortably hot. They reminded her, in some ways, of the pendant. They offered protection, comfort. Comfort. She knew, then, that she could trust him. Knew that he was of the clans, but of a clan so minor there was little difference between it and a family of seraphs. Knew that he had loved his wife, and knew that he felt her loss as keenly as any bereaved husband, although the loss was not a new one. She knew that he valued the seraphs, that the servitors that he had said he could trust were trustworthy, that he served the Lord's cause because he valued the dominion, but that he did not value the Radin overmuch, and that he saw, always, a profound role for the lady in the lady's night. That he valued things lost, and valued them profoundly. His anger was not hers, it was not so cold and so absolute, it allowed for grief. But Phaida, Ruatha, and Deirdre were a loss that not even he could begin to feel. How could she? She cried out then, and pulled her hands away. Healer, she whispered, her face pale with both loss of blood and shock. Yes. You didn't warn me. His eyes were lidded, his expression was suddenly neutral. No. Because you didn't trust me. Yes. And you thought to read this from me, while you healed these? She raised her hands in anger and before he could reply, she struck him. He caught her hand before she could strike again. It would have been hard to say which of the two was more surprised by her action, the Rad-An or the Sera herself. The silence between them stretched out in the darkness until one of the Radan's servitors coughed. It was Roan, Maracas said. By that open admission to an inferior, he once again set himself apart from the clansmen. But these are not times in which the right and the wrong done to one man or one woman may rule us. I apologize. And are you satisfied? No, Sarah, I am not. But I will heal the hands, and you will be forewarned enough to keep your thoughts upon what you will. The injury does not require a deeper communion. The Sarah Teresa di Murano sat alone in the garden beneath the face of the open moon. In her lap the northern harp strings resonated with the dance of her fingers, and her voice rose and fell in an imperial lament for a wildness in time long past. At least, that was what the bard who gave her the song had said. She sang in a tongue that was both foreign and old. She understood the imperial court tongue, but was less well versed in its variants. And she believed the bard, and sang with that belief. Wondering, as she did, whether or not two people who had the voice could lie to each other at all. She was surprised to see Diora step from between two barely open screens into the lambent moonlight. Her almost daughter's hair was drawn back in combs and pearls, and she was dressed for the day and not the night, yet she seemed a shadow, a thing not meant for sunlight. Ona Teresa, Diora said softly. Nadio, her aunt replied, stilling the music of the strings with the gentlest touch of a hand. Join me, if you like, but remember that you must greet the dawn with the Radan. Diora nodded. She made a place for herself on the cushions that lay upon stone smoothed by the passage of water, wind, and time. And then she drew her legs up, sitting with her chin upon her knees, the very picture of a child. What, Sarah Teresa said, resuming the play of finger across taut string but giving her attention to other matters, has happened? Ona Teresa, her almost daughter said, and Teresa knew, then, that one never wondered an idle question beneath the full face of the lady's moon. Did you know that my father was in league with the servants of the Lord of Night? They both spoke in the voice, with the voice, they bound their words as tightly as they dared. Teresa thought, if the light were sharper, that she would see the signs of it in Diora's face, and they were signs that the consort to the Lord could not afford to expose to the clansmen. The flower of the Dominion was expected to be exactly that, perfect when in bloom. Did you not? No. Of course she hadn't known. Teresa herself had not known it until the night that a lone seraph had come to her, in darkness, praying that all of the rumors that surrounded the unmarried Murano sister were true. Why didn't you tell me? Because the voice is no guarantee, Diora, that we will not be discovered. To know what I knew, and what you now profess to know, is death. Her Nadio turned to face her then, and she played something brighter, something softer, than the northern dirge. Because her daughter's eyes held more than simple knowing, they held understanding. Vision. It is worse than death, I think, Diora said at last. Tell me. Tell me, if you will. I went to kill the Voyani woman. Teresa nodded, unsurprised. Although Diora was ice and shadow to the clansmen and women who watched her with envy or desire, her aunt could not help but hear the horror and pity that had colored the words that she spoke when the Voyani woman had been led away, words whose meaning had nothing at all to do with pity. In that, at least, she was well trained. But Teresa had more than half expected, after Diora's attempt to find an assassin, that the young Sarah would attempt to kill the woman herself. And she knew that, no matter what her almost daughter might say, pity and mercy were no small part of her motivation. Weakness. I had to kill her, Diora continued, hearing the unspoken, unvoiced criticism. Because she knew too much. About the Rad and Kai El Sol. Diora, I told you, he is already doomed. And me. Sarah Teresa froze. You met her. Yes. You did not inform me. No. It appears, Ona Teresa, that we have both been playing our own games. How very like my father we both are. Like his general, perhaps, the older woman said. Here. Play the harp a while, Diora, if you wish to continue speaking. My hands tire. Her niece played the northern harp as if she'd been born to the north, and for one weary moment, Teresa wished it had been so. When did you meet Evelyn? You knew her. Oh, yes, her aunt said, keeping everything she felt out of her voice, schooling it, so that Diora might know for certain that she was offering privacy and asking for it at the same time. Am I anything but another pawn to you? Yes, Teresa said, holding her heart's words back. Diora, when? Festival Eve. And did she give you anything? Surprise. Anger. Resignation. Even a hint of admiration. Yes. Will you tell me what it was? No. Ah. Then let me hope that she has not laid the responsibility of the family upon you, for if she has, you will be forced to bear it, or you will pay the price. What price? What price could possibly be more costly than the price I have already paid? If Teresa offered privacy, Diora offered none, although her expression did not change, her voice did. Teresa bowed her head, feeling the sting of another woman's tears, the endless ache of another's loss. Diora's voice was very, very powerful. Nothing, she said at last. I forget myself, and you, in the warning. Diora. You called her here. Teresa did not answer. And she perished for it. Evelyn's path was decided long before it crossed yours, Nadiayo, Teresa said coolly. She is dead now. We are not. You killed her? Yes. But not immediately. The sword's edge was there. The rat and Peter par el sol. And one other. Ona Teresa, he was not just a servant of the Lord of Night. He was a vessel. One of his kin. And does it change your course, Nadiayo? Does it change the plans that we have crafted? The silence of music played without heart, a curtain behind which the actors prepare for the play, uncertain of whether or not there will be an audience, but certain that an unfavorable audience is death. I don't know. I don't know what your plans were, or are, and I think you understand now that you don't know all of mine. But if the Lord of Night was the hand behind the sword and the general, then I will take him into account, and there will be a reckoning. She lifted her youthful face, and the moonlight whitened it, hiding any imperfection, robbing it of any expression that was not grim and cold. I swear it, by the lady. I swear it by Phyta, by Ruatha, by Deirdre. Diora. Help me, Ona Teresa. This has grown beyond me, and I cannot allow that. I have sworn. And what of my oaths, Teresa thought, as she carefully caught her almost daughter's icy hands and stilled the singing of the harp for the evening. What of my oaths to protect you, to watch over you, to keep you safe? What of my oaths to my own ghosts, my own dead? But she nodded, not trusting herself to speak with a voice that Diora would accept as truthful. Alesso di Maran stood shoulder to shoulder with Sendari di Marano as they faced the widened Cordano di Alexis, the Sword's Edge, and his two companions, the Kinlord, Isladar, and another emissary from the Shining Court, one whose human seeming was superficial enough that no one, on second glance, could mistake him for anything other than what he was, kin to the Lord of Night. Cordano had dispensed with the pretense of procedure and summoned them, from their sleep, to his personal chambers. Alesso was furious. Sendari knew it by the stillness and the silence in which he cloaked himself. He carried two swords. Sendari thought that these were not his only weapons, although they were the only visible ones. Beneath his robes, he wore the gift of Berdan Dinavar, an old friend, a new enemy, and a man with a canny sense of what was valuable and useful. Widen Cordano, the general said, his eyes slightly narrowed in the poor light. You summoned me, and I have chosen to answer that summons. I am pleased that Sendari had the forethought to warn me of the possible presence of the kin. The carelessness of the Shining Court in sending their emissaries has already cost me 4 of my most valued seraphs. It is not yet dawn, but it will be. My presence will be required shortly. The widened Cordano looked neither concerned nor angered by Alesso di Maran's words. The general's tone was neutral, and if the words were almost confrontational, they were not offensive enough to force the swordsworn hand, unless the widen already desired to move. General, he said, inclining a majestically white head, it was not at my insistence that you were summoned, but at the forceful request of our allies. I see. The general turned on his heel, pivoting neatly to face Lord Isladar. His anger was no better concealed. What did you feel so important that it could not wait until our agreed-upon meeting? The Kinlord gave a low bow. It unsettled Sendari, and readied him. Of the kin, this lord was the quietest. He did not possess the overweening arrogance that made the Kinlord so insulting, nor did he insist upon displaying his power as if it were plumage, and he a peacock in season. He was quiet in most things, and offered his counsel seldom, but when he did, the Lord of Night listened. Or so it was said. Sendari had not yet met the Lord of Night, and he had no intention of ever doing so. Let the rest of the court please itself. General Alesso, Isladar said smoothly, please, allow me to introduce Kovakar. He is a lieutenant in the army of Lord Asarak. Lord Asarak has no dealing with the Tor. Indeed, General Alesso, that was my response. But it appears that Lord Asarak is impatient. Lord Asarak is impatient, Kovakar hissed, because of your folly, Lord Isladar. How much longer will we be forced to defer to these? He raised his head, and lifted his shoulders. The robes that he wore bore the sudden shift in growth for no more than 5 seconds. The only threat to us in the south are the wandering clans. You know what they were before they abandoned their cities. Cordano, you yourself assured us. I said that they were not a political force, the Widen said, in a deceptively mild tone. We will no longer tolerate these games of human politics, Kovakar replied, raising hands that were now lone, clawed ebony. Lord Asarak has dealt with humans before, and he has decided that it is time to deal with them again. You, General, he spit to the side as the word left his lips, are to finish the Radan. They were in league with the Wanderer that Lord Isladar lost. You will bring them to me. Now. If you do not, he added, remember that there are thousands of clansmen who desire the Tor Leon. We require only one of them to achieve our goals. And those goals, Kovakar? Kovakar seemed momentarily nonplussed at the tone of the general's voice. He glanced to the side, but Lord Isladar was studiously examining the screen opposite them. To defeat the Empire, of course. And you intend to do this on your own when you cannot even field a small unit of the kin to join a greater army of clansmen at the agreed-upon time? You will remember that it was the delay of the Shining Court, and not the delay of the Tor and its human politics, that has crippled the war? Kovakar's smile was hideous and triumphant as he again glanced at Lord Isladar. Lord Isladar did not have control of his little pet, and she escaped, destroying 2/3 of the kin that had been assembled to serve you. Pet? What is this, Isladar? Cordano said softly, touching the black center of his beard as he often did when the hunt for answers was upon him. Did you lose little Kiriel? Lord Isladar shrugged, as neutral in expression as Alesso. She is what she is, Cordano. The Kiali are not born, they have always been. But children grow, and before they reach their full strength and accept their duty and their destiny, they test the limits of authority placed upon them. They break ties that they do not understand, and only when they have retreated to stand on their own, to know their own power, do they return. But she will return, I have seen it. And she will rule. Cordano smiled and shook his head. A worthy endeavor, or so I have always thought. You are the study of a lifetime, Isladar. It is my honor to preside over the sword's edge while you attempt your long return. Attempt? Kovakar spoke, the two syllables the strike of lightning and the thunder that follows. He turned to the kin lord, Isladar, with open surprise. You allow this? You allow these to question you? I am not so fearful of my own status that I must see it slavishly worshipped at every possible moment, Kovakar, the kin lord responded. It bores me. And besides, I've noted your tendency to defer, with what might pass for grace among the Kiali, to the mortal members of the Shining Court. Not so, Cordano said softly. I do not believe that Kovakar has graced the upper chamber. The upper chamber is attended by footservants and generals who have been placed under our lord's hayas, Kovakar replied, unriled. And the Lord Asarak has decided that this will change. Starting now. He was agile when he moved. He was deadly, and of the kin, he was powerful enough to take no master's name as part of his known identity. He was lieutenant to Asarak, a step away from the fist of God, and he intended to show these humans who they dealt with. His victim's eyes were barely rounding in the way shocked mortals' eyes often did as he covered the distance between them, moving slowly for a Kiali of his stature. Isladar was not a threat. In matters of the court, he involved himself only when his pet was threatened, and even then, seldom. The mage, Cordano, was dangerous, but he was ambitious, and he desired things that the merely human court could never offer him. But the human general's mage was disposable. Lord Asarak had made that quite clear. The Lady Surreal says that these two are not merely allies, but friends. A weakness, Kovakar. Use it. He caught the mage-born human by the throat, closing his hand in just such a way as to allow breath through. He would also, in time, allow a scream or two to reach the ears of the man who needed to learn this lesson. The Kiali served no human interest for long, they were masters. Kovakar did not intend to be quick or clean. The Lord kept a very tight rein upon subjects who had not seen the flats of this world since the sundering and the choice, and the sweet songs of the fields of hell no longer slaked a thirst that had been ordained by that choice. He had desired this return, but found, as his kin did, that the world was a much changed place. The glory had gone out of it, and the grandeur, there were mortals, and more mortals, and their pigs and cows and sheep. Here, wilderness meant the absence of human civilization, the trees were short and silent, the grasses tame, the forests devoid of the shadows and the light that had always been the bane of the Kiali. Oh, there were souls, little flickering shards of immortality trapped in flesh that aged so quickly one could almost smell it decay, but they were the only compelling thing that remained in the sundered realm. We will change that, he thought. At his back, he heard the hiss of steel, slowly drawn, a lingering lovely sound that sent the mildest of shivers along his ear ridges. He turned, holding the mage whose hands now burned ineffectually at an ebony claw, and smiled, showing teeth. General, he said, making of the word an insult. You are almost beneath notice, but not quite. I would not turn my back upon the steel you wield if I were not guaranteed an alternate form of protection. But come. You have shown an interest in the fate of this mage-born mortal. I assure you that I will not disappoint that interest. Remember who we are. I have never forgotten it, the General Alesso Demarant said calmly. He turned to the widened Cortano de Alexes. Cortano. General. If you feel that the demon is correct, then you will find another clansman to replace me. He turned to the kin lord. Isladar, if you interfere, you will be forced to dirty your hands with the blood of the Dominion. Indeed. The Kin Lord's expression was completely neutral, but his lips turned up at the corners in what was almost, but not quite, a human smile. The sword's edge narrowed, becoming sharper and brighter and infinitely more dangerous as it glittered in the eyes of the man who held the title. Alesso. The general smiled. You are not as young a man as you were. No. Neither of us are. His smile broadened. But it is the festival of the sun, old man. He drew his second sword as Sendari's body stiffened in the shock of Kovakar's care. And then he lifted his hand and very carefully touched the sash that he wore across his chest, felt its warmth beneath his palm as he spoke 3 words. A gift from Berdan Dinavar, whose name, for the first time in this longest of months, he did not curse. He had one chance, and it was a short one. He was no fool. He had seen the demon move, and knew that in speed he was overmastered. But in cunning, the Kin underestimated their allies when they were certain of their power. Their certainty of power was matched only by that power itself. In raw terms, a mortal did not challenge the Kin in man-to-man combat and win. Not unless he had come prepared, if hastily. With a contempt akin to a demon's, Alesso di Morent drove the points of both swords into the creature's exposed spine, cutting to either side as he dragged them out. Light lanced from his blades invisible sparks as steel effortlessly crossed the barrier demonic magic had made. Kovakar snarled in rage and pain. Sendari fell. Alesso did not pause to see whether or not the Wyden had made the fall intact. He leaped back, landing nimbly, his sword's edge out, crossed before him. Kovakar turned, his hands extended. In the light, the hard sheen of his dark palms cast a reflection against the walls and screens. Alesso had not expected the wounds to kill him, for he had seen enough of the Kiali to know that such hope was futile. But the demon was slowed. The near severing of his spine had damaged him greatly to bring him almost to his knees. A demon fighting on his knees was not a threat to be taken lightly, but it was one that could be taken. Alesso! He barely heard his name, it was too quiet, and the syllables were choked almost beyond recognition. But he heard it, and he smiled. And it had been a long time since he had had this freedom, had walked this line, had lifted his sword in a combat that demanded no less than his best. He came this close to death. And this close to death, there was no need for a pretty expression, a neutral guise. This close to death there was no room for fear, there was reaction, action, the swing of blades, the dance of death. Alesso had never succumbed to the call of the dance. It required a trust in a partner's intent and skill that he had never felt. As close as he got was this, not a dance, but a contest, with death the only arbiter, and the only reward. He felt the demon's claws cut the flesh from his arm, tearing through layers of cloth and chain as if they were quill paper. But he almost didn't feel the pain because his body responded before it had registered, twisting and striking as the demon discovered that the only power it had over him was physical. He heard the demon's breath, felt his own. The room became 2 men, 2 combatants on a wide stretch of planked floor, wielding their chosen weapons. The creature fainted, but the feint was clumsy. He returned in kind, striking flesh that resisted as if it were armor. Blood fell in a ring beneath his feet as the sword came back. He parried, left-handed, struck with his right, saw the sizzle of shadow as the vessel of the Lord of Night was ruptured. And he smiled. Sendari moved away from the fighting, hand around his throat as if to protect it from a grip that still burned. He rose at the edge of the mats, on the left-hand side of the Kinlord, Isladar, 1.5 feet from the support of the nearest wall. The Kinlord looked down, stepped aside, and watched him rise, which was proper etiquette. He did not comment on the weakness of the Wyden. Instead, he said, "Your general has hidden much from the sight of the Kin." "The Kin," Sendari replied, "have hidden much from themselves. Alesso was chosen by Cordano for good reason. He is a man that the clansmen will follow. Indeed," Cordano added softly, "although he was obscured by the Kinlord's height, he is. And I will say, Sendari, that he has lost little of his form over the last decade. It is the festival season. And it irked him, to be a politician during the Lord's trial by combat. We could not afford to enter a challenge that we couldn't be certain of winning." Sendari winced and turned aside as his oldest friend took another glancing blow from the ebony claws of the Kin. He lifted his hands, opened his mouth, and then dropped them, waiting. At times like this, and he had witnessed very, very few, Alesso was an elemental force, a thing, like the fires over which Sendari had at so much cost gained mastery, to be contained, to be feared, and to be respected. Not to be protected. Isladar raised a dark brow. "You would let him fight alone?" "I would," Sendari said, and then added, reluctantly. "He has a way of being unthankful for intervention." "Yes," Cordano said. "Youthful pride. He is not so young as that." Sendari's throat hurt too much to allow him to laugh. "Proof," he said to Cordano, although the white-haired Wyden was still obscured by the Kinlord's frame, "that power and knowledge are not one and the same. You don't know if he's going to win." "Not a question." Sendari glanced at the demon, and then at the man upon whom their plans depended. No, he said. Does that please you, kin lord? Not much, was Isladar's neutral answer. You do not suffer with fear or guilt as you say it, you are both widened, and you are both curiously unruffled by this turn of events. In fact, if I read what I see correctly, Cortano is actually pleased. Satisfied, the edge of the sword said curtly. Sendari did not reply. He disliked this reminder of the demon's ability to read the lines written upon a man's soul, possibly because of what it implied. Lips narrowing into a thin line, he gave the fight his full attention. Or the semblance of it. Widen Sendari. Kin lord. Why do you not interfere? You have struggled for decades to reach these 3 days, and the festival height will be your reward. The festival's height, Cortano replied, will be our declaration, no more. The fruits of success still hang from a fiercely guarded tree. Cortano, please. Very well, but you will not understand his answer. At that, Sendari allowed himself to glance at the kinlord, and he was gratified for the first time in the length of a trying day, for the kinlord looked angry, even insulted, by Cortano's words. To a Wyden, they would have been a spur to greater knowledge or a slap in the face. We both see things that we have not seen before, the younger Wyden said. This is Alesso's test in the eyes of the Lord. You do not believe the Sun Lord even exists. Isladar, Cortano's voice was cold with warning. Very well, Wyden, but I hardly think, with a demon on the mats, an eavesdropper is likely to pay attention to a statement that is widely believed if never publicly spoken. Sendari said, I do not believe, although that is beside the point. Alesso believes it, in his fashion. And he has chosen this as a test. He will win, and we will continue, or he will die, and we will continue. He chose this battle to save your life. Are you saying that to elicit guilt or to show your ignorance? Isladar laughed. The sound was deep and cold and beautiful. Wyden, you are wise. Very well. I am Kiali. Yet I will say this, you were some part of what motivated him. It was not a matter of my life, it was a matter of his dominion. And if I ended the battle now, he would never know whether or not he passed the test that he set for himself. Isladar, Cortano's voice. The kinlord lifted a hand and pointed. Magical fire streamed from him like a solid bridge made of twisted ebony and burning ember. It struck Kovakar in the chest and bore him down to the mats that were already a cindered ruin. I apologize, General, but I am afraid that this particular creature is not without his import to our cause. I must ask that you forego the pleasure of his death. Before Alesso could even react, the fire-laced shadow sprang out like a cage around the demon, harboring him. The general turned slowly. Release him, kin lord. Isladar raised a brow. I am afraid, General, that I do not have that option. Black-eyed, bloodied, and unbowed, Alesso de Morent looked kin to the kin as he turned slightly to face the sword's edge. Cortano, he said softly, a single, cold word. Do not, the kinlord said, interfere. No breath was drawn in the room as this second of contests shifted ground in place. The Wyden who controlled the sword of knowledge paused a moment and then stepped at last into the range of Sendari's vision. In front of the kinlord. Isladar. He appeared almost apologetic. I must ask this, as a favor. And if I choose not to grant it? Cortano's expression did not shift, no muscle moved. I see, the kinlord said, that we do not understand each other at all. You are not Alasakari. At this, the sword's edge stiffened. I have offered you no insult, old friend. But you offered no warning either. Your curiosity has been satisfied, Isladar. You have the answer to the question that Kovakar was sent to pose. You now know how much humiliation we are willing to suffer and how much we fear to engage you. His smile was thin. If you wish, you will have the answer to the question that you are about to pose. And I give you my word that you will not appreciate it. He paused. There are those who will throw the whole of a struggle for the sake of pride. I am such a man. As is the general. Sendari, oddly enough, is not. Are you, Kiali kin lord? Isladar's smile was out of place, for his eyes were chill and narrow. No, he replied, as you well know. Then dissolve your protections, Isladar. You require our aid, there will be no three like us in the whole of the Dominion in this generation, and were there, you would not have the time to search. Itridian Zilplan intervention has seen to that. The Empire is moving. Your ancient enemies have taken to roads that are older than our memory. You need the Dominion's weight against the Empire to be assured the swift victory you desire. You are kinlord, and you are not without your power, but your power and mine have never been matched and tested. He did not speak or move, but the light trapped him in its orange cocoon, glittering with sparks of white and blue that lit the length of his pale beard. If we do not have a swift victory, we will have one nonetheless. And you are so certain? You have seen the Lord of the Shining City. Yes. Cortano's voice wavered for just a second, and then his expression hardened. And I have heard the northern lays, past and present. Isladar gestured. The shadow-spun fire that kept the general and the kin apart was banked in that instant. It is never wise, he said softly, to point out the weakness of your enemy and then let him live. Is wisdom weakness? Cortano shrugged, unruffled. But Sendari saw that the shields he wore intensified as both the Kinlord and the Sword's Edge turned once again to a battle that was still not decided. Both Alesso and the creature had taken the moment's respite to catch their breath and hoard their energy. They met like small giants. He was surprised that the wide, slender planks under the gored and bloodied mats did not collapse beneath their weight. Watching, he forgot to breathe as claw struck flesh, and sword struck claw, and as the blood flew, as it thickened and mottled Alesso's skin, Sendari thought, if not for the weapon, he would not have been able to distinguish between the two. He was wrong. Alesso's sword style was a signature that no man in the Dominion had come close to forging. In the end, in an almost florid series of strokes, Alesso de Morent severed Kovakar's head from his spine and sent it rolling down the mats. He was no fool, he did not pause to relish the moment. When the kin were dead, they left no corpse, no corporeal remnant. But each of the three witnesses marked the end of the battle in that beheading. Bleeding and victorious, Alesso de Morent carefully wiped his sword's blade. The only blood on it was his, but blood was corrosive regardless. He had no illusions, he was injured, and the loss of blood unsteadied him. The armor was beyond repair, or at least beyond the repair of the moment, and the sun's rays were glittering across the face of the waters of the Tor. He bowed to the lake and the Lord, and then rose, touching his chest. The sash was almost ruined, but he could feel its warmth, ebbing as the minutes passed, beneath his sticky palm. What the wanderers had crafted, they had crafted well. He would pay much to know where Berdan had found the sash, and what it had cost. The Voyani parted from their history for no mere coin. Turning, he started to sheath his swords, but the Lord's glory was still upon him. In a silence that was warm and not icy, he crossed the mats to where Isladar stood, waiting. Without a word of warning, he brought the short sword up and across in a short, swift arc. Isladar's hand was already out, palm up, to catch the blade. He moved far too quickly to dodge. But dodging was not Alesso's intent. He smiled as he heard the Kinlord's grunt and saw the spill of night shadow down the sword's edge. A warning, he told the Kinlord, for he knew that the Kinlord had not expected to feel the edge of the sword at all. Isladar smiled grimly and twisted his hand. A rain of light glanced off the ceiling as the blade shattered. They stared at each other for a long moment, and then the general bowed. Give Lord Asarak my thanks. It has been a long time. I would offer them myself, but I must retire and prepare for the Festival of the Sun. He paused for just long enough to catch Cortano's eye. Widen. General. Most impressive. The widened Sendari par di Murano remained conspicuously silent until he received the unspoken order to retreat. But he was grateful, to whom, he did not care to say, that the sword that had been shattered was not the blade by which Alesso had made his name. Of the two weapons in his possession, Alesso had chosen to strike with the short sword. A practical man. ******. Chapter 31. Light, pink and hazy, spread across the sky's lowest edge, the curtain of day dropping or the curtain of night burning slowly away. The Sera Diora di Murano sat upon the dais that faced the lake, her hands cupped around a ceremonial goblet. It was cool, a balm to new skin. The lines of night were hidden beneath white mask powder, and the posture of graceful attention was one that was almost more natural to her than breathing, but she knew that Alana, oldest of her father's wives, saw immediately that something was wrong. Although it was dawn, she thanked the lady that the men who ruled were not as dangerously perceptive as the women who served them. Holding the goblet, she waited until enough of the sun had crested the horizon. Then, raising it in a flash of silver and precious stone, she spoke the Lord's blessing. The Radan Kai Elsol could not see the expression on her face, for he stood beside her, lifting the goblet's twin. Below, at the very edge of the lake, the men who had survived the first test of the Lord lifted their swords in a silence that was almost eerie. Long shards of light were cast groundward as they held their salute. Only when the Radan Kai Elsol lowered his goblet did they lower their weapons and bow. We will meet within the hour upon the plateau. Let all clansmen who seek to continue the Lord's test meet us there. They bowed, not to the Radan, but to the Lord's consort. And none there held a bow so graceful or so deep as the Tiragnate Eduardo Kai di Gherardi. Well, Teresa, the world is full of foolish men indeed if the only ones who attend you are Cerdan and Seraph. The Cerdan looked up at the approaching visitor, and straightened themselves out to their full height and full bearing. Burnished medallions hung at their chests, and their swords gleamed like their too bright youth in the early part of the day. The Sarah liked youth, not for its obvious physical beauty, although it had that, but for its painful idealism, its charming naivete. She rarely had the chance to indulge in her choice of Cerdan, but at this particular festival Senari must be well attended, and his wife, even more so. The senior Cerdan were spoken for. And the junior Cerdan were proud to bear up under the attention of a tear. Sarah Teresa did not need to look up from the fringe of her fan to know who spoke. She had a gift for voices, and once she'd heard one, she was unlikely to forget it. And this man had more, beside the timbre of a deep voice, to recommend him: height, bearing, a gift of charm, and a fated ability to fight and to ride with the best of the clansmen. He was not known for the quality of his mercy, but his foibles, when he chose to exercise them, ran toward affection and loyalty. Tir agnate, she said properly, bowing her head in a perfect show of respect. Tir agnate, is it? Giovanni Kai di Lorenzo laughed. It's an odd festival. I don't think I've ever seen you so, alone. Alone? At this, she did look up. Well, for one, you're usually surrounded by northerners. He coughed. If you'll forgive my lack of tact. I shall choose, she said sweetly, not to notice it. That's the problem with women. You've no idea whether or not you've actually behaved well, they don't say a damn thing. I am sure, she replied, as sweet in tone as the waters of the Tor, that if you truly wished such honesty, you would find yourself a wife. He laughed at that, and ruefully. Morano, he said, to the young Cerdan who seemed to be in charge, I assure you that I intend your Sarah no disrespect. My own Tyron will vouch for my behavior. They were not so shiny a group as the Cerdan the Sarah had been granted, but they were older and cannier. They were also, she thought, a trifle bored, but had the training not to show it. Ramdan, she said to her personal seraph. It was, of course, unnecessary. She could see his shadow shrink as he knelt to retrieve goblets and the appropriate decanter. I apologize, Tir agnate. Had I known that I would have the honor of your company, I would have attempted to secure a more appropriate pavilion to receive it. The only such pavilions are far from the fighting. He stood a moment, shading his eyes from the rays of the early morning sun. It's been a bloody morn. Yes, she said quietly, all archness gone from her voice. I don't know why. Well, the Tir agnate said, drawing the word out into several syllables worth as he bent his knees and made a show of settling into the cushions that the seraph provided, as I have no wife for you to offend, and none to turn to for guidance, might I ask you your opinion on a matter or two? You may, of course, always ask. And if I am able, I will answer. But you are a Tir agnate. And you are a woman who does not need to dissemble. If I wanted a child, I'd have searched for a child. Her lifted fan hid the smile of momentary pleasure that spread across her lips, but it did not conceal her eyes. You have Hector, she said. Yes, well. Perhaps another today. On this one he's like a blade that's too sharp, he'd cut silk as soon as flesh, and probably with as much vigor. He's in a foul mood. Ah. A flaw in a man his age, Sarah Teresa said serenely, to take a loss so poorly. Was it that obvious? Eduardo di Gherardi is not exactly a graceful winner. No. Giovanni frowned. But speaking of Eduardo, has the wind taken his sense and dashed it against the cliffs? She raised both brows in exaggerated, but quite real, surprise. He laughed, pleased with himself, and she saw the child in him, that youth, so bright and shiny, which was so often completely extinguished in men half his age. I am not your wife, she said, a little tartly, and I will remind you of that fact. Your Tyron are listening, and they will expect you to show a proper respect for your peers. They'll expect no such thing, he told her. First, we're too boring for them, they've half an eye and half a brain on the testing. Second, if your brothers weren't such tiresome and clingy fools, I would gladly remedy the first complaint in a moment. She composed her face into perfect neutrality. Teresa, don't. You know how I feel about this. Adano is the Kai of Morano. Yes, well. He took the water that Ramdan offered without glancing up. But about Gherardi. If you are asking me why he exposes himself to the danger of the Lord's test, I cannot answer. He is of an age and a rank where such testing isn't necessary, and is in all probability not advisable. Short of winning, he will only damage his reputation among the clansmen. He's fighting like a demon. Giovanni. I'm not to profane either? Not a bit. She sipped the waters and then turned her face toward the plateau as if seeking a cooling breeze. I would have said he was being completely foolish, but I would also have ventured to advise you against allowing Hector to enter the competition. Well, yes. She waited. She was one of the most famous Sarahs in the Dominion, and she could outwait the lord and the lady when she so chose. Eventually, he laughed. It was the Kai's idea, but I didn't discourage it. We're short a tier or two. Had he placed well, it would have drawn the attention of clansmen who are now seeking new masters. Neither of us expected Gherardi to seek the title. And you haven't answered my question. Very well, Tiragnate, but I answer the question to incur no favor and would appreciate the asking and the answering to remain a private act. Eduardo de Gherardi has taken to the plateau in an attempt to prove himself worthy of the flower of the Dominion, but he did not laugh, and he should have. He did not deride the younger man's wisdom. Instead, he caught her hand. It was a risky action. Teresa, he said, all affection and all joviality gone, as if they were masks too heavy, for this instant, not to fall. This alliance, it is not to my liking. She did not flinch or blush or pale. Giovanni was a man of power, but he was, in his fashion, a man of honor. The threat that he offered he did not offer to her, but through her, and this was wise. It is not, she said, extricating her fingers with care not to draw attention to the gesture, to her liking either, and I believe he knows it. The fan's ivory spindles fell open in her lap as she smoothed them into the perfect crescent. This is not a matter of alliance, Giovanni. Her voice was as cold as his, but infinitely more musical. To Gherardi, Diora is a creature like sword's blood. She is not attached to Murano or Morent, excepting only that he requires her father's permission before he makes his claim known. I am not my brother's wife, and I am not taken into all of his counsel, so I am, of course, guessing. And as I am guessing, Tiragnate. Giovanni. Tiragnate, I will say that I think neither my brother nor the man he serves is fond of the choice made, and you may be surprised by the festival's end. Her fan rose, and delicate though it was a wall. And the price for this advice? She did not answer. Teresa, I did not mean to offend. I know. And you did not offend, Tiragnate. Rather, you offered a reminder. No more. He stared at her face, and the fan that punctuated it, in a silence of words considered and words rejected. Then he rose. I would still pay almost any price for the privilege, Sarah Teresa. Her smile was soft and bitter, but he did not see it. He had already returned to his tyrant. She was quiet as she watched his retreat. Thinking that he was a dangerous man, because he spoke the truth when he spoke, and because his affections and his loyalties were a part of that truth. And they were rare enough that it was easy, even for a woman of her experience, to forget that they were only a part. Asterisk. Eduardo de Gherardi killed 2 men before the sun's height brought the testing to a temporary end. They were not the first men he had killed, nor the first killed in combat, but even Diora was surprised at the ease with which they were dismissed. Here, with clansmen as witness, there were honors to be paid, forms to observe. The Tiragnate made a great show of neither. He was conspicuous in his arrogance. The men that he faced were enemies, not rivals. When vanquished, they lay like any enemy beneath the sun's hot face, devoid of life or purpose. Each time he won a combat, whether it ended in death or no, he turned not to the Lord but to the Lord's consort. Each time he so turned, she tilted her head farther into the folds of the fan that had been the Sarah Teresa's gift. The rat in Kai El Sol was furious, but hid it as well as any born Lamberton might. When he sought her gaze at all, she smiled, but her smile was both tentative and easily missed. It was also rarely offered. The General Alesso di Morent chose to grace them with his presence just before the morning's testing was called to an end, and he had the privilege of watching Eduardo de Gherardi's last battle. He said nothing as he watched the rise and fall of sword, but it was a graceless combat, so close to sun's height. Kai El Sol. General. We missed your presence at the opening ceremony. If there was criticism in the tone, and there was, the general chose to ignore it. He stood, hands clasped loosely behind his back, and watched the battle intently, eyes narrowed against the flash of sun-off blade, the consequence of a sky bereft of cloud and storm. The Lord renders one judgment. This is the last? It is. And the result? 5 men, General. 5 men will advance. The general frowned. Not 6. The Tiragnate's second contest with the man who would have otherwise held the 6th place ended in his death. I see. And the Tiragnate? The judgment is not mine to make. Kai El Sol, was the almost amused reply, is he among the 6? Yes. Impressive. Grudging even this agreement, the Kai El Sol was silent for a moment. The moment ended as Eduardo de Gherardi's opponent drove his blade point first into the sheath of the plateau itself. Surrender. It was a near thing, but this closely watched, Eduardo had no choice. He held his hand. The man's kin came to him, quickly, as if that moment of control were a passing cloud in a brisk wind. They gathered and they retreated, giving the defeated combatant the opportunity to display both dignity and strength, such as it was, by walking off the field. But they did not sheathe the weapons they had drawn, and no witness could think it coincidence that the honor guard they formed was heaviest at the rear. Alesso laughed. I see that Gherardi has indeed distinguished himself. The day waned slowly. The Lord's face was harsh and complete in its dominion of the sky. Food had been brought to the Sarah, and water, but she touched neither. Alea's seraph hands held a fan that caught air and used it. The hint of cool breeze wafted across downturned cheek, an echo of the rainy season. Brave girl, to try to mime the winds. Fire could be contained, but air, never. Hold out your hands, and it passed through your fingers more quickly than water. It lifted the veil of sand, casting it into unwary eyes, and at the peak of the storm, that sand buried those who had not managed to find shelter from the wind's full fury. The Torleon was far enough from the desert winds that it was not troubled by them, yet close enough that the wind's whisper still held menace and warning. She heard its whisper. And contained within it, words. Diora. Ona Teresa. Have you spoken with the Kai El Sol? She raised the lashes of her perfect eyes and gazed a moment upon the broad back of the man who had kept his word. He protected her from the curiosity of the clansmen, and from those who might seek a chance to gloat at the fate of the Sarah who had, a year past, been the most envied young woman in the Dominion. She thought he might leave an honor guard during those times that festival duties demanded his attention, but not even Maraka's Par El Sol had been allowed to stand alone with the Rad and the Kai El Sol had chosen. What she endured, he endured, and for the same length of time. Once, she might have thought him brave and honorable. Then, as she grew wiser and more learned, a fool. And now? No. The time is now, Diora. If you do not do this thing, you will. I know what I must do. And now she would consider him a doomed man. She hoarded her voice and her voice's strength. Because tonight she intended to speak in private with the Rat and Kai El Sol. To offer him not the soothing tones of the flower of the Dominion, but the command, the implacable command, of the oath-sworn wife. Silence then. Ona Teresa's blessed and cursed voice became wind, hot and languid in its silence. But the silence was a lull, a trick of timing. You need the sun sword. I know. And the man who dared to bring the sun sword into the open at the height of this particular festival was a doomed man, for the general could not overlook the insult and the implication of the weapon's presence. He is dead, no matter what happens. This way, his death serves a purpose. She tried, as Alea bent just a little too close and caught the edge of her chin with the soft, thick leaves of the fan, to believe it. And because she was born of Sendari di Murano and his long-dead wife, because she was trained and taught by the Sarah Teresa di Murano, she could. But another truth came to her as she sat, waiting for sunfall, counting the truths she did know, that men of power should never be trusted. The obvious reasons had been given her, that they were not trustworthy, that they valued nothing above their survival and their supremacy, that they made, of those Sarahs foolish enough to dally, pawns or seraphs. She had found one more, that they could be trustworthy. That they could value honor and prize something greater and deeper than their power over the realm they had chosen for their dominion. And that they, not the Sarah, might become the pawn that was sacrificed in the hunt for a larger peace. She had not thought to like the Rat and Kai El Sol, but she did, and it was a terrible thing. Later, she would remember that the festival of the sun was marked not by light, but the shadows the sun cast. Those shadows fell long, and when the season passed, they remained, scars against the hidden heart, evidence of a wound that had only just missed its mark. Only just failed to grant its peace. But she thought that those shadows were night, and she thought that night, even as brief a night as the Lord granted at his festival, was the lady's dominion. So much of the world slept, and the parts of it that woke, seraphs and certain, crickets and night blossoms, were, as she was, a part of the invisible world, the world in which power was measured in little things because it could never be measured in greatness. She could not say that she had never wondered what it would have been like to be born a man, a clansman's son. But at 13 she had lost the illusion that would grant freedom, for she had seen many men trapped by bonds as strong as hers, into different services, whether they wielded sword and rode stallion or swept the open courtyards after the clansmen and their Sarahs had passed. Freedom. She turned the word around in the silence of closed lips. It was a northern word. It had no roots in the Tyrian tongue, although it had been adopted in some fashion, and used. The closest analogy that the Tyrian tongue could offer to the Western language was Tiragar. First ruler. What, in the end, was freedom? Sarah Diora took a deep breath and then, very quietly, she touched the door of the sword haven and pushed it. It was ajar, and it swung toward the interior on a newly oiled hinge. Within there were lamps, light, and a window into the night world by which the sword might be seen if the lady chose to look. Rad and Kai El Sol? Sarah Diora. The Rad and Kai El Sol stood at the foot of the stairs. To his left and his right were two men. They wore hoods, but by their sunbursts, she knew them to be Par El Sol. Close the door behind you, make the offering, and join us. She bowed in respect and accepted his command as if obedience was reflex. It was. Incense touched her fingers, leaving a hint of fragrance that fire would make less cloying. Then, rising, she made her way to the steps. The Rat and Kai El Sol bowed, which surprised her. Tomorrow, he said softly, is the festival's height. Yes. She met his eyes squarely, because she knew, at that moment, that he expected no less. She had no seraph and no certain, he had no attendants but these two. There were none to witness either her boldness or his deference. Forgive me, Radin Kai Elsol. Speak truth where truth will do. Forgive me, but I did not choose the sight because I desired privacy. He waited, grave, a stillness about him that was more substantial, suddenly, than the robes or the rank that made them so desirable. To his right, Radin Samadar Par Elsol lowered his hood. To his left, Radin Pedar Par Elsol. The hood fell away from the latter's face as the night lost its aura of safety. She remembered, meeting his eyes, that safety was illusion, that only the desire for safety was real. That lesson, she'd learned the night the clan Leon perished, but it was a lesson that she forgot, time and again, a lesson that, like real pain, and not the memory of pain, could only truly be felt when one walked its terrain again. The desire for safety was that strong. And the desire for love, and neither could ever be guaranteed. The dagger was in her hand. She had taken it with the ease and immediacy that she had once, and never would again, grasped her father's hand. Sarah Diora, the Kai Elsol said, his voice low and gentle. She did not shift in either gaze or stance, and they did not approach her, for the use of daggers was an art in which the women of the clans often excelled. Kai Elsol. I am surprised at your choice of companion. The Radin Pedar Par Elsol grimaced. Of course. You are the Wyden's daughter, and the Wyden serves the general. Of course. Her lips were set in a thin line. This man, she told the Kai Elsol, intends to preside over the Radin after your death. She looked for some sign of surprise in the Kai's features, there was none. Instead, and far worse, was the hint of a bitter resignation, a turning of the corner of lips, a momentary drop of shoulder and brow. Yes, Sarah, I know. You are observant. And I should have expected no less, you were wife to the Kai Leon. He turned away from her and from his companions, neither of whom spoke, and made his way to the steps that lay before the sun's sword. Join me, Sarah. She had to walk between the Radin to reach him, but she did not hesitate. Nor did she sheath her dagger. The steps, wide and flat, she mounted with ease, pulling up the hem of her sari with a twist of her left hand. He waited for her, and as she joined him, he knelt before the weapon crafted by the Lord. She thought he was praying, and perhaps he was, for very little else could bring a Radin to his knees. But he said, Sarah Diora, is this the favor that you have come to ask? And she looked at the gleaming flat of the blade beneath the torches that marked and honored it with an echo of the Lord's light. Yes. She hesitated for a moment longer and then sheathed the dagger in the folds of her sari. Kai Elsol, the Radin. Serves the interests of the general. Yes, I know. But you. He told me, Sarah. She was silent as she absorbed this. He spied for you? No. He intended to take the Radin. Silence. Then she raised her face, slowly, to the night sky. The Lord of Night. Yes. Pedar is a man of great ambition, but he is Radin. To offer his support for my death and the title of Kai, the Kai Elsol shrugged. But to offer his support for a return of the Lord of Night? He bowed his head. I am not the man for this game, Sarah Diora. I am the Lord's servant, but the game that is played here is a game for men who understand treachery better than I. She turned then, and saw that the face of the Radin Pedar Par Elsol was turned up, toward the sword, or the Kai. Or both. And if I were the man for this game, I think it would matter little, the Kai continued. But I will serve the Lord, and the Lord's work, as I can. He rose. The sun's sword is always displayed at festival's height. It has always been drawn and wielded by the Tiragar. I would be honored to bring it, as has been my duty for my tenure as the Kai Elsol, to the celebration of festival's height. She knew what it would cost, and she had thought to use her gift to influence a man of pride and honor to do exactly as he pledged to do. But she had thought to use him while he remained ignorant, and she was ashamed of the thought, and for it, for she saw clearly that he knew what the cost of his action would be. As if he could read what could not be upon her face, he smiled. A general knows when to surrender some of the men in his command to his enemy's slaughter, that the war effort elsewhere might continue. But I will ask a boon, daughter of our enemy. She waited in silence. Do not judge the Radin Pedar Par Elsol too harshly, for he will be Kai Elsol. He offered her an arm, as if the steps were steep, and she took it. The only loyalty required of the Radin is loyalty to the Lord. If he were to be judged by the Lord tomorrow, at the height of the Lord's power, he would not be judged unworthy. He took a step and then stopped. But I must say in honesty that he does not know about the gift the Voyani woman left you. He knows of the woman. He had her killed. He had no choice. You will understand that, one day, or you will never understand it. Her power was detected. It was detected by the sword's edge. Petter could expose her and maintain his role, or he could attempt to save her and doom us all. We are fighting a war, Sarah. We are all, singly, expendable. All. The Torleon will not be open to travel until Alesso wears the crown and holds the Tor. Until open travel is possible, we can send no word, gather no information, inform no others. The Tor will be the general's, we cannot prevent it. But I swear before the Lord's sword that it will never belong to the general's allies. As he spoke, she turned, and the light along the blade flashed starkly and sharply in the poor light. Alesso Demorent would never serve the Lord of Night. It was pulled from her grudgingly, as if it pained her to say anything about the man at all. No? Perhaps not willingly. But he overestimates himself, or underestimates his allies. If Petter believed that the general could withstand the forces of the Lord of Night, he would never have come to me. Petter Par-Elsol is no loyal friend, but he is no fool. Kai Elsol, with your permission, I would like a moment alone. His arm fell away from hers, as if it had become too heavy. He bowed, and waited for her to make her descent. She ascended instead, and stood, as he had stood, before the gleaming crescent sword. And then she knelt, as he knelt, and pressed her head against the stone. But her prayer, spoken, was silent. Her gift and her curse protected the words from the ears of any save the Lord himself. If the Lord listened. He heard her sing from a distance enforced on all sides by the Radan, and although the song had ended and the sweet stillness of the Tor had passed, he remained to greet the fall of night in the same position that he had held when she departed. The healers had done their work at cost, and not to him alone, but the skin was new and pulled when he moved quickly, his clothing, heavy enough to protect him from the full heat of the sun, chafed. The demon was gone, but others remained, less easy to destroy and far less gratifying. Alesso. Sendari. He did not look away from the pavilion. The Tiragnate of Erta has been looking for you. Let him look. Sendari chuckled dryly. It is early for that game, Alesso. We have already agreed. Until the festival's end we cannot afford this antagonism. Whether we can afford it or no, old friend, we will pay. I have done as you required, and I have mollified Gherardi in a fashion. But he was not soothed by Calevro's death. Calevro was the captain of the Oathguards. He broke his oath for personal gain. If Gherardi thought that we could afford the stain of his allegiance, he is a greater fool than I would have thought. Which, Alesso replied, lifting and swinging his arm as if the morning's exercise was not yet done, says much. Indeed. Sendari, might I not? No. The frown flashed across the general's face and passed in an instant, yet it could not be easily forgotten. A harbinger of the storm to come. It is not my choice, Sendari said, matching his friend's momentary anger. And we will not argue about this again, I swear it by the Lord's grace. The Radan guard her at all times. If she is awake, the Kai Elsol attends her personally. If she is asleep, she is attended by his personally appointed servitors. Not even I am allowed into her presence. And you accept this? She is your daughter. Sendari said nothing, but turned instead to gaze up at the face of the moon in the clear sky. It was a long moment before he answered, but although the shallows of night hid the twist of his lips and the quickly changing contours of his jaw, Alesso knew him well enough to wait. Yes, he said at last, and softly. She is my daughter. His shoulders fell. I will not dishonor her, the general said, almost awkward. Sendari shrugged. Alesso, leave it be. You are right, I cannot think clearly where she is concerned. She is much like her mother before her. The general's silence was less complex, but longer. At last he said, what will Isladar do? Nothing. He will take word back to Asarak. In fact, I believe he will enjoy that, although I cannot say for certain. They are not allies. The kin cannot form alliances. Sendari laughed. And what are we, Alesso? Pawns. The general's smile was a gleam. But we need them. For now, yes. And later. Later, Sendari, we will form a different alliance, with another enemy. Why do you think they want this war, the Shining Court? Because they have already faced the Empire once. Sendari lifted a hand, calling for quiet in a silence made of magic and intensity. Yes. Do not underestimate the Northerners. And do not underestimate the Lord of Night. Sendari. We do not know what occurred in Avralalan, not well. We know of the 3 weeks, and we know of the shadow that rose from the heart of the old city. But the shadow's grip was a poor one, the sea winds blew it away in the dawn of their first day. This time, Alesso, the shadow's grip is not so poor or so uncertain. And how do you know so much, Sendari, when you speak so little? I see it, the Wyden said, his eyes taking on the half-vacant look of a man staring into the ephemera of his past, in Cortano's face. I hear it in Isladar's word. I know it by the fact that the kin lords and their servants are growing both in strength and in number. If you know how to look, you can distinguish between even the imps. We plan to make use of the kin. And they, of us. But the game is growing dangerous if Asarak feels he can make a point of rulership. He paused to touch the bruises across his throat, with impunity. They had chosen their course, there was no turning aside. Nor would Sendari have requested it. But although it was the festival of the sun, they thought of the Lord of Night, wondering when his reach had grown so long. The night was cool, and the breeze was silent beside the waters of the Torleon. The Rat and Kai Elsol found dressing almost painful, but not nearly so much as the servitor Jevri did. For Jevri was almost an artisan, and the Rat and Kai Elsol was not the demure and graceful plainswoman for whom his designs had been intended. He was a man, with a man's impatience for purity of detail, and had he been any other man, Jevri would have given up in quiet disgust 2 hours past. Had he been any other man, the servitor would have given up in noisy disgust 1 hour past. And this servitor had been raised seraph and trained in a powerful clan's house. But they had been together a long time, these two. Jevri held the needle between his lips as he paused to inspect the detail of his work in the poor light. Of course it would be poor light, the Rat and Kai Elsol was expected to greet the dawn. And the most annoying thing about such a meeting was that he would greet the dawn in the same fine but serviceable robes that he had greeted Jevri wearing. The needle pricked the old man's lip, drawing both blood and a curse. He had been given to Fredero on a whim, a request made, gently and firmly, by the Kai Elsol's mother of her husband, the Tiragnate of Mancorvo, a mere week before he left the fold of Clan Lamberto forever, choosing the halls of the Lord's service over the halls of his bloodkin. The Tiragnate had not been happy with his choice, but then, what man would see his family forsaken, even if the cause be as noble a cause as the Lord's service, but he had granted his wife's wish. Fredero was ever the stoic, and Jevri, the dutiful seraph. But both men could not help but think the change in station inappropriate, for Jevri was not the seraph to serve the harsh and spare Radan. Oh, he worked. When Fredero came to tell him that he was to be given his freedom, Jevri acquiesced, as ordered. When he in turn offered his service to the Radan as servitor, Fredero accepted without question. Such had been the Sara Carlotta's will, and Fredero had rarely argued with his mother's wisdom. Beadwork caught the lamplight, trailed down the edge of a knife and a needle, softened the sheen of crushed silk. Darkness brought a subtle beauty to the light. And the clansmen were not known for either their subtlety or their appreciation of subtlety. At least, the clansmen of honor were not. Among these, Lamberto was first. How had it started? Fredero had learned to fight. He was not a small man, and not a fool for all that he chose to wear honor's righteous face. He understood cunning and deceit, he merely chose not to practice either. Jevri saw in this man, daily, a man worthy of a seraph's service. Even the best of the seraphs. But it was not in combat in the service of the Lord that the Kai Elsol was to distinguish himself, for the Radan were all well-versed in the arts of war, and to compare a kill and the imperial war provided many in a roomful of warriors was no way to set oneself apart from the rest of the Radan. He took care to adjust the inner straps of the headdress that the Rat and Kai Elsol would wear. He took less care when offering the Rat and Kai Elsol directions on how best to stand with straight shoulders, for one, while it was being fitted. This finery was reserved for the height of the moment, the declaration of the winner of the Lord's test. Rumors and money were exchanged with equal facility as the servitors and the Surden played their favorites from among the 5 who were to meet for the final time in the sun's heat. Jevri's coin had never been added to that game, although this one year he had been sorely tempted to place his bet upon the Tiragnate. The man fought like one sun maddened. And if Jevri was almost willing to be parted from his coin, it meant he would earn little for it. He was not a man given to games of chance. No, it was certainty that he valued. He let the hem of the robe fall away and ran a hand across his weary eyes. We're not finished yet, he told the Kai Elsol. Jevri. No. It must be perfect today. Their eyes met, they both glanced away like shy children, not turned blades. Oh, they knew how to argue, at times like this, when no one was there to witness such impropriety. But not today. Jevri knelt at the hem of the Kai Elsol and found his needle. The beadwork had already been glued into place, but he had had to be certain that the fall was perfect before he fastened with thread and needle these little repositories of sunlight. He understood the importance of light at the festival of the sun. For a long time, many years, he had tried to understand the puzzle of the Sara Carlotta's choice, for he knew, with some piqued pride, that he had been among the most favored of her seraphs, certainly, the one most envied her by other Saras. In the meantime, he had cooked, swept, cleaned, and mended as the Radan Fredero Elsol required, puzzling, always puzzling. Until the morning that he saw his first festival at his Ser's side. Others had eyes for the clansmen, for the combat, for the Sarahs, the wine, the food, and the sun sword. He had eyes for only one thing, the raiment that the Lord's consort wore. It was splendid in its fashion, a work that was almost art. And seeing it, he knew that he could better it, given only time and the proper materials. He had never made a dress so fine, although he was well capable of it, for such a dress was beyond ostentatious. Only here, only upon this platform, in this company, could a Sarah, the choice of the particular Sarah did not concern him, truly shine, wife to the Lord for the festival's stay. Oh, it was selfish, and he knew it. And he wondered, as his heart raced, if the Sarah Carlotta understood what she had given him to. Because it was the Radin who decided what dress and what style was appropriate for the Lord's consort. It was important, it was so important that he had had to strain and work to prevent himself from blurting it like a common market seraph to his clansmen. But he did wait. And after the festival's end, he asked for the only favor that he had ever asked. Asked with humility, as befit his station. Asked with grace. Asked with a plea that, try as he might, he could not keep out of his voice. Geoffrey, I am not a rich man. To do as you ask, to get you the material you require, would beggar me. And for what? A woman's dress. He had not said no. Geoffrey had one weapon left him, he used it now. Fredero, please. Silence, a long, almost uncomfortable one. Two men, separated by birth and experience, and bound together by birth and experience, waited to see who would break it. It was, of course, the Radin Fredero Elsol. This must be important. I've known you all my life, and you've never once called me by my adult name. I will never ask you for anything else again. Don't say that, Adot. But he hadn't asked for anything, and certainly not anything as important. He made his dress, scrimping and saving where he could without injuring the whole, this perfect, singular garment, this creation for the Lord's glory. And just under 1 year later, fingers near bleeding and eyes reddened by sleep slack, he presented the garment to the Radin Fredero Elsol, who in turn presented it to the Lord's consort. And the Lord's consort wore the dress in marvel, in wonder, and in perfect glory, when she was presented to the clansmen. And to the first among clansmen, the Tiregar Marqueso Kai de Leon. The Radin had never seen such an expression cross the Tiregar's face. But the Sarah who had been chosen consort was his eldest daughter, and she looked a thing beyond man, the very consort made flesh for the Lord's festival. He, a clansman, reached out to touch the fabric of her skirt, where no other man would have dared, to sully it by giving it the feel of reality. But the wonder remained, and the smile that crept up the left corner of his mouth, for that was where his smile always started, was both reward for Geoffrey, and reward for his master. Geoffrey made every dress for every festival from that day on. And with each festival, he outdid himself in the name of, and service of, the Radin Fredero Elsol. The Radin Fredero Par Elsol. And the Radin Fredero Kai Elsol. Geoffrey? But he had never, before this day, given more than a cursory nod to the garments of the Radin. Geoffrey? He swore softly, swore to the Seraph's god, swore at the Seraph's god. His fingers were bleeding in the uneven light. Geoffrey, get help. No. Why? You've had help before. Fredero craned his neck to the side and down, attempting to catch a glimpse of his shadowed servant. It doesn't have to be perfect. It just has to be finished. Geoffrey started to argue and then looked at the flickering lamp. The oil was low. Had he truly been so long at so little? He stared down at his hands, shadows welled in the curves time had worn there revealing more than they concealed. He was not a young man, nor even one in the midst of life. Age settled around his shoulders with a grip that could not be shaken. Nor would be. Yes, he told the Kai Elsol, urging his hands on but watching the progress of bent fingers as if they belonged to someone else. Good. It has to be finished. By me. Geoffrey. Geoffrey had never been good with words, although he knew how to listen to nuance. He knew that among the women and the wives there were things that could be asked, and things that must never be questioned. As a seraph in service to the Sarah Carlotta, he had had less chance to observe the way the men spoke, but he knew, nonetheless, that there were things that could never be said, fears that had no natural expression. Not to a man of the clans. Not to Fredero Par di Lamberto. Fredero. Please, Dot. Silence, always this pause, this uneasiness. Anger would have been a welcome visitor, but between them there was none, not this eve. Nor was there fear, although fear sheltered in different places behind each man's words. There was resignation, a search for, an abandoning of, a dozen different phrases. What will you do? The Kai Elsol said awkwardly. I will not serve the Radin Par Elsol, no matter what mantle he wears. Geoffrey. I am not a seraph, the older man replied serenely. And the choice will, this time, be fully my own. I see. Silence. But have you? Kai El-Sol, I will not speak of it. I will not think of it until it is time. You can worry if you like, he added tartly. Why thank you. There was much that was familiar in the passage of time, the slow change in the tinge of the sky's hue, the lowering of the oil that somehow held the Lord's fire in the darkness of night, although it was liquid, the lengthening of shadows and the flickering of vision that accompanied sleep's lack. But although he had often labored well into the lady's hours, Geoffrey El-Sol, born Keplamberto, found no comfort in the task, for it was the first, and it was the last, and he knew that when the rays of sun touched the farthest walls, the robes would not be all that he had hoped for. He prayed to the lady for strength and time. But it was the Lord who answered, pushing the curtain of night away as was his right on this, the longest day of the year. Chapter 32. Eduardo Kai di Gherardi stood on the plateau. His surgeon had left and the man who would meet him in combat had not yet entered the field. He stood alone. The sun was high, the shadow he cast was shorter and squatter than he. Sword's blood had been retired from the field, and not unharmed, but the gashes across flank and foreleg were not deep, and in the gaining of those scars he had more than proved his worth to the clansmen who watched the penultimate battle. Let them talk in their scornful way about the small village that had been the stallion's price. He knew, from this day on, that they would remember the stallion's name when the village was scattered by raiders or worse. And they would remember his rider. What tier had entered the field of the Lord's chosen while they held their title? What tier had dared to take the political risk, choosing instead to send their par, or, if brave, their Kai, to the fight by which a true clansman made himself known? He had been cautioned against it, but quietly, although he was not a man known for accepting the caution of the timid. But there was more to be won than a combat or two. More than the regard of the nameless clans who gathered in the heat of the high sun on this one day that combat, no matter how terrible the Lord's heat, could not be halted. He turned his face into the breeze and saw the flower of the Dominion as she blossomed beneath the blue of the open sky, and he offered her a bow and a wordless promise. Fredero Kai El-Sol was nowhere in sight. She would have seen him, no matter where he stood, for the Serra d'Oro di Murano knew how to look. If a fan's folds could protect her from the Lord's gaze, might it not protect her from the gaze of the merely mortal? She wore gold as if gold were light, as if light were a thing of weight and solidity. Gold hung in strands that were old when her clan was founded, crossing and touching and twining in a heavy spill-down pale silk. Gold bound her wrists, catching light and making of it a liquid thing, a warmth that was unmarred by northern stones. Gold sent the light scattering at every movement of every finger. And upon her finger, like a binding, nestled among the heirlooms in the keeping of the Lord's Radan, 3 rings, 3 plain and unadorned rings, as new in their manufacture as the borrowed rings of the Lord's consort were ancient. The Kai El-Sol had paused a moment when he offered her the rings of the high festival, for her hands were already adorned. But he had no arguments to offer, and she no defense. It was as if the evening past had robbed them of the ability to speak in any way that was both meaningful and elegant. All that remained was the awkward hesitation of a man and a woman who do not know each other well enough to speak freely, but who know each other too well to be served by the musical syllables of social veneer. She wondered, idly, if the Sarah Teresa had noticed. Wondered, less idly, why it was that the Radan who stood guard were Samadar Par El-Sol and Petar Par El-Sol. Maracas was, like his Kai, nowhere in evidence. Perhaps, just perhaps, the strangest of the Radan intended to somehow save the life of the Kai El-Sol. He was a healer born, it was his gift and curse. Just as the voice was hers. Perhaps, hidden, he thought to wait out the wrath of the general and catch the former Lamberton clansman by the thread of his life. It was, she thought, very like Maracas. He did not tend to the fallen on the Lord's field. Upon that field, no healers were allowed. The clansmen wanted a death. Their desire was contained by the muted silence of their breaths and the slight rise of their shoulders, but it found voice in hands that strayed to, and remained upon, the hilts of sheathed swords. Shoulder to shoulder, men sat in their clans' groupings, their banners a wall or a circle around the plateau. If wine or song or the charms of the seraphs the clansmen made available had kept the men away for the first 2 days of the challenge, none missed the third, for on the third day matters of honor called them, or matters of money, or both. On this day, the title was decided. The birds in the sky above, circling with black wings, spread the height of a man from wingtip to wingtip, caught the wind and made of it a stable platform. They floated, leisurely in their observance of the men below. And perhaps, just perhaps, one could see such birds and find them beautiful. One could see their flight and their fall without expecting a death must presage it. Perhaps one could see the clansmen watching and find them handsome and honor-bound, could see in the slight flare of nostrils, in the narrowing of eyes and the intensity of attention, no hint of blood scent, no desire for the spoils of the kill. Diora could not remember a day when she did not know what vultures did, and the knowledge robbed their flight of beauty in her eyes, although if she studied them carefully, and took care to ignore the revulsion that carrion eaters brought by their very nature, she could see both power and grace in their lazy flight. In the men, she saw death, but although she could remember no innocence when it came to the flight of vultures, she could remember a time, one so removed it came back to her unexpectedly and awkwardly, very much the reminder of all the things she was not, when she had seen things bright and shining and expected that there was mercy beneath the patina of power that wielded sword and armor. That wielded fire and the knowledge of fire. She turned slightly, scanning the crowd that had gathered across the ring of the plateau, looking for the Rad and Kai Elsol. She saw instead a Wyden and his general, and her eyes stayed a moment, surrounded as she was by the tension of a coming kill. In all her hours of prayer, knees bent, eyes upon the face of the moon and the rippling waters of the Torleon, no answer came to her for the one question she asked, time and again, the one thing that she could not explain: why had she been allowed to live? She was not a selfless woman, but had she a choice of lives to preserve, there was one single life that she would have placed above her own. No choice was offered, and she, ring-bound, oath-bound, sheltering grief and rage behind her perfectly schooled face, was left without choice. But the why haunted her almost as strongly as the ghosts. Her father was Wyden. And if not for the General Alesso de Morant, he would not have been a powerful man. What had he been, before the ascent of the man he called friend? Wyden. No, less than that. Wyden designate a man born to power, with no will to use it. Who had given him the will, and when? When had he ceased to be what her memory told her he was? When had he become just another dangerous man, another enemy in a pool of enemies too wide and too deep for the simple Leontier? The corner of her lips did not dimple or turn downward. Her face was her best mask and she wore it for the world to see. He was not a stupid man. He knew that, having chosen this course, he could not choose another, not now. There could be no turning back. No backward glance. Yet she thought she saw his eyes upon her before she lifted her fan with delicate grace and turned away, finding it easier to watch the combat for which the clansmen were assembled. Finding it easier to watch a strange man's death at such a distance that the blood was just a trick of the light, a blur of color that might have easily been the workmanship of a weaver. The sun was at its height, the day was, of the long days in this year, the hottest, the brightest. The living man stopped a moment, lifting a weapon that caught the sun in such a flash it might have been pure light. From the ground, an answering flash, but weaker, the fallen man was not yet dead, or had not yet accepted the fact. But his defense, such as it was meager, weak on a day when weakness itself was the worst of sins. Death was the winner's, to grant or to deny. She knew that Edoardo de Gherardi stood as the Lord's chosen because of the relish with which the death was delivered to the clansmen who waited. It was not the outcome that Alesso de Morant desired. He turned to the Wyden at this side and saw a frown that was, line for line, his own. It made him chuckle. Not what we wanted, old friend. I fail to see what you find amusing, Alesso. We need Gherardi as an ally, but a tiragnate who has passed the Lord's test is a threat. Yes. You do not wear the crown yet. There are those who will try to acclaim the tiragnate in your place. They will fail. Perhaps. If I had thought he would win, I would have. Entered yourself? Or entered me? You, was the ill-humored reply. I saw you this morning, Alesso. Nothing Gherardi offered on the field could match it. Cendari Par di Murano spoke with such inflectionless certainty that he might have been speaking of the weather, or of the harvest the season in his lands might bring. There was no intent to flatter, it was not his way. And because of it, Alesso was flattered. It is done, he told his oldest friend. And we will abide by it. Decide what must be done to collar him if he chooses to rise above his station. Cendari turned as the rat and made their way to where Edoardo Kai di Gherardi stood. Their formal robes wafted in the day's first strong breeze, it was as if the Lord himself chose to draw breath only at that moment. There is a problem, he said, in as carefully neutral a tone as he used when speaking with the sword's edge. It was the tone that Alesso least liked. And that? He has gained power today by gaining stature in the eyes of the clans. If I know Edoardo de Gherardi, it is now that he will attempt to claim the prize that he was offered for our alliance. Before Alesso could speak, Cendari raised a hand. It is clever, Alesso, give him that. He will come from the field anointed with the blood of weaker men, and he will approach the Lord's consort as champion, as is his right. Deny him, and he will take his stand against you before the close of the ceremony. Before, Alesso said coolly, my rulership is confirmed by the Radan. I understand, old friend. Alesso, Cendari said, understanding well what lay beneath the words, she is just a woman. You say that to me? The anger was back in the Wyden's eyes, a cold flash that settled into stillness and distance. Do not offer me anger, Cendari. What will you say? That I cannot compare love for the daughter with love for the mother? He caught the Wyden's clenched fist. Or will you say instead that what you had was love, and what I have is desire, that I am incapable of love? Clansman, the Wyden said coolly, do not speak of love. But the anger left his face as he retrieved his hand. As you well know, it's a woman's word, and a woman's binding. Strong bonds, for all that. In the end, you won. Because in the end, she died. The sun was too hot, the day's glare too bright. Very well, old friend, he said, his face grim and taut with the effort of this particular speech. I will accept the Lord's judgment. A Sarah in the Dominion was no stranger to violence, but the violence was rarely that of open combat. Another man's blood, spread like an accident of color or a celebration of death, was almost like a man's sex, best left for men to boast about or of. The Sarah Diora was not to be so favored. This festival was a man's festival, and this test, a man's test. That she sat in the position of honor was due to a man's choice, that she was finely adorned, perfectly outfitted, and completely visible, a man's decree. She could no more turn away from the Lord's champion than she might have from her own husband when eyes that were not friendly watched. In public circumstance, the watcher decreed all by his presence. No matter that the privacy of the harem protected a different form of communication, allowed for greater liberty, safety was illusion, after all. Where was the Radin Kai El Sol? Lady, the Tiragnate said, as he approached the Radin who stood, a slender human wall, before her. They had no choice but to turn to the side, and they faced each other like well-trained Surden in the absolute silence. Tiragnate, she replied, acknowledging the respect and the evident desire in the single spoken word with a nod of the head. He chose his ascent, stepping with care upon the man-made stairs that one had to climb in order to approach anything that the Lord claimed. His trail was dark, and as he drew near, Diora could see that not all of the blood was his enemy's. She hid her smile beneath the perfect fold of her lips. But when he held out his hand, she very carefully closed her fan and laid it in his palm. She was rewarded with his smile, and it was both dark and lovely. The plateau spoke with the hushed approbation of the clansman. She rose, delicate and graceful, carrying the weight of the Lord's gold. The Lord's champion offered her the hand that did not clutch her token. But she would not take it, for it was sticky now with drying blood and sweat. He grimaced as he looked at his empty hand, seeing it for the first time as a tear of the court and not a combatant. Your pardon, he said softly, so softly that it might not have reached her ears at all. But he came to stand beside her, and as he did, the hushed murmurs that walled the plateau became shouts. Light glinted off swords raised in salute, wind gave to the flight of flags the sound of applause. The General Alesso di Marin chose to greet them at this moment, climbing, as Eduardo had done before him, the steps of the dais unhindered. The shouts grew and then dimmed as the significance of his approach became clear. Some of the clansmen gathered here had crossed the threshold of the Tor Leon proper for the first time. They were in the strength of their youth, and they had been summoned by tiers or Tors who understood the need for numbers at this festival. But most had come, yearly, with their entourage. They had seen many combatants emerge victorious, and they had seen many consorts rise to greet them. But they had never seen, until this day, a clansman who did not carry the Leon blood in his veins join them upon the Lord's dais. Very, very few of the clansmen below did not recognize Alesso di Marin, and even those who did not, understood what he attempted to claim by his presence. Eduardo di Gherardi's smile was smooth as steel. General. Tiragnate. A most impressive display. The Tier's lazy smile was genuine, he was pleased. But flattery was not the reward that he had fought to receive. Nor was the Lord's favor. Is that the Wyden I see below? Alesso made no game of his response. It is. I would speak with him. Now. As you wish. You are the Lord's champion, Tiragnate. Yes. You will be content with the title and the... Sarah. Silence. Eduardo was heady from his victory, and the cries from the plateau were close enough that memory and action could not easily be separated. He did not reply. The Wyden Sendari Par di Marano walked stiffly and silently up the steps to the platform's height. There he joined the Marent general, making it clear to any and all where his loyalty lay. Eduardo could not mistake what the action meant. The Marano clan was known for their cunning and their caution, but when they chose to ally themselves, they had examined all avenues, and all foreseeable possibilities. They were steady, they saw far. A wise man gained much forsaking old allies at the right moment, and Sendari was a wise man, but Eduardo did not see the moment at hand that would sway the Wyden. Did he want to rule? He gazed at the gathered clans, and then at the general, stiff-lipped and cool under the sun's height. A general, he said softly, never knows the glory of the fight. He was rewarded with the first smile that Alesso di Marin had offered him, which is to say, he was not rewarded at all. Do not play this game, Eduardo. Or play it, the general continued, his hand upon the hilt of his sword, to its end. And you challenge me? I neither challenge, the general said, nor refuse one, if it is offered, but... Eduardo di Gherardi met the unblinking gaze of the man who should have ruled Marent. Alesso was the older of the two, and although the Tiragnate had the advantage of size, he had not passed the Lord's test unscathed. Still, his hand touched the hilt of his sword, and he smiled crookedly. The Gherardi sword had history, the Marent sword, none. As if aware of the unspoken words, the general said, "Ah yes. Ventera is a blade with much history, some of it honorable. Terrafure is a blade that will make history. Tiragnate. General." The widened Sendari Par di Murano spoke quietly and in a tone that was generally reserved for the young. "If you will play this game, may I respectfully suggest that you choose a different time for it? Sendari. Or you may, if you desire, play it now. But the clansmen wait, and they grow impatient. We are already walking on treacherous ground, and our allies are not those who would gracefully ignore weakness in our own court." Although he seemed to pause for breath, the pause was illusory, for both the Kai Gherardi and the Par Marent had words to say, but it was the Wieden who spoke. "Your loss would hurt us," he said to Eduardo, "and yours. None here would benefit by it. The war cannot be called today, although it should be. We have no choice but to wait until the passing of the festival moon, and the shining court wishes that practice to end here. To disappoint them poses a risk that you should both understand. In between, we must hold power against any Tyr or Tor who thinks to take it, and the Dominion, from the men who are best fit to rule it. We may gather and build our armies, we may build those structures that will support a long campaign against the Imperials, should it become one. Tiragnate, for my part am willing to honor our bargain, and before the assembled clans, I will declare the Serra d'Ora di Murano the keep of the Kai Gherardi, in the Lord's name. More than that is beyond me, as you well know the rites cannot be performed on the Lord's day. Even suggest it, and the Radan will show you how little tamed they are. Either you will accept this in good faith, or you will not. We both of us do not have the luxury of a leisurely decision." The Tiragnate met the eyes of the Wieden before glancing briefly at the shuttered gaze of the general. Then he turned to the Serra who stood, in perfect silence, at his side, and for her, he reserved the brunt of his attention. "Done," he said at last, and softly. "But you will declare this thing before the Rad and offer the general the Lord's crown." "Of course," Sendari replied. He offered his daughter his hand, and she took it without hesitation. And as she did, he saw them, the 3 rings. The oath rings. He froze, and then met her eyes, and he saw in the darkness there a fire akin to Alesso's fire, a steel as sharp, or sharper. He could not hold her gaze for long, although her gaze held answers, and he was Wieden. He had spoken truth, there was little time. His grip was harsher than he intended, but it was always thus, the things that one feared or valued, or both, were always clutched tightly, in caution or care. She was his perfect daughter, she was Teresa's perfect niece. She neither noticed the ferocity of his grip, nor cared. The flower of the Dominion, the Serra that each and every clansman gathered knew had once belonged to the Kailion, stood as tall as her diminutive height allowed. That she might be seen. And that she might, being seen, be known as a worthy consort to the Lord of the Sun. A hush followed as the father raised the daughter's gold-laden hand, a hush that held expectancy, a desire for the tightness of the moment. "I call the Lord to witness," Sendari said, his voice surprisingly strong. "That this, the Serra d'Ora, is of Murano, and she is blood of my blood, and she is wholly mine by birth, and no other clan has lawful claim to her. And I call the Lord to witness that this, the Lord's chosen champion, the Tiragnate Eduardo Kai di Gherardi, has proved himself worthy, in the eyes of the clans of Anagar, and of the Lord of the Sun, of the keep of the Serra who has been the Lord's consort. Therefore I, Sendari Par di Murano, grant the keep of my daughter, d'Ora di Murano, to Eduardo Kai di Gherardi, such keep to be consummated upon the appropriate rites and observances, and further grant that all children born to that union are of the Gherardi clan by birth and blood, and that Murano shall exert no claim to such offspring." It was, Alesso thought, a statement worthy of Sendari, no simple sentence when addressing a crowd where a complicated one would do. "Who will bear witness?" The clansmen across the plateau roared with a single breath. "Then let it be witnessed, and let no man of honor revoke what has been in honor offered to witnesses such as these." The cheering was very like the roar of the wind across the open plains. The Tiragnate bowed, and then, unsheathing his sword, the Gherardi sword, with its subtle curve and its obvious weight, he turned to the General Alesso di Marant and plunged the point of the weapon into the wooden planks. There was an audible crack, and many a swordsmith flinched at the noise, although they were probably the only men there to worry about the stress upon the sword, and not the stress upon the Dominion, for by his action, the Tiragnate Eduardo di Gherardi proclaimed the general his rightful liege lord. The general stood his ground a moment, that the clansmen who were less quick of wit might have a chance to understand what had occurred. Then he gripped the haft of the sword and levered it out of the wooden platform. He strained, it was not an easy motion. Only Sendari was close enough to see the way his eyes narrowed, and even if Eduardo had seen the slight contraction of lids he might not have understood how close he came to receiving the sword back, edge first. But Alesso's temper had long since, like all else in his life, come under his dominion, he was graceful as he returned the weapon to this, the first and now the most famous of his servants. There were murmurs, there would be dissent. They expected no less. But the murmurs were weaker than the breeze on the plateau, and the chants of the Radan, for they had begun their interminable song, although at what exact moment he did not remember. He was pleased to find they were to prove useful for something this festival. They approached. 3 of the 4 Par El Sol who served the Kai El Sol was not present. Nor was he expected to be now, although he should have been witness to the resolution of the Lord's test. His place was by the waters of the Tor Lian. The Par El Sol were granted the right and privilege of crowning the Lord's champion, but only the Kai El Sol could give the power of rulership over the Lord's dominion to a clansman. General, the Radan Peter Par El Sol said, bowing with genuine respect. The time has come. Par El Sol. Led, in the Lord's name, and in the Lord's name, I will follow. At the head of the procession the Radan Par El Sol walked. They wore robes of pure white, with gold borders and gold collars, each embroidered in the form of the sun ascendant with 8 rays, ale of perfect fire. They seemed a brotherhood of dignity and silence, although their swords had a history as long as the Gherardi sword, and names as venerable. Alesso de Morant had never seen them drawn, but he knew their names, what clansman did not? 5 swords had been crafted for the Radan by the Lord, and if they were not as fine as the sun sword, they were more jealously guarded, for the sun sword alone had its methods of destroying the hand of one not meant to wield it. Samadar El Sol wore Mordegar, Samuel El Sol, Errol, and Peter El Sol, Saval. Maracas El Sol bore Verigar, the least of the 5, and the Radan Kai El Sol, Balagar, the greatest. It was said that when these 5 swords were joined, no enemy of the Lord could stand against them, and it was said that when they fought alongside the sun sword granted them a measure of its power. Myth and legend, folklore which had never been, would never be, proved. And what was proved to any but one white and trained? Something cold and hard, a weapon. And a weapon's only place in the heart was to still it. He joined the Radan in their long, slow walk, feeling, as he followed them, the weight of the Dominion's history. This was the triumphal march, and in truth he was triumphant, but he felt out of step with the Lord's will, and it disturbed him greatly. Marqueso Kai de Leon had been, and would have continued to be, a weak tier, a man with more control over his harem and his seraphs than he could ever exert over either his tiers or his enemies. He had called one war in his life, and failed to win it, losing both precious land and face in the process. No doubt he would have been forced to call another, and that, too, he would have lost. Alesso did not intend to lose any game he played, be it war or no. But he did not have the authority of time and tradition. He did not have the blood. What of it? He squared his shoulders, and felt the new skin pull across the breadth of his chest. Beneath armor, beneath silk, beneath things visible. It was enough. He brought his hand to the hilt of Terrafure, and he followed the slowly growing shadows of the Radan. The path that wound in and around the Tor Lian took on an edge of clarity that it had never had. His shadow was sharp as he walked the winding footpath, seeing each upturned leaf, each blossoming flower, each plant that, uprooted from its desert clime, still sought to deny the sun's heat by closing its armored petals, before he realized what the flowers were, night blossom. Odd, to see the lady's flowers in the citadel of the Lord, on this festival day. He frowned, thinking that seraphs would have to be found and dispatched, if seraphs were indeed the ones who had chosen so poorly. If Sarah's, then he would tread more carefully. The waters of the Tor Lian opened up as the procession reached the peak of the path. The path itself had widened, and stonework, tended and kept free of the creeping plants that alone seemed to require no work, had been laid. No natural wonder here, no hidden dell or quiet recess. This was the seat of power, and in the Dominion, power did not hide. But the face it wore was not painted and pretty, it was not overly ornate. To the east of the lake was the dwelling which the Tiragar claimed as his own. It was recessed into hill and surrounded by trees, but it stood, thick-beamed and pale, as the most important edifice by the lake. The roof's wind chimes caught the breeze and made of it something delicate and soothing as they danced above the treetops. Elegance and simplicity were the rules of the Tor Lian, and they were followed nowhere so closely as here. Gold? The light of the sun was brighter. What need of color, of banner, of flag? No man could mistake this building, or the man who dwelled within it, for anything other than it was. The home of the Tiragar towered above all else. But it was not to the Tor Lian that the procession went, although it slowed in its passage in silent respect. The edifice was, officially, empty of all but its ghosts. And ghosts held no sway beneath the height of the sun. There was the platform by which the waters could be viewed in the dawn's light, the platform by which the moon could best be seen as its face rippled in pleasant reflection, the platform by which the waters, under the open sun, could be seen beneath the cover of trees that just barely obeyed the edicts of height. The procession came to none of these, but instead followed the path to the rocky shore of the lake itself. There were stones here that were smooth as glass, but harder, and stones that were larger across than a prone horse. But there were smaller stones and beneath them sand, and the lake lapped their edges in the silence of the day. Standing, his feet a sword's edge from the water, was a lone man. And he wore sunlight as if it were raiment, and as he turned to greet them the lake caught his reflection. Above his brow, light glittered, and behind his head, his hair was the dark brown-black of the Anagarian clans, except where light touched and streaked it. Across his chest, burning like fire, the sun ascendant, across his wrists, for as he lifted his hands, the sleeve of his robe fell away, the white tracery of fire, of the fire's test. The Radan par el Sol, all of them, fell to their knees at once, their movements neither graceful nor practiced. Alesso understood this because his own knees bent in reflex, as if someone had placed firm hands on either shoulder and pushed him forcefully down. To the feet of the Radan Kai el Sol. He rose as the Kai el Sol nodded, and he approached this man, this sudden stranger. The general was not a man who liked surprise. From behind came the Lord's chosen champion, the bloodied and unbowed Eduardo de Gherardi. At his side, taking care not to bloody the intricate, perfect dress she wore, was the Lord's consort, the flower of the Dominion. The Radan par el Sol receded, for they remained on their knees as these three, the man who would be ruler and the two chosen of the Lord, stepped forward. In his raised hands, the Kai el Sol carried the simple crown with which the Leon Tears had been proclaimed since the founding. The northern crowns were ornate, and they were golden, and they were covered in etching and gem work and runes. This crown, this emblem was different, it was of one piece, and it was not fashioned of gold. It was made of steel, and in shape it looked exactly like a sword might had the blade been blunted and turned in on itself, in a circlet. This was the only crown that Leon the founder would wear, and it had been protected from the ravages of time by the arts of Voyani long dead. It should have looked ridiculous, and perhaps to foreign eyes it did. But the clansmen were a better breed. General Alesso de Morent, the Radan Kai el Sol said, his voice carrying far in the hushed silence of lapping water and stillness. The Lord's law is law. The rulership of the Tor Leon has passed, Kai to Kai, by the bloodline that the Lord decreed. But where there is no living member of the line, the Radan must deliberate and decide. The hand of the Lord holds the sword, and it seeks no man too weak to bear the crown in these times. There is, he said, his eyes dark and unblinking, a darker time ahead than any of us have yet seen. Alesso's eyes narrowed as he met the Radan's flat gaze, hearing beneath the words all of the accusations that the Kai el Sol had never dared, and would never dare, to make. Or so he had thought. Yet this man was the very Radan, the wielder of Balagar, and until this moment, beneath the open sky, with the end of his long struggle balanced between two hands, he had forgotten it. It was not his way to make such a mistake. The Lord's will, Alesso said softly, so softly that the words carried only to the Radan and the two who stood beside him. The Radan have made their decision. Step forward, Alesso par de Morent. Step forward and receive this, the crown of Leon. Receive it in glory, and understand the weight that it places upon you. Alesso was not a short man, but in such ceremony, and only in this one, he was not required to kneel to receive the benediction of the Radan. Fredero Kai el Sol bent, and with so much care the gesture seemed oddly gentle, he lowered the crown into the waters of the Tor Leon. His lids closed over dark eyes, his brow creased. He whispered the words of the water, and then he rose. Step forward, General. Alesso de Morent took a breath and then stepped into the waters of the lake. They were cool, but not cold, as they ringed his ankles with ripples that traveled into the stillness at the heart of the water. Water. The Kai el Sol had to reach, but Alesso did not bow his head to accommodate the Radan. Instead, he sought the sun as drops of water trickled down steel to touch his brow, his cheeks, his eyes. This was his moment. Tir Agar, the Kai el Sol said. He turned, then, and before Alesso could reply, he cried out, the Radan have chosen General Alesso par de Morent as their Tir. To him, the Tiragnate will pledge their allegiance, and from him, receive their commands. From this day forward, let there be the clan Alesso, and let this man, Alesso the founder, be known as Tir Agar until his death. Thus, the will of the Radan. There was silence, and then, beneath it, a murmur. The Tir Agar, Alesso the founder, turned, the sun was at his back and above his head. Clansmen, one by one, drew sword as they met his gaze. The quiet of the lake was disturbed, again and again, by the sound of metal against metal, the unsheathed sword. The first of these clansmen was also the most powerful, Tiragnate Girani Kai di Lorenza. He stepped forward, leaving the semicircle that had made a ragged wall across the flat stones and the sparse shore. His sword was bane, dressed in ceremonial scabbard until the moment of the crowning. Tir Agar, the Tiragnate said, and pushed the sword, point down, into a space between the rocks. It was a gentle movement, one unlikely to damage either sword or pride, as different from the gesture of the Lord's chosen champion as the lady from the Lord. Tiragnate, the Tir Agar replied. Girani rose and smiled. The long road is not so harsh a road now. Alesso's grin was fierce. No. Your Tors? They come, Girani said. All but 4. The 4 he would deal with later. The Tiragnate stood at the water's edge while the Toregars and Toragnati who owed him loyalty and service made their trek to the water's edge. To the only man not of the Lord's Radin who had the right, by law, to stand within the waters themselves. 26. The Urton clansmen came next, there were 28. Of the Mancorvan clansmen, he had a handful, but among those, the clan Marani, Toregar, and so of import. And of Averta, he had more, but they were so close to Seraph in rank they served him only by what their presence said to the others. That even the common and the lowly were less afraid of their Tors than they were of the new Tiregar. As the last of the clansmen retrieved his sword and returned to the rocks, Alesso de Morent smiled. His shadow had grown long with the passage of time, for this ceremony was no small and trivial affair. Each clansman had to meet his eyes, and see in them the power that Marqueso Kai de Leon, the last of the Leon Tiers, had never truly possessed. Still, if it was triumph, it was also grueling. He wore light armor, as befit a warring clansman, and it trapped the warmth of the sun too well. The heat was lessened by the touch of the water. And then it was taken away completely as the Radan Kai Elsol spoke again. The Radan, the Kai Elsol said, have chosen. He bent, placed both hands into the waters of the Tor Leon, and when he raised them he carried a scabbard, one rich and fine and unmistakable. Alesso cursed him without need for words. He had waited until the ceremony's end, so that he might be certain that each and every clansman or woman of significance had gathered to bear witness. The gasp of the gathered crowd was followed by the silence of held breath, of inability to draw breath. But the Lord has not. Tiregar, will you not take up the sun sword, as the Lord of the Sun has decreed all Tiers must do? Will you not let the Lord speak? The lilies floated upon the surface of the waters behind the shining back of the Radan Kai Elsol. There's the only motion in the stillness. Light, pale in color, they rested always above the water, never in it, yet the two could not be separated. Diora ceased to breathe. The lightness that came with breath slack made her feel like a lily upon the surface of the world. The Kai Elsol had told her that he would present the sun sword, and she knew voices well enough to hear the truth in his words. But in her mind's eye, in the privacy of thought, she had seen the sword brought to the lake by servitors, as it was always brought. She had seen the sword presented, almost as afterthought, a reminder to the clansmen of the one thing that the general lacked, the blood. Subtlety was the way of a Sarah, by necessity, it was not the way of a Lamberton. Not this man. She felt fear, and tried to wrap it around herself like a shawl, tried to grip and cling to it as if it were the skirts of her mother, and she a child. Because she stood this close to the only action that she had conceived of for every waking hour of every day since the slaughter, and she could not afford to lose all fear, because without fear, there was no caution. And without caution. Her hands caught the light as they trembled, and she stared at the things that bound her, 3 simple rings. Silence stretched, unbroken until the Radan Petter Par Elsol stood forward. Kai Elsol, he said softly, you overstep yourself. The Lord's truest test of rulership has always been the warrior's path, and it is clear to all assembled here that this Tiregar rules because of his strength, or the last fell because of his weakness. Or do you claim that the Lord's true choice was a man who died without fight or cost in a single evening's slaughter? The Radan were chosen by the Lord. Our choice is the only choice. There is no other. But the Kai Elsol was implacable in the face of Petter's words. He met the silent death in Alesso's eyes without flinching. The sun sword, the Tiragnate Girani Kai de Lorenza said, entering a fray that could not be resolved with weapon skill, his voice loud enough to carry but somehow calm enough that he did not appear to be shouting, is myth. It is a part of the Leon legend, as is the crown. You'll note, he said, with a wryness that held no warmth, the crown rests upon the general's head in far more fitting a fashion than it ever sat upon Marqueso de Leon's. The Tiregar has chosen to play the games of the Radan, he has followed the rules that you have set. He has paid his respect to the will of the Lord, and more, by leading armies rather than cowering behind the safety of stone walls in worship. He is not beholden to you, Kai Elsol. Both the Tiregar and the Kai Elsol were the sun ascendant, in full blossom. In the Lord's eyes, you are equals, you will not order him to perform to your will. It is not my will, the Kai Elsol said, untouched by the open edge of the Tiragnate's words. It is the Lord's will. And I note, Tiragnate, that the crowning, which is also part of the Leon legend, was of the utmost import to the Tiregar. The legend is a body, and it is alive. You cannot cleave off the arm or the leg and say that it is the same as the whole because it is flesh. Have I been struck down, Kai Elsol, the newly crowned Tiregar asked. Have the winds come to bear me away? I am not a child. The clansmen gathered here are not children. We are not to be frightened by the partisan politics of a fool. And that is your answer? It is. The sword is a sword, it is significant because it is a symbol of office, Girani Kai de Lorenza said coldly. There was a murmur in the crowd, a mixture of approbation and disapproval, of encouragement and fear. For there were men who were of the same mind as the Lorenzan Tiragnate. History for such men seemed to be a thing of the past, always of the past, only things witnessed were real. Fredero, born of Lamberto, turned to face the clansmen of Anagar for the last time. Thinking, oddly, that it would have been nice to see Mario one more time. That it might have been nice if Gevry kept Lamberto Gevry Elsol had been of high enough rank that he might join the clansmen and be present for this last of performances, this singular bow. Or that it might have been nice to have the opportunity to apologize, yet again, for his shortness in the early hours of morning. The robes that had been wrung, bead by bead, out of the hands of the reluctant servant, had been far more than Fredero thought he could ask in so short a time. What might it have been like, a life like Mario's, with a wife at his side, and a Kai? And then he remembered the Kai's loss, and he was still. It is time, he told himself, but his hands shook. He was ready, but he was not ready, and he balanced upon this edge for a moment longer. Until he met the eyes of the Serra d'Ora di Murano. The Serra d'Ora and Leon. The Lord's consort. In finery she was second only to Fredero, both of them clothed by the genius of Gevry. In strength, in determination, he thought her second to none. Almost, he bowed. And she surprised him. Surprised them all. Because she did bow, lowering her fan to expose her face to the Kai Elsol. Serra d'Ora di Murano had from Fredero Kai Elsol all that she required, but she was speechless. Voiceless. Such a gift as he had given her he had given freely, not even her father had ever offered so much. And her father had never been a man of the Kai Elsol's political stature. She did not tell herself that Fredero Kai Elsol gave her this pretty act of treachery because he knew his days were numbered. It wasn't true. She could see that clearly. His convictions alone had brought him to the Rad End, and his convictions held him now. They were such that she thought, had he made a different choice, he might have met the same end. No Lamberton man could escape what he was, after all. The Lambertans had always been loyal. Oh, she heard the murmurs. She listened to the steel beneath the very thin veneer of the Tiragnade's words, and she found its power persuasive. But no matter how he, or the Tiragar, might try to gloss over the truth, it had been made clear that he did not dare to take the sun sword. It would do him some damage. And the words that she had practiced, in secret prayer, in fantasy, and in tearless anger, would do the rest. It would not be his death though he deserved it. But it was the damage that she, a widowed Sarah, could do, and she had worked this long month for no other goal. Yet before she could speak, the Kai Elsol turned from her, to the restless crowd. I have served the Lord, and serve him still, in the only way I can. These men tell you that they will not see the sword raised because they do not wish to play my games. I play no game. If there is a man among you who feels that my tenure as Kai Elsol has been unworthy of the Lord, unworthy of the clans, let him speak now. The silence was unbroken, although Alesso's face was as white as the sun's full glare. The Lord has his laws, and they were broken once before. And in that break, the darkness found purchase in lands where the sun's might reigns. There are reasons for the laws that he has made, and the Lord makes no exception. The Tiragar of the Dominion, by the laws of the Lord, is the man who can wield the sun sword. Not a man worthy of the title Lord's champion, not a man worthy of the title general, not a man whose prowess in battle is unmatched or unmatchable. It is not power, not service, and not loyalty that defines this law. Do you allow your seraphs to decide to serve or disobey at their own whim, and through the merits of their own wisdom? We are the Lord's servants. We obey the Lord's will. He makes no exception. I offer this as proof. And to her horror, Fredero Kai Elsol gripped the sun sword firmly by the hilt. And drew it. She stepped forward, the motion involuntary, and Eduardo di Gherardi gripped her arms, drawing her back. She could not struggle without losing all dignity, all power. She stilled at once, and the Tiragnate was forced to release her. The Rad and Par Elsol, all of them, watched in tight-lipped fascination. And she realized, as she looked at their set faces, that not a single one of them was surprised. Nor were they surprised when the Rad and Kai Elsol began to burn. But by the reflected fire in the eyes of Maracas Par Elsol, she knew that he alone grieved. The fire was not one that came from without. She saw it first in his eyes, and second between his lips as he opened his mouth to draw breath, or to scream, or both. She wanted a good death for him, for he had had the strength to choose this death, but there was only the reality of fire, and she knew, as all the clansmen did, that the fire burned from the heart out. That all that would be left of this, a man of honor, was ashes that the winds would scatter forever. Thus, the Lord's law. It seemed to go on forever, this burning, this terrible fire. She thought that it would, for if the fire first consumed the heart, it was a burning that must, by its nature, be without end, for his heart seemed vast and boundless. But the legends must lie, for the fire blossomed from his chest, devouring flesh, emptying his body of what little life might remain within it. Shining raiment became a garment of flame, and then a thing of ash, a thing without shape. The waters boiled a moment, steaming with the heat of the unnatural flame. With no hands to support it, the sun sword fell, unsheathed, into the waters of the Torleon. Lady, lady, be merciful. Keep him from the winds, who takes this step in your service. Lady, show mercy. Lady, please. She almost forgot the words that she had come this far to speak, so intent was the prayer. But she was a Sarah, and she was Diora, and she was the flower of the Dominion, grieving for her dead in the only way she knew how. Before the last of the flames had consumed even the crystal with which the Kai El Sol's robes had been beaded, she walked into the waters of the Torleon. Eduardo de Gherardi could not stop her, nor the Tiragar, nor the man who had been her father. They were transfixed. To stand in the lake itself was a crime, but she stood, for the festival's height had not yet passed, and on this day she was still the consort of the Lord of the Sun. Hands shaking, she knelt, or so it first appeared. But she had not stepped into the waters to kneel, she merely bent to retrieve. The flat of the sun sword rested in her palms as she brought it out of the water's cradle. I am Sarah Diora di Murano, the Lord's consort, she said, pitching her voice so it carried the width and length of the Torleon, stretching her abilities so that she might clearly be heard by not only clansmen, but seraphs and Sarahs and those who tended the grounds. And I say to you, clansmen all, that I was promised, in the eyes of the Lord, to the man who would be Tyr. Where the Kai El Sol has given his life, I give less, for he was a man of honor, and I am a simple Sarah. But in honor of the laws of the Lord, and in honor of the memory of Ser Ilera Kai de Leon, I say to you that I will never survive to marry a lesser man, a man who cannot wield this sword. She turned to Alesso and Eduardo and Girani, wielding the sword although she never once touched its hilt. Eduardo's anger was instantaneous, but quenched slightly by the pallor of Sendari's suddenly aged face. A Sarah does not choose her husband, he said, his voice a growl. You have developed too fine a notion of yourself, little Sarah, if you feel that you may dictate to us. And you, she said coolly, have developed too little esteem if you feel that you cannot meet the challenge of a simple Sarah. Enough, Gherardi. You demean yourself, Girani said, beneath his breath. His eyes, as he met the unblinking gaze of the diminutive Sarah who held the sun sword, were dark and clear. You will revoke that vow. Now. He would have taken a step forward, but it would have carried him into the lake itself. No, Tyragnate, I will not. Sendari. The Wyden shook his head, almost wordless. Na dio. Force is only one form of strength, she said evenly. There are others. Alesso was like the sword itself, steel. But he stepped where Girani could not, for he wore the crown, and the waters were not forbidden him. She turned then, for the shadows the sun cast once again started to lengthen. Clansmen of Anagar, I appeal to you, for yours is the power, and mine the supplication. If you will it, I will remain Di Murano until one of these three men can in honor and truth draw this sword from its scabbard. You know that any woman of honor cannot dishonor her husband's memory by taking a lesser man in his stead. Lend me your support. Tell the tears that you have heard the Lord's consort, and you find her words fair. Kneeling, she plunged her hands into the water, that their shaking might not be seen. But when she rose again, she drew from the lake of the Torleon the sun sword's scabbard. With perfect grace, although both sword and scabbard seemed unwieldy in her delicate hands, she joined these two. But she did not rise. The clansmen did. Their voices carried her words, filling the hollows of the gently sloped hills, removing, temporarily, all the silence behind which a man might hide. The flower of the Dominion for the tear of the Dominion. She faced Alesso without so much as a smile. And then she turned once again to the clansman, but not before she met her father's gaze, and held it, and saw in it his knowledge of a truth that he had never seen before, that she was Alora's daughter. And that she bore Teresa's blood. Asterisk. Chapter 33. Moonlight. Stars. Pale reflection on water that would not be still. He saw all of these things with new eyes. Saw all of these things without seeing. He had won, and he had lost, and it was the loss that was the freshest wound. At his side, as silent as the reflection across the waters, but darker and humbler, the only man not of his kin that he counted friend, Sendari Di Murano, Wyden. Father. The sun's height was as far away as it could be, the darkness carried all of the sky with its weight and its freedom. Cortano? Beside himself with rage. She is your daughter, Alesso said. And if anyone's kin could outsmart the sword's edge, it would be yours. He said it with affection, but there was no answering smile, no chuckle, no wry grin. Just darkness and silence. There was much to be angry about, certainly. They had all been bested by a woman. They had seen to their enemies within the court, they had taken precautions and caused all of the right deaths. Only Cordano had seen a glimmer of danger in the song of a willful girl, and he had seen it late. She was already the Lord's consort, and guaranteed of his protection by the Kai El Sol. The Kai El Sol. Gherardi made it clear, before retreating to the pavilion which served as his home when he chose to grace the Tor Leon with his presence, that political concerns were not his concerns. He would have Cendari abide by his given word. Cordano and Girani argued against him, in a terse, short way. They knew, as Alesso and Cendari did, that by her actions this festival, Diora di Murano, Diora en Leon, had given herself a role as vital to the Hungarian Tiregar as either the crown which graced the Tiregar's brow or the sword which he dared not wield. Throughout the argument, Cendari had been uncharacteristically silent. He was silent now. The water lapping against small rocks made more noise than he. "Tell me," Alesso said. The Wyden stared at the waters a long time before answering, long enough that Alesso thought he would not. But when he spoke, he said, "She will never be yours, Alesso." There was no possessive anger, no heat, in the words, no parental protectiveness. He spoke as Wyden, cool and distant. Alesso grimaced. "Am I that obvious? Is it obvious that you think you can make this work in your favor? Is it obvious that, as you intend to wield the sun sword at the end of this war, you are not nearly as angry as you should be?" Cendari snorted. His exasperation was as close as he had yet come to humor since the close of the festival. "I see." "Alesso," the Wyden said, the exasperation leaving his face and taking the momentary warmth with it, "I know my daughter now. She will never be yours. What she wants, and why she wants it, I cannot fathom. But she works against us. And it is not in furtherance of her goals. I believe her goal is to oppose us." "And what would you have us do?" Cendari was silent. At last he said, "We have been so long at the work of the Lord that I have forgotten the moonlight." Cendari. The Wyden turned to his friend in the darkness, and Alesso took a step back as he saw, in the moon's light, the lines of Cendari's face. "Go," he said, "and seek the lady's solace. I will be waiting, and I will still be Tiregar." "And is it enough? To be Tyr?" Alesso shrugged and turned back to the lake that was now his most prized possession. "I don't know, old friend," he said softly. "I don't know." The shrine was not neglected, but neither was it well tended. The seraphs had been instructed to stay their hand until the festival and the attention of the Lord had passed. Tucked away in a corner made of trees and tall rocks, the small monument of weathered stone stood at the northernmost part of the lake. Here, the Tiregar and his family came to pay the lady her due. Cendari found the steps, built into earth and greenery, that led to the shrine, but not without difficulty. The lamp he carried was a pale orange glow, and his eyes could not easily discern what was path and what decoration that led nowhere. He felt betrayed by Diora. And he felt as if he were her betrayer. Both of these, he thought dispassionately, were true. Oh, not by the law of the Dominion. In the Dominion's law, she was guilty, and there was no mitigating circumstance that allowed a daughter to act not only against her father's wishes, but against her father himself. But the Dominion's law was not the law of the heart, not the law of the lady, and it was to the lady's shrine that he now repaired. "Cendari, give me your word that you will be as you are, for it is the man that you are that I love. Tell me that you will not seek the Wyden's title, the Wyden's art." "I promise." "Allora." "What word I have, I give you." There were no words that could be said that could cut a man as deeply as his own. They were his words. He had walked away from them, thinking that he could just disentangle himself from the past, that he could leave it behind. But the words were a weave, and their mesh was of a thin, fine metal. They pulled and cut. "Na dio. Father, will you always love me?" "Always." What did it mean? What was always? Was it significant that it was only the child that had asked the question, and only to the child that he had given the word? He set the lamp on a stair a moment and ran his hand over his eyes. He was getting old, to see so poorly. To see so much so poorly. Had he left her, or had she left him? For he was not the father of her youth, nor she the daughter of his memory. Why? Why, Nadio? He picked up the lamp and continued the slow climb. But when he reached the shrine, and stood beneath the peaked roof that protected the altars, he saw that he was not to be alone beneath the lady's moon. The Sara Teresa di Murano stood in the shadows cast by another lamp, almost as if waiting for him. He wanted to withdraw, but he froze a moment, or perhaps drew breath too sharply. She turned. "Cendari." He gestured, sharply, the mage-light crackling from his hands as he struggled for focus. She did not flinch. Her expression, the epitome of neutrality, allowed for no display of fear or worry. Or perhaps she knew him too well. A silence descended around them that would not be broken by any listener, casual or otherwise, who did not possess the art, and the craft, of the Wyden. Teresa. It was always tangled, this meeting of kin. He felt that he had never liked his sister, that he had, in fact, hated her. But she was his sister, and blood of his blood, and he could not easily walk away from her. Just as he could never have killed Adano. It was a weakness. A terrible weakness. "Cendari," she said again. I did not expect to see you here again. Did he hear too much in her words? This is not a game, Teresa. Oh, but it is. Because it is war, and men of power play at war as if it were a game that requires everything they can give it. And women? There are no women of power in the Dominion, she said softly. As if it were fact. As if she believed it. He wanted to strike her. Instead, he set the lamp upon the altar, illuminating the carvings across its face. These were contemplation carvings, circles and spheres and patterned mandalas whose whole purpose was to give concentration in the place of anxiety. Or anger. Or fear. How long, he said, staring at the surface of the rock. It was more giving than the face of his sister. How long have you known? Her silence was too long. He glanced up quickly, furtively, and saw that she was paler, if no less composed. But she did not lie to him. Since the festival of the moon, Sendari. The festival in which you chose to forsake your vows to Alora and Murano. She, too, looked down. I would have told you, brother. And you did not? No. She started to speak, and then fell silent. He saw a glimmer of anger, and something that might have been guilt. They did not expose themselves to each other. Or rather, she did not expose herself to him. He knew that her gift told her what lay beneath his words, all the anger, the fear, the lies, if he chose to attempt them. Why, Teresa? Why did she do this? She must have known what it would cost. Her eyes widened as he spoke, and then her face softened slightly, losing the quality of edge that made her seem so like a fine weapon. You could ask her, she told him quietly. I believe that she would answer, if you ever chose to ask. Silence. Then, I chose to ask you. And if I answer, as I see fit, you will answer a question I pose of you? Perhaps. What would you have done, had a man you trusted been responsible for the death of Alora? He started to answer, and then he stopped. Thinking that, in all these years, his daughter had become a woman, unfathomable, and lost to him. That she had walked the path from a daughter who was much loved, to a wife, with a wife's friends and loves and loyalties. Loves that he was not privy to, that he would never quite understand. What would he have done? Anything. And how, the Sarah Teresa continued, her gaze now intent, would that man stop you from exacting vengeance? There was only one way, and they both knew it. She picked up her lamp and swung its shadows in the darkness of the lady's night. Then she crossed the small space between them, the necessary space, the terrible distance, and she placed a palm on his shoulder. Sendari, what will you do with her? Is that your question? Yes. And it is the only question I have, tonight, tomorrow night, and in the nights to follow. It is the only question I will have until it is answered and we move on, following one path or another. He raised a palm, as if to ward her, and said, what other choice do I have? And because it was as much of an answer as he could give, and her gift would make this clear, he waited in silence until she left. Because until she left, taking with her the question that he had not been able to ask of himself, he could not breathe. The Sera Diora di Murano was weeping. You must not move. The hardest thing she had ever done was to sit in the harem's inner chamber and listen. To the voices that she recognized, distorted by screams of pain and fear, ended by death. Knowing that she could use the voice, that she could force these men to stop for long enough that they might somehow, some way, escape. She knew that she could not have done it. But her heart did not know it. And it never would. She had sat, while their blood splashed her lap, and she had lilted no hand, spoken no word. She had done nothing. The rings that bound her fingers bound her heart. She swore to the lady that she would never again remove them. She had hoped, somehow, that the act of striking at the men who had been responsible for the deaths of her sister wives and her child, her son, no matter that Deirdre had borne him, would give her peace. But there was no peace. Because the last word that had been spoken to her had been a single word, her name. And she could hear it now, rebounding in the emptiness of the room that was, for the moment, her prison. Diora. Ruatha's voice. Ruatha's shocked and terrified voice. Ruatha's angry, betrayed voice. Of the wives, only Ruatha had seen her, sitting, the power of her voice completely silent while the treacherous tyrant killed them all. Killed her son. She could not breathe, except to weep. Her arms, she wrapped around her body, as if the ghost of Nadani could be caught and held, just one more time. Diora. And could she offer explanation? She told them all, in the private voice, that she loved them, that she would not let them be forgotten or unmourned. But she knew that Nadani did not understand the words, and that Ruatha, her Ruatha, of the wives the one that she had loved most fiercely, had gone to her death bitter and betrayed. If she could, she would go, now, and claw through the earth with her hands, digging up grass and worms and flesh until she found them where they lay in their bed of earth. And she thought, that she might join them at last. The Serra d'Ora was weeping. Because she was the flower of the Dominion, and her work was not yet done, and she did not know how she could continue it without them, they had been her strength. What remained of their memory, the months had leached from her, until all she could remember was their deaths, and her part in them. Yvain, she thought, as her voice quieted, as she struggled to write it and tame it, you were wrong. I have righted nothing. Ruatha, please, forgive me. If you watch from the heart of the whirlwind, forgive. I have struck the first of the blows I will strike, and I strike it in your name. She had not lifted a hand. Please forgive me. She had not raised her voice. Please. She had not used the voice. Ruatha. The night was endless, she had swallowed it, and it was devouring her. She knew that in the morning, when the sun rose, she would carry this night within her. The only people who could have gentled it with the coming of dawn lay dead. And the worst of it was this, she was the Serra d'Ora and Leon. In the morning, she would wake, and she would plan. Because she had declared war, and now she must fight it. Nothing else was left her. Nothing at all. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The Tiragar was crowned, and the crowning both lifted and lowered his shadow. The blockade of the Tor ended with the festival. The merchants who had been corralled within its walls were granted passage to their Tyrians, be they north or south. Death had come, dramatic and terrible, and death had gone, and in its wake, a new leader had risen, the Tiragar Alesso di Alesso, the founder of a new line. The clansmen left the Tor with their entourages, large and small, like a human river moving down the plateau. And among that mass, no one noticed or remarked on a single unremarkable man. He dressed like a clansman, albeit in garb that was a bit too broad for his shoulders, and he carried with him 2 swords, one girded and one strapped to his back. He had only a small pack with the possessions that he valued, and they were few indeed, and on his sleeve he bore the emblem of the sun with indistinct rays on a field of blue. He was tired. For days had passed since the crowning glory of the festival's height, 4 days since the Radin Kai Elsol had chosen both his death and his weapon. This man was not a man with rank or station that allowed him to witness the event, and he had no desire to do so. But someone had to. Someone had to bear witness, bear it with honor, and carry it home. So he had done something that he knew the Radin Kai Elsol would never have approved of. He had stolen a set of Radan's robes from the temple, and he had come to the water's edge, as the rest of the clansmen had come, both to witness the crowning of a Tyr and its aftermath. After this, he had done the second of 3 things that he knew the Radin Kai Elsol would not approve of. He had taken the liberty, and it was a liberty punishable by death, although death was fast approaching regardless of filling 3 skins with the waters of the Tor Leon. Because the waters contained all that remained of his master, the waters and the wind. He had then returned to the temple, put away his needles, his shears, his crystals and pearls, those things which, as a master with little funding, he would have found difficult to replace. He took soldi as well, gold coins and silver, although he privately thought Fredero would forgive him that trespass. What he would not forgive, what he would never forgive, was the third of the 3 things. Jevri Elsol, born Jevri Keplamberto, had taken the sword, Balagar, from its place of honor. If it objected, it did not make its voice known, not even when Jevri had, cautiously but with quiet determination, unsheathed the blade, wielding it. It was not the Lord's way, and he understood this, but he had never served the Lord, he had served Fredero. And while he understood that Fredero forgave the Radin Peter Par Elsol his treachery and his betrayal for the greater good of the Dominion, Jevri was under no obligation to do any such thing. This sword had belonged to his master, the master of his adult years, and the master of his choosing. He had been blessed and privileged, and he would honor that privilege before he sought another master. If he ever did. He was not a young man. The sun was hot during the day, the nights, cold. Not until he was well quit of the Terrian of Rivera did he sleep without the terrible ache in the bones of his fingers, his feet. But the roads were safe for an old man such as he, bearing the crest that he did. He stayed with men who accepted coin for hospitality, and he walked, cane in hand, watching the merchant caravans as they fought for space on roads that would soon see rain. He expected pursuit. There was none. When, he thought, would Peter Par Elsol, he could not bring himself to even think of the name Kai Elsol as any man's but Fredero's, notice the loss of the sword? It was in the Lord's hands. And the Lord did not choose, this time, to hinder. The days passed, he walked through them all, keeping a steady, a stately pace. The 3 skins, he did not touch, nor the sword, but he ate traveling rations, honeyed wheat and nuts and dried fruits. There were rivers and brooks as he proceeded north, into the plains that produced the finest horses in the Dominion. Jevri Elsol crossed the Mancorvan border. To reach the city of Amar was less easy than he expected it would be. At every point along the road that a man could be stopped, he was stopped. If it were not for the symbol of the Lord across his shoulder, he thought his detention might have been rougher and lasted longer. Hard times, but he was calm, he expected no less. Lamberto was not a friend of the new Tiragar. How could it be, when the man ruled by treachery, by darkness? Politics, Geoffrey thought. And he continued to walk. Because this was his gift to Fredero Kai Elsol, the youngest of the Lamberton Tiers brothers, youngest and most loved. Days passed. He thought the sun etched lines more deeply into his hands, his arms. He could not see his face, and was not particularly sorry for the lack. But he missed Fredero, perhaps because he carried so many responsibilities with him. Perhaps because they were friends. But Geoffrey Elsol was patience personified in everything but his craft, and his craft was behind him, his past before. He walked from the heart of the Tor Leon to the heart of the city of Amar, the home of the clan Lamberto, and although the road and the wind and the weather slowed him down, nothing stopped him. The gates were not as he remembered them, and he felt a twinge at that, a stab of surprise. There were Tyren here, bristling like angry boars. This was, however, Amar, and the Tyren here served the Lord with honor. They did not a single one of them recognize him, although he thought he recognized a few of their faces. It was hard to tell, the years changed men so. I have come, he told the oathguard who barred his way, to speak with Tir Mario Kai di Lamberto. The Tir is a busy man, the Tyren replied. Yes. And he is a man who serves the Lord. He will hear what I have to say. But these men, they were determined, and in the end, Geoffrey had become curt. I am tired, I am road-weary, and I have come from the side of the Rad and Kai Elsol to speak with Mario. I will not be put off by young, self-important men. Do I make myself clear? You most certainly do, a familiar voice said. And the Tyren parted at once, as if they were a tunnel and not a wall. At the end, flanked by them, stood the Tiragnate who ruled Mancorvo. Geoffrey, he said, with a broad smile, welcome to our home. But Geoffrey did not return the smile. Tiragnate, he said, although he had called him a good many things when they had lived under the roof of Sarah Carlotta's harem together, and none of them had been that. I have come from the Tor Leon to deliver to you the tale of the last day of the Rad and Kai Elsol. Mario's face grayed at once, turned grim and dark. He waved the Tyren away, and said, simply, follow. As if he spoke to a seraph, a familiar seraph. And Geoffrey, born Lamberto, obeyed. In the privacy of the harem, the same harem in which he had watched Fredero grow up, he told the Tir his story. He was quiet as he spoke, as was his wont, and Mario did little to interrupt. I will do my penance, Geoffrey told him, for the theft of the robe, but I have served the Lord faithfully these many years, and it is in the service of the Lord that I have come. But Mario said, it was in the service of Fredero that you came, and you came to Lamberto. You know that my brother forswore his family, to my father's dismay, and joined the Radan. Rather well, Geoffrey replied, almost dryly. But he thought of you often, and he would have wanted word of his fate to travel. He drew the sun sword, Tiragnate, that all clansmen of honor might see for themselves the Lord's wrath, and make the honorable choice. And you wished me to understand what my brother felt the only choice to be. Yes. And more. He knelt and unstrapped the sword at his back. This is Balagar. Mario paled. You stole the sword of the Rad and Kai Elsol? Geoffrey nodded grimly. But why? Because when the armies ride, they will ride through Mancorvo. And it was the Kai Elsol's fervent belief that the demons who once served the Lord of Night will ride at their head. This sword was a sword that could stand against those creatures. It was a lesser sword than the sun sword, but it is a sword of right, one meant to be raised in defense of the Lord of the Sun. Had he lived, he would have wielded it, taking the war to the kin lords and their master. But he did not live. And I have taken the sword, Geoffrey said softly, to the only other man I consider worthy of bearing it. Lord, forgive my presumption. You need it, Tiragnate. The Tiragnate was silent a long time. At last, he said, do you know what they offered me? Geoffrey felt a cold, sharp sting, as if something had passed through his heart. He said nothing. The choice of the captain of the Tiragar's Tyren. And a war with the Northern Empire and its demon kings. They stared at each other, these two men, and it was Mario di Lamberto who looked away. He had aged. What news you have brought us, Geoffrey? What terrible news. And the rights? We could not say them without risking the wrath of the new Tiragar. But here, Geoffrey said, removing the first of the skins. This is water from the lake of the Tor, his ashes were taken by water and wind. With these, we can offer the lady's blessing. And then, weary, Geoffrey Elsol closed his eyes and leaned back into the cushions that Mario di Lamberto had provided for the oldest of his family's seraphs. He made no pretense of freedom, did Geoffrey, although by Lord's law, it was his. Thank you, old friend, Mario told the sleeping man as he rose, and very quietly ran a hand along his eyes. Thank you for bringing my brother home. Geoffrey, sleeping, did not answer. I'll speak to you again in the morning, after we have performed the lady's rites for our fallen. Again no reply. But Mario di Lamberto knew that Gevry kept Lamberto, was awake because, from beneath the lids of wrinkled eyes that had seen far too much, came a thin trail of tears. He set Balagar beside the old man, and said, softly, "You guarded this all the way home, Gevry kept Lamberto. Guard it for one more night. And Gevry lifted an aged, wrinkled hand and placed it gently upon the scabbard of Fredero Kai Elsol's sword. For the heart and the soul of a man was his sword, and he would guard this sword with his life. But he would much rather have guarded the man who had wielded it, and in the silence of an empty harem, he heard that man's young voice. And he thought that it would be fitting and merciful if it was the last voice he heard. But he was faithful, was Gevry kept Lamberto, and when he woke, and knew that no death would take him yet, he prepared to pay his respects. And to continue living for as long as the lady decreed.